haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Gisela K. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are here to watch day 7 of the 2022 trial of Chandler Halderson. If you don't know anything about this case, which I had a poll going before this live stream started, and 2% of people said they're here for the first time, so welcome to you. I hope that you will expand the description box and have a little read there. I wrote up a case background there for you. There's also a link to the playlist so that you can find all the other episodes as well. Of course, we're watching the trial together, but I'll give you a quick overview. 23-year-old Chandler Halderson murdered his parents. He shot them on July 1st of 2021. By July 8th, after lying his ass off, he was arrested. We saw the police interrogation video on day 4, so if you want to watch the full interrogation video, it's right there on day 4 for you, timestamp. Now, he also dismembered his parents' remains, which is what takes this case to the next level. Let me show you this picture I have of his parents as well, Bart and Cristina Halderson. Thank you so much to Grizzly Cat for finding this wonderful picture of them. Shame. 50-year-old Bart and 53-year-old Cristina Halderson were murdered by their own son. And so, yeah, he was arrested quickly, and this trial happened fast. I mean, he was arrested July 8th of 2021, and by January of 2022, in the first week of Jan, here this case went to trial. So I'm so glad that we could watch this together as a community for the first time. Thank you so much to everyone who's already subscribed over here. If you're new, I hope you'll consider subscribing. Please also like and share so that others can find us. It's a manual way to tell YouTube, we like this and we think you should show it to other people. So thank you if you are doing that as well, because you help my channel tremendously. Rando from Iowa, whoa, happy Grizzlyversary. You say happy new year, my Grizzly fam. 25 months. Thank you for being a member for 25 months. And thank you to the moderators for everything you do. All right. Also, lastly, thanks to everyone who's come to check out my Patreon. We've got a lot of new Grizzly patrons. There's only 1% of my audience that's made it over to Patreon. And yet it's such a great source of support. So thank you so much. Are we ready? For day 7, okay, we've got a jam-packed day. It's longer than other days that we've had so far, even though I defluffed it a lot. I took out pen clicking. I took out sniffles, paper flapping. Okay, we defluff over here. So if you don't know what that means, we just take out all the fluff, obviously. Just like, you know, the long pauses, the breaks, the walking up and down in the courtroom to find exhibits, things like that. So that it's an efficient way to watch a trial together. Okay, so we've got 4 hours and 46 minutes of trial footage for today, and we're going to eventually hear, some, so trigger warning, obviously this case does come with a trigger warning. It's a double homicide case. A guy murdered his parents and he dismembered them. So that already tells you a lot, okay? That tells you a lot. So we're going to hear from some like medical examiners, forensic pathologists. So we're going to hear about, skeletal remains and things today. So just be mindful of that. And we will also hear from Chandler Halderson's former friend, the guy who gifted him the gun, okay? Which he did not expect his friend to be using that 2 weeks later for what he did. Oh my. All right, so now let's get started here. Let me get the sound going for us.
Good morning. Could you please state both your first and last name and spell both for the record?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Agnieszka Rogalska. That's spelled A, G as in Gregory, N as in Nancy, I, E as in Ernest, S as in Sam, Z as in Zebra, K as in Catherine, A as in Apple. Last name Rogalska, R-O-G as in Gregory, A-L, S as in Sam, K as in Catherine, A as in Apple.
How are you employed?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner of Dane County.
And Doctor, I just briefly want to go through some of your educational and work background. Where did you attend medical school?
I attended medical school in Poland at the Karol Marcinkowski University of Medical Sciences.
And after finishing your medical degree in Poland, what sort of residency did you participate in?
I completed a 4-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Illinois at Chicago.
Where did you work after that?
After that, I completed a 1-year fellowship, specifically training in forensic pathology with the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
And have you worked anywhere else as a medical examiner?
I have.
Where would that be?
I worked in Milwaukee for 5 years as an assistant medical examiner before coming to Dane County.
And how long have you worked in Dane County?
I began my employment in Dane County in 2015.
And what is your current title?
I am currently the Chief Medical Examiner of Dane County, serving Rock, Brown, Door, and Oconto counties.
And what does a medical examiner do?
Essentially, the role of a forensic pathologist who serves as a medical examiner in a county is to determine the cause and the manner of death in cases that are reported to our office. We don't have to investigate every death that happens in our jurisdictions. However, there are some cases that are not natural deaths, or we don't have a cause of death, or they might be suspicious or violent deaths. In those cases, it's the job of the forensic pathologist or the medical examiner to determine what the exact cause of death is, what the manner is, and to make sure that the death certification is appropriately completed. Also to ensure that an autopsy is performed or some form of examination, if needed, to document the cause of death and to make it available for purposes of the court.
And are you board certified in any areas?
I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Okay, and what does it mean to be board certified?
Board certification is essentially an exam that allows you, it essentially says that you meet the bare minimum criteria for your profession. You have to complete residency training before you can take an exam, and then you take it to say that you have a minimal amount of knowledge by the board that governs your field. The same thing for forensic pathology. It basically means not only did you complete the training course, but you have the requisite knowledge to practice independently in that field.
Okay. And approximately how many autopsies have you performed during your career?
I did the numbers a few days ago, and actually somewhere around 4,000, a little over 4,000.
And part of your practice is to write a report in each case?
Yes, in most cases.
Okay.
This is part of the medical examiner file on this case. It includes my autopsy report, or a copy of my autopsy report, as well as a copy of our investigative report. This would be written, comprised by our investigators in the course of their work on this case.
Doctor, could you please turn to slide 2 in your presentation? On July 14th of 2021, were you called out to a location in Roxbury, DNR land?
I was.
And what was the purpose of you being called out there?
Human remains or suspected human remains have been found in this area. It's our policy in the office to respond to a potential homicide or potential human remains. Because we had already found other human remains that were confirmed as human, the doctor, myself, responded to this scene as well, rather than just an investigator initially.
Okay. And what is the jury looking at on slide 2?
On slide 2, the jury is just looking at a photograph of the scene in the parkway. This is part of the trail through which we went in order to get to those remains.
What is the jury looking at with slide 3?
Here you're looking again at the scene. We've moved a little bit further away from the parking lot. I believe that in the left hand of the photograph is part of the river or the river bed. And we are walking across this to go further into an open area of the parkway.
And how would you describe this area in general? Was it remote? Were there a lot of people around? Something else?
At the time that I was there, there weren't a lot of people around other than sheriff's deputies. There was a parking lot and a small area of, I'm not sure if they were camper units or small cabins off of the parking lot. I'm not sure if those were residences or just temporary camping sites, but a handful of domestic kind of units. There was the parking lot, and the rest of it is, as you see in the photographs, essentially just forest, trees, and prairie.
All right, and turning to slide 4, how would you describe slide 4?
Slide 4 is again on our way to the scene. This is where the forest opens up into a kind of prairie. One photograph wouldn't capture the entirety of it, but this is just the pathway that we were taking to get to the remains. You can see that this is an open field at this point.
It's a little bit hard to tell from slide 4, but how high was the grass or the weeds in that prairie area?
I don't recall that we took a measurement, but I would say that they're probably calf length. They weren't knee length, and there was a path already built, so we weren't struggling.
Okay. Could you please describe slide 5?
On slide 5, we've moved through a portion of the prairie, and we're now edging into the area where the remains were found. You can almost see a few of the bushes or a large tree in the middle of the photograph that seem to be a little bit closer to the prairie. We're actually going to be moving behind that area, which is where the remains were found.
Okay. And slide 6, could you describe that slide?
Let's just have a quick pause. I wanted to tell you. I wanted to ask you, do you have weekend plans? Well, now you do, because we'll be watching day 8 and 9 and 10 together, because guess what happened on day 10 of the trial? The verdict. That's all that happened, okay? So we're going to be very busy tomorrow with day 8, and then on Sunday, if you're watching live with me, we're going to be very busy watching closing arguments and the verdict and the sentencing. And then after that, we're going to be looking at some of those police, interviews of the girlfriend, and photo exhibits and things like that from FOIA requests. So looking forward to that with you all. We've got busy, busy days ahead, okay? We're doing a comprehensive deep dive of this case. Thank you so much all for being here.
In slide 6, we're actually coming to the edge of that prairie. We've walked past that large tree that you saw in slide 5. And you're seeing a portion of that large tree on the left side of the photograph. In the middle of the photograph, you can't see from this distance, but for orientation purposes, this is where the remains are found.
Okay. Could you please describe picture 7 for the jury?
Yes. In picture 7, we've moved a little bit closer to that area where the remains are found. You'll note that there are red and blue circles on this photograph, and there are notes on the right side of this presentation, so you can orient yourself. Within the right circle, underneath the tree on the left side of the photograph, you can see this is where we'll find the remains of the left thigh, a left foot, and a right leg. And identified in the blue circle, under a smaller bush a little further away, is the left knee, identified here as the left leg.
In your identification, you have left thigh, left foot, right leg. Was the thigh dismembered from the foot, or the foot dismembered from the thigh?
Yes, what ultimately I believe to be the left thigh that joins the left knee that joins the left thigh and that left leg was identified in the area here circled in blue. So the right leg is intact from the thigh down. The left leg was fragmented. A portion was found in one area, the knee, the thigh, and the foot were found with the right leg.
If anyone is confused, don't worry, I'm sure you'll catch up, especially if you watch day 1's opening statements. But basically, what was found of Bart Halderson was his torso on Chandler Halderson's girlfriend's mother's fiance's property in Cottage Grove. Okay, so they found Bart Halderson's torso there. And then in a different area near the Ruth Culver Community Library along the Wisconsin River, I think the area is called Sauk City or something like that. Yes, that is where they found his mother, Cristina Halderson's legs, but a full right leg, and then the left leg was a thigh and a foot. I mean, 2 parts. That is so scary. So that's what they're describing, because maybe it just sounds like, what are they talking about, 1 person or 2 people? And then they found over 100 bone fragments in the ash trap at the house, because Chandler Halderson had tried to burn some of his parents' remains in that fireplace. clearly he could realize this plan will take forever and it won't work. There'll be, it's not hot enough. So yeah, he started scattering his parents' remains. But just so that you remember, they found Bart's torso and they found Krista's legs. And that's the state that his parents were found in, which is so sad, right? That's what was left of them. Emily Outdoor says, I will never understand murder, but even more so reducing someone, to literal pieces is an evil truly beyond comprehension. And if you watch the police interrogation video, the way he laughs about, did his dad maybe get injured or something? He says, maybe that guy, he laughs like that. Maybe that guy put his arm in the fireplace and got injured or something. It's crazy to watch, actually. So if you missed that, go check it out.
And let's turn to slide 8. How would you describe slide 8 for the jury?
Slide 8 is now a close-up photograph of what we're seeing in the underbrush. This is still far enough away that you can't identify it, but as you were walking into the scene, you would see a fragment of dried brown parchment-like skin, and these remains correspond to the left thigh, the left foot, and the right leg, and they're identified with a yellow circle on your notes.
And as you're approaching these body parts, what, if anything, are you looking to sort of take in and observe?
From the perspective of a forensic pathologist, what I'm looking for initially are how many remains there are. First of all, I want to make sure I'm not screwing anything up in the pathway for those people who are qualified to look at the tracks and the scene, the law enforcement officers. But my main concern looking at the remains is to see if they are covered, are they buried, do they appear to be intact, do they even appear to be human remains, is there insect activity, is there animal activity? These are the things that I'm thinking about. Most of it I won't know until I get really close, but that's what I'm thinking about as I'm approaching this kind of scene.
And how would you describe slide 9?
So slide 9 is a photograph from the same position where I took the photograph in slide 8 from. This gives you some perspective as to the distance between the two piles of remains. So identified in the red circle is actually the left knee, identified here as left thigh, but it's actually a portion of the left thigh and that left knee and the left leg, that missing portion between the thigh and the foot that we saw in the other, identified in the other picture. So you can see that there's some distance between these two piles of remains. Here, this knee is actually visible, it's open, it's between some very thin, I believe they're called, they're not twigs, they're just saplings. Basically in a relatively open area in comparison to the rest.
And could you tell from your observations of being there whether or not it was purposely placed in a separate area or if it was later on by wildlife or something else? Is that something you could determine?
Well, purposely placed in the sense that these fragments had no reason to be there of their own accord. So the distance between them would not be accounted by any grade in the terrain, so it's not like it rolled down a hill. There was a slight a grade to it, but there was so much brush and shrubbery that it would have stopped. There was no animal activity that I could discern on either the soft tissue or the bone. I would defer that to the anthropologist if there is any animal activity that I didn't recognize. There was no definitive explanation for the difference in the distance between them.
Okay. And what do you observe on picture 10?
So on picture 10, you're actually seeing my right foot, unfortunately in the field of the photograph, but in the center of the photograph, what you can see are these remains that were identified as the right leg, left thigh, and left foot. Now we're looking at them with a bird's eye view on top as opposed to through the brush. The brush hasn't been cleared, so this is exactly how these remains were found in the open. You can see that the skin is really dried and brown. It's called parchment-like. It's starting to mummify. You can see all of the gray little fragments that look like little pellets or rice grains. Those are actually maggots that are essentially starting to work on decomposing the body. And you can see that there's just grass around the area without any major coverage. There's nothing on top of these remains.
And doctor, I noticed looking at your foot that you appear to be wearing booties. Could you please describe how you are, or what attire or safety precautions you take when approaching human remains?
Anytime we approach a scene, we want to make sure that we're not tracking any evidence or DNA into the field. We're going to be handling this material, so it's even more important for us to be protected. We usually don a Tyvek suit, which is a full, essentially a bunny suit or footed pajamas, if you like, with a hood. We'll wear masks and gloves and eye protection. This is to keep our DNA or our person from being deposited on the remains or a body if we're looking at a homicide scene of a different kind.
And could you describe slide 11, please?
So in slide 11, now we are looking at a close-up view of the left knee that was found a little bit further away. You can see again that gray discoloration and some of those white fragments that are the maggots that are part of the decomposition process and the insect activity. You can see a fragment of exposed bone looking straight at the camera. And you can see that the skin here is a little bit different color. It is starting to putrefy a little bit. It is starting to dry a little bit, but it isn't as parchment-like or as mummified as the other remains.
And at some point, are these remains collected and taken back to your offices?
Yes, they are.
How are those remains collected?
We collected them in separate body bags just to keep the fragments separated until we can officially identify them. And just by looking at them with the naked eye like this, you can't really tell if they're from the same person. So we collected them as separate pieces. We placed them into a body bag. That body bag is zipped closed. The remains are actually, before it's zipped closed, placed into what's known as an evidence sheet. So it's a clean white sheet that covers those remains. Anything that would fall off would go into that evidence sheet. Then we place that into a white body bag, close it. We tie it with a zip tie with a numbered tag, and then we document that tag number and the time it was sealed, as well as by whom, and that is tracked throughout the rest of the autopsy and examinations that follow.
All right, and could you please describe what you observe in slide 12?
So I'm speeding this up a little for us. It's 1.1 speed. If you feel uncomfortable with it, just remember you can use the little gear setting, right? And you can make the speed a little slower for yourself, like, 0.75, 0.9, something like that. I mean, these are absolutely horrifying details. If I need to slow down again, I will. But some people in chat were saying they're going to fall asleep. Don't fall asleep. We're concentrating over here, okay? So hopefully this helps, the Grizzly speed.
So in slide number 12, we've moved forward to the 16th of July. We are now in the autopsy suite. The remains have been placed on a blue sheet for the purpose of documentation and photographs. What we're looking at specifically on slide number 12 is a photograph of the right leg. In the corner, you'll see an L-shaped ruler. That's there for a couple of purposes. One, that gray ruler on the side actually has our medical examiner case number. That tells you the case number, and that gray fragmented ruler is also about 2 inches long, so that if you want to do some measurements for your own purposes, you know that's about how big that is. So here we can see the parchment-like, dried, partially mummified right lower extremity, or the right leg. You can see a fragment of skin that's attached to the side of that foot. You can see a fragment of the thigh in the upper corner, and we'll talk about that in a different slide.
And in examining the foot, were you able to estimate a shoe size?
I was able to get a measurement of the length of that foot, and it's 7.5 inches from toe to heel. Using just a Google search to find a scale for measuring shoe sizes, we came up with a shoe size of about 8. However, it must be remembered that the foot is partially mummified and desiccated. So this is not a definitive measurement. I can say that it's 7.5 inches from the longest toe to the heel.
Okay. Please describe what the jury is looking at in slide 13, please.
imagine Chandler Halderson carrying his mother's legs out there to that favorite swimming area of his along the Wisconsin River? They said, there was a witness who saw him sort of walking around, and she was thinking, is he hiking or what is this guy doing? And she noticed he had a black, I think she said he was wearing like black pants, and it sounded like dark clothing, and he had a backpack. But I mean, he had the full right leg of his mother, and then the dismembered left leg. I mean, that's just, and that was at 8:28 or so in the morning on the Saturday, which would have been July 2nd. Now I got to do my own paper flapping again. Damn it, man. Just want to check. July 3rd at 8, like 8:30 in the morning. What was he doing? Can you imagine? How was he carrying that? It's terrible. Okay.
In slide 13, you're looking at the cut end of the skin of the right leg. What I'm showing here is that the thigh has relatively clean cuts along the edge of the skin with a couple of triangular, what are known as skin tags. One of the ways to distinguish a sharp force injury that's incurred by a sharp implement, such as glass, a knife, pair of scissors, is that the edge is going to be clean and relatively able to be put together. A blunt trauma that breaks skin, what's known as a laceration, so let's say that it's a fall and somebody tears that skin apart. That skin becomes very jagged and irregular. There's usually some scraping of the skin on the outside, and that helps us distinguish these two. The features that we're seeing here are relatively clean incisions. So this was done by a sharp object. The irregular fragments, those skin tags that are outlined by some of the red arrows, those are telling us that there's motion. This wasn't just a clean cut that went all the way around. This was a cut and a stop, and either the weapon is removed and put back in, which is what usually happens if you think about cutting something that's the length of a thigh. The sharp implement goes in and out, and every time it does, it doesn't go back in exactly into the same place. So you end up with a little bit of a skin tag. And this is also very characteristic of a sharp force injury.
And just for the record, your hand kind of made what I would describe as a sawing motion as you explained that. Is that accurate?
Correct, yes. Basically, I was demonstrating a sharp implement moving in and out as it's being either going across or into the object that it's cutting.
Doctor, what is the jury going to be seeing here in slide 14?
In slide 14, we're seeing that the bone here on the femur has been cut. So now we're looking at the bone or that leg flipped over to the other side.
And what, if anything, can you tell us about this cut?
The most important thing has been outlined by the red arrow. It's a little bit hard to see because even though on the outside the tissue is brown and mummified, when we flip it over on the inside, everything looks gray. That's because it's essentially putrefying and it changes to that gray homogeneous color. But the red arrow is pointing to where the femur ends. That's the bone of the thigh. And you can see that this bone is also relatively smooth with a cut end. It doesn't look like if you think of a chicken bone that you break, for example, you can see that it has splinters or jagged edges on the sides. Here we can see that that bone is relatively smooth and cut off in a diagonal.
And are you at all able to tell what sort of instrument created this cut, or is that for the forensic anthropologist?
I can say that there are definitely tool marks present, but I think the forensic anthropologist is in a better position with much more precise measurements to give the jury a sense of what type of tools might have been used.
All right, thank you. What do you observe on slide 15?
I just want to say, in case it helps anyone, okay? If you use lots of special characters like this, it's very, very difficult to ever tag you in the chat. Like if the mods want to tell you something, or if anyone wants to say hi to you, that is difficult unless they can copy paste, and it's not always possible on all devices. So less is more, simpler is better. Just a tip in case you wanted to know that.
So on slide 15, we're again looking at the right leg, and now we're looking at the back. This is the popliteal fossa, or that little area behind your knee. And within that area is a single kind of a tear-shaped dropped teardrop-shaped defect. It's circled in a yellow circle on your slide.
And what would cause something like that?
There are multiple explanations. The first one being that it's possible insect activity. However, as you may have seen in a previous presentation, and even on these photographs you might note as well, the little holes that are associated with maggot activity called burr holes tend to be very small and round. They're usually just a few millimeters or fractions of an inch wide. This is a relatively large hole. It has characteristics that are similar to a stab wound. On one end, closest to that gray part of the ruler that has our medical examiner number, you can see that the end is pointed, but the opposite side is blunt. Now, with the amount of damage to the tissue and putrefaction, I can't say definitively that this is a stab wound, but it is suspicious for an injury with a sharp force injury, such as a single-edged knife.
Thank you. What are we looking at in slide 16?
In slide 16, we're actually looking at that same right leg, but now we've cut into the skin and we've moved it open. We sort of dissected it and splayed that soft tissue open. You can see that from the edge of the femur to the foot, the bone is intact. The muscle inside is putrefied. It's brown and yellow. But the interesting thing about it is that, except in the areas of insect activity at the edges, there is no blood. There is no hemorrhage. There's no area here that says that there was blood flow at the time any of these injuries were incurred.
So, doctor, are you saying that the person was dead at the time that the leg was removed from the body?
Most likely, yes.
And are there any signs that these wounds were, actually, strike that. Are there any other signs that you're able to detect that suggest that this was done post-mortem or after death?
The majority of the findings, if it was done antemortem, if there was blood flow to this leg, we would be seeing some hemorrhage. I examined this under the microscope as well. Sometimes we might see red blood cells that are associated, even if I can't identify them as such with the naked eye. There was no indication here of blood flow. The tissue, even though it's decomposed, would still have a darker color if there was blood, and there isn't any. That's the main factor that says that there was no movement and no flow of blood, and likely this was post-mortem.
Turning to slide 17, what is the jury observing here?
In slide 17, you're looking at a couple of things. Mainly, you're looking at the left foot on the side, and that's identified by that L-shaped ruler. In the circles, the two red circles, you're also seeing fragments of skin that were recovered with this tissue. If you recall, the intact tissue of the right leg had a fragment of skin on it. That is that layer of skin on the bottom of your foot. These both also have ridges on them that are characteristic with either a foot or a palm. One of them was still attached to the foot, and you could see the ridges. The one on the right leg still had circular ridges that were consistent with the ball of the foot where it was attached. Two fragments similar to this, the squamous epithelium had ridges that were consistent with the heel, and there was another fragment that had a ridge pattern consistent with the ball of the foot that was not attached to anything and was associated with this left foot.
Thank you. Turning to slide 18. Please describe slide 18 to the jury.
In slide 18, you're looking at the foot, but at the cut end. So now the sole of the foot is on the table, and you're basically looking down at the cut edge of the bone. Identified with the red arrows, you can essentially see what we talked about. The skin there is a nice smooth incision. It's basically a very smooth linear cut edge all the way around. You can see that the bone also is relatively smooth. However, you can also see identified by the green arrows that there appear to be kind of steps in the bone. Again, this is consistent with a sharp force injury that can be sawing or some sort of cutting, but again, we have movement and we have a ridge. It's it's not just cut clean through. At the very end, it almost looks as if there's a possibility that it was broken. Again, I would defer that to the forensic anthropologist about the very details of it. But from my perspective, I can see that the bone is being cut. And at some point, the cuts are irregular and they're making little steps. And also, there may be some breakage of the bone as well towards the end.
Turning to slide 19. Why did you take picture 19?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. What is picture 19? I said, why did you take picture 19, or what does it represent?
So picture 19 is that same left foot. Now we're looking at it from the side. We're looking at the outside of the ankle. And you can see, identified by the red arrows, the same sort of skin tags that we saw on the thigh. Again, we're looking at incisions, a cut that's being made around the ankle or the distal leg portion. And anytime that there's a movement in that sharp tool, either in or out or forwards and backwards, we're seeing a small skin tag being made. And we see that continued here on the foot as well.
And doctor, this is a small point, but there appear to be some twigs kind of stuck to that foot. Can you tell us about that?
I think those are just fragments from the scene. Again, if you remember, it was laid in that field, and that had some small short grasses, some dried grasses there. This was the best photograph that I had of these edges, but it's probably one of the earlier photographs before we removed some of the debris that was attached.
Sure. All right. What does slide 20 show us?
Slide 20, again, is showing the reflection of the skin. We tried to get as much off to look at the muscle underneath. Again, we're seeing that gray change associated with putrefaction, but we're not seeing any hemorrhage or any discoloration to indicate that there was blood flow at the time these injuries were incurred.
Again, suggesting it was postmortem.
Correct.
Turning to slide 21, what does slide 21 show you?
In slide 21, we're looking at the left thigh. The white arrows in the middle are identifying the types of holes that we see from maggot activity. We see this very commonly in mummified remains, and you can actually see them in museum exhibits if you're ever looking at a mummy. These are these nice, small, round holes that a maggot makes in order to get into the tissue or to get back out. In contrast to that, in the red arrows on the sides, again, we're looking at incisions or sharp force injuries on the skin. You can see the cuts are very broad and very jagged. You'll see them on both sides of the picture and also both sides of the cut ends of the thigh, So you can see cut ends on the distal portion as well as the proximal portion. Again, sharp incisions with skin tags. Inside the red circle, you're looking at the bone, the femur, and you can see that it also has a partially smooth edge, but now it's also making a jagged point, suggesting that we have both sharp and blunt force injuries involved.
Turning to slide 22, what is the jury observing in slide 22?
In slide 22, we're again looking at the left thigh, but now we're looking at a close-up of the bone. And the yellow arrow is showing us a nice smooth edge. Again, this is where the bone is being cut. But the red arrows are showing that we have jagged ends in part of the cortex, or the kind of circular rim, the hard part of the bone. And that is indicative of a blunt force injury, meaning not something that's done with a knife, but it could be either done with a different tool or it could be broken.
What does picture 23 show us?
In picture 23, we're looking straight down into that bone. Normally, when you would look down at bone, you would see a nice circular rim, which is the hard cortex, and inside is the medulla, the soft part where blood cells are made. But within that red circle inside of the marrow, which you actually see a fragment of bone. So this indicates that not only was this bone cut, as we've already seen in other photographs, but it confirms the fact that there was blunt trauma as well, because now a broken fragment of bone is actually tightly jammed into the marrow.
All right, turning to slide 24. What are we observing on slide 24?
On slide 24, we're looking at a very close-up view of the thigh and the bones from the left extremity. The green arrow is again showing us those nice, relatively smooth cut edges. They do have some irregularity to it, but in comparison to those identified by the red arrow, where we have peaks and valleys up and down, the green arrow is showing us sharp force injuries. The red arrows are showing us fragmented bone, so likely blunt force trauma or breakage of the bone. And in the middle of the photograph in the white box, you can see that you have linear cuts on the bone. So these linear incisions are essentially sharp force injuries or cuts that are made on the bone, most likely as the soft tissue or the skin is being cut.
Turning to picture 25. What does picture 25 illustrate?
So in picture 25, again, we've reflected all of the soft tissue of the bone. So you can see the bone in the middle, and on both sides of the bone is slightly gray, yellow, putrefied muscle and soft tissue. Again, there's no hemorrhage, there's no darkening areas that are consistent with a previous hemorrhage. So there's no evidence of blood flow at the time that these injuries were incurred.
Turning to slide 26. Could you please describe slide 26?
Yes. On slide 26, now we're looking at the left knee that was recovered separately. The white arrows are pointing toward the femur. So that's the leg part, the thigh part. And the double arrows in yellow are showing the tibia and the fibula. So those are the bones of the leg.
Okay. Turning to slide 27. What do we observe there?
Here on slide 27, we are looking at the distal or the far portion of the leg where the tibia and fibula are. What you're seeing identified by the white arrows is the edge of the skin, and you can see a very nice smooth cut all the way around. There are a few areas where it's jagged with those triangular skin tags or maybe some steps in the skin, but for the most part, it's a smooth cut all the way on this side.
Doctors, the cuts, some of them have been really smooth, some of them have been more jagged. What would account for that?
Many different things would account for it. It could be the result of using different tools. It could be the result of somebody being tired. It could be the result of different condition of the tissue. As essentially they're indicators of motion. So it basically means that the sharp object is moving either back and forth or in and out in a stab wound. Every time we have one of those irregularities, you know that the knife has come in a different direction, or the glass or whatever sharp implement you're using. In cases where we're seeing such vast differences, it could be either because of a difference in the condition of the tissue. We know that this left knee, for example, isn't as decomposed as the left thigh, the left foot, and the right leg. If it's mummified, the skin will be tougher and there might require different force. And again, if a different tool is being used, that could account for it as well.
And why would some of the body parts be more mummified than others? What could account for that?
Again, different conditions under which they were either stored or they were placed outside. A more shaded area is going to provide cooler air, maybe more moist air. That kind of tissue, if it's cooler, may not putrefy as quickly and it may not mummify. You need relatively dry, hot air for the mummification process to occur. There are also other factors that could be happening before they are, in this case, before they were placed into the park. Portions may have been kept refrigerated or frozen, or they may have been kept in a cooler place. There are many factors that go into it, so I can't say just one, but if I could tell you if one is consistent.
Okay, thank you. Turning to slide 28. What is significant about slide 28?
On slide 28, we're looking at the left knee again, and we're looking at the femur. So in the big white square in the middle, you can see again those kind of linear horizontal cuts on the bone. Those can be as a result of either cutting away the soft tissue or initial attempts at cuts that just didn't go, a fracture or a blow with a heavy object.
Turning to slide 29.
Thank you so much, Faux Brit, and everyone who spoiled the mods with coffees. Thank you also to everyone who's bought me coffees and sent PayPals and joined Patreon and done all the things. I really appreciate it, and I know the mods do too. So thanks, Faux Brit.
What does slide 29 demonstrate?
So slide 29 is demonstrating, again, that right knee, but now we're looking at it kind of upside down. So what we're looking at are the tibia and the fibula. So those would normally be the bottom parts of your leg, but we've turned them upside down for photographs. And just like we've seen in the other tissue, we're seeing both the smooth edge as it's cut. You can see that it's almost a flat end, right? And that's demonstrated by the red arrows. But the green arrow is showing you a step or an irregularity, in the way that that bone is cut. So we're seeing some evidence of a sharp force that's not clean all the way through, but kind of jagged cuts on top of the bone. And again, I'm using my left hand to make kind of a sawing motion to demonstrate the movement.
Thank you. What is shown in slide 30?
In slide 30, now we have reflected the skin from that knee. You can see that this looks very different from the remainder of the tissue. On the outside, it wasn't as parchment-like, it wasn't as dried, and you can also see here that the fat has stayed yellow as it would, and that the muscle is pink. So this bone and muscle tissue and soft tissue is better preserved than that right leg, left thigh, and left foot. Again, there's no hemorrhage here either. Even though we have very good soft tissue, we don't have a lot of putrefaction and no artifact. There's absolutely no hemorrhage here.
In slide 31. What are we observing in slide 31?
In slide 31, we have removed all of the soft tissue from the bone. And at this point, before we involve the anthropologist and before the bones are prepared for that examination, I am just putting together the bones of the left thigh and the left knee. You can see, identified by the L-shaped ruler, you can actually see the linear, irregular kind of line across the bone. That is where the end of the left thigh and the end of the femur of the knee are put back together, and that they approximate very nicely. They come right back together like pieces of a puzzle.
So does that suggest that they were at one point the full leg?
To me, yes, this indicates that these pieces of bone are from the same leg.
And turning to your last slide, what is
B. Moore says, I don't think he had a plan, not until he knew his world was crashing around him with his parents and freaked out in the worst way. I mean, it could be. But you know what's interesting? We're going to hear from his former friend, Andrew Smith, later, the guy that gave him the gun as a gift, right? Andrew already possessed the gun, and he decided to, because he sold a whole bunch of weapons, right? And so he gave it to Chandler as a gift because that was Chandler's favorite type of gun. Now, that was 2 weeks before the murders, and in those 2 weeks, Chandler was saying that he's grounded. You know, he was telling Kat that he's grounded. I don't really believe that he was grounded, but he was telling Kat that he was. So that timing for me is interesting with what was going on in Chandler's mind. You know, it's an interesting timeline when you consider it like that. And was he preparing for what if everyone found out that he was lying? I mean, I think his first prize plan in his own mind was to go to Florida and pretend that he was working at SpaceX. And if that would happen, I think that would be a huge danger to his girlfriend, because eventually I'm sure she would have found out that he's lying. But you're pretending to go to SpaceX every day. Damn. But yeah, who knows if he actually planned it or just reacted to the day. But what a really sinister thing to do. Because shooting his parents, I mean, and both, that's one thing. That's bad enough. But then all this dismemberment, I mean, it's just unthinkable. And then the fireplace. And then scattering all the remains. I mean, then getting in the pool and washing himself off with others there, like in plain sight. This guy was really doing the worst.
Slide 32 show us?
Slide 32 is that same process. Remove the bone from the distal portion of, or the entire knee, and I put that left foot and the left leg back together. You can see that the large bone right in the front of the photograph has a bit of a gap. That's just a piece of tissue that's gone, and of that bone that's gone and not going to be recovered, probably because of the tool that was used to separate them. But those pieces do come together. And to the left of that, you can see the fibula, and you can see how those two pieces of bone come nicely together.
Again, fitting them like puzzle pieces, demonstrating that they're of the same leg.
Yes.
Now, doctor, you have a name on your report of who you believed these legs belonged to, Krista Halderson. Is that correct?
Correct.
How did you come to identify that these legs belonged to Krista Halderson?
We collected DNA samples from the fragments of tissue. The tissue from the left knee that was pink was still viable for DNA analysis. And the crime laboratory made a comparison and identified the remains as that of Krista R. Halderson.
And doctor, in doing your autopsy of these legs, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Not specifically, no.
What, if anything, were you able to report?
Well, I do know that there are sharp force injuries, and I do see that there are blunt force injuries. But again, as we've already mentioned, these are post-mortem. So I don't actually know what injury caused the death of Krista Halderson. But I believe that she died as a result of some violence, a non-natural death. And the cause of death is described as homicidal violence.
And that would be the manner of death.
The manner of death is homicide.
But again, you don't know the specifics. She could have been shot, strangled. You have no information to determine.
That's correct. We don't have anything other than the legs to make that determination.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Just a couple questions for you. We had looked at page 15, if you don't mind turning to page 15. I believe it was the knee, and there was a defect that she spent some time talking about. As far as that defect goes, I believe you mentioned that it could be some type of stabbing, correct?
Sharp force injury, yep.
And just to confirm, that defect happened post-mortem as well? Yes?
Correct. If it is a stab wound or an incision, it is post-mortem as well.
Okay. Now, bringing your attention to the cause of death, you had mentioned that you can't specify what exactly the cause of death is, correct?
Correct.
And when we're talking about cause of death, we're talking about, as Attorney Raymond said, gunshot wounds, stabbing, strangling, something along those lines, correct?
Correct.
Now, when we're talking about the manner of death being homicide, how is it that you determined that it was a homicide?
It's the totality of the events. It's the fact that we have a pair of legs that are separated from the head, a torso, and its related extremities. The fact that these remains have been dismembered from an individual postmortem, that there is an attempt to hide these remains. And it's also in conjunction with what we know about the death of Bart Halderson. We believe that this all occurred at relatively the same time under the same circumstances.
So it sounds like you're using a lot of different factors other than just the legs in and of themselves to determine that homicide was a manner of death.
Yes, although I will say that I have no explanation for why these two legs would be found in a state park in the course of a natural death. There's no way that I could call this anything natural. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so let me see if I can kind of understand that. The fact that the legs were found where they were is something that you use to determine a homicide versus a natural death.
It's part of what we use to determine the manner as a homicide, yes.
And I guess that ultimately is the issue. You just have a pair of legs. You can't really determine much from the legs in and of itself.
Well, I can determine that the dismemberment occurred. They didn't fall off. They were actually taken off the body. I can determine that we have different types of injuries. We have sharp force injuries and blunt force injuries. I can also determine that this happened post-mortem. So there are a few things that I can determine, but you're correct that there's a limit to what I can say.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
One follow-up question. So, doctor, is it fair to say that your determination is based on the totality of all of the evidence that you know at the time and not just a decision made in a vacuum?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
I actually have a clarification question, Doctor, and it has to do with both the use of the term and the description of movement that you made reference sawing. You're testifying about that movement or that style of motion and not about whatever implement was used at the time of that motion. Is that correct?
That is correct. As a forensic pathologist, my ability to determine tool marks is limited. However, we know forensically that when we see those kinds of skin tags, that is usually the result of a motion of a sharp object, either a sawing or a stabbing motion.
Thank you. Any questions in a follow-up to my question
No, Your Honor.
from
No,
defense?
no, thank you.
May this witness be excused
She may.
and released?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'll take the exhibits that are there with you.
Deputy, I know you've
Okay, let's pause. There was a question earlier. Now I can't remember who asked it. I'm like, I'll remember. And now my brain is like, no, you won't. You're not going to remember at all, lady. Somebody asked if we've seen Chandler Halderson's Google searches. So today is day 7 of the trial. It will be on day 8. So tomorrow we will hear a lot of the digital forensic evidence. So about Google searches and Snapchat locations and, you know, where his cell phone was. But from the probable cause affidavit, yeah, he was literally Googling body parts found Wisconsin and like all kinds of things about the body parts that could be found in Wisconsin before any of the body parts were found. So that also just adds to the evidence they have against him, because why on earth would he be Googling that, right? At that point, as I say, no one even knew that they were looking for body parts. They thought it was a missing persons investigation. So we'll hear more of that tomorrow. So if you like that sort of thing, the digital forensic evidence and the Google searches and the Snapchats and, you know, all the charts and graphs we're going to see, I hope you'll be back tomorrow, which will be a Saturday if we're watching live together.
testified once before, but could you please restate both your first and last name for the record?
Yes, my first name is Michael, Michael. Last name is Wilk, Wilk.
And just to remind the jury, part of the duties in your particular role is occasionally to view video and help Scott Coombs with analysis.
Yes, that is correct.
And I'm going to approach you with Exhibit 568. Now, one of the videos that you painstakingly watched in this case was from the Bridgman property. I think it's 522 Bridgman from July 6th of 2021.
Correct, 7022 Bridgman.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And in the course, I would like you to look at Exhibit 568. And with a fair description of 568, these still shots from the Bridgman video on July 6th, 2021.
Yes, that is correct.
And specifically the early morning hours from 12:01 a.m. to about 4:30.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Those appear to be true and accurate images or screenshots.
Yes, I do.
At this point, I would move Exhibit 568 into evidence.
No objection. Thank you. It is received.
And if I could have the left HDMI, Your Honor. And specifically in watching this video, you detailed or listed every time you observed a light in one of the corresponding windows. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that is correct.
And specifically of the Halderson home?
Yes, the north side of the residence.
Okay. And slide 2, that is at 12:07 a.m.?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
If you missed this full fire presentation, is what they called it, then it was yesterday. It's timestamped for you. We sped it up so that we could see, you know, it was a 30-minute presentation. We looked at it for about 5 minutes or so because we sped it up. But it was from a neighbor's house, the neighbor Colin Lynch, across the pond in that Oak Circle area. And his ring cams, he had 13 security cams at his house. One of them caught, you know, it's facing the Halderson home, like, and looking across the pond. And it saw the flickering light in the window, which the police determined was coming from the fireplace. And you could see it go brighter, brighter, brighter throughout the night, and then it goes darker, darker, darker again. And that was when he was trying to burn his parents' remains, you know. That is scary to see that as well. And he probably used some accelerant on it. I don't know if it was alcohol, what he put on there, but yeah, that was quite eerie to see. So if you haven't seen it, it is timestamped for you. Now they're just revisiting some of this. So it looks like this. If you're wondering, what is this? What are we looking at? It was explained very well yesterday, which would be day 6 of the trial.
And slide 3 is just with a circle. What are we observing in slide 3?
Yes, on slide 3, you can see a low light level emanating from what has been labeled and described as the fireplace window.
And moving now to 12:11 a.m., What are we observing on slide 5?
On slide 5, on the west side of the residence is a window attached to the garage of the residence, and you can see a low light source emanating from that window.
And slide 6 is 12:16 a.m. What are we observing in slide 6?
In slide 6, again, we are observing a low light level, slightly more intense than the initial image of a light source emanating from that fireplace window.
And again, this is also based on your analysis with Scott Coons, and we watched a video of the July 1st going into July 2nd previous.
Yes, correct. I was present and assisted with that analysis the evening that we conducted it. I also have had the opportunity to review his report.
Slide 7 is at 12:23 a.m. Light source appears to have gone away.
Yes, that is correct. There's no observable light source at this time.
12:33 a.m. What are we observing in slide 10?
In slide 10, we can see light source emanating at this time from the kitchen window, which also with a lower light level emanating from what would be the dining room window.
And then 12:35 a.m.
There's no observable light sources at this time.
1:18 a.m.
We're again seeing a low light source emanating from the fireplace window.
1:18 a.m.
The light source is now dissipated and there's no observable light source at this time.
1:27 a.m.
Again, we're seeing a light source emanating from a window located on the west side of the residence, which was associated with the garage.
1:40 a.m.
No observable light source.
2:15 a.m.
Again, we have another light source coming from the west side of the residence with a window associated with the garage.
2:20 a.m.
No observable light source at this time.
3:43 a.m.
Again, we're seeing an observable light source coming from the garage window.
3:48 a.m.
No observable light source at this time.
3:52 a.m.
Again, we're seeing another light source coming from the garage window.
I mean, okay, I just zoomed in a little bit. I was zoomed in, so I've zoomed out so we could see these little yellow circles in the corner here. But again, if you don't know what's going on, it was a surveillance camera from a neighbor that caught lights on in the Halderson home. And so based on where they determined exactly where that light was coming from, they determined it was the fireplace making those lights. Obviously, Chandler was also going in and out of the kitchen and things like that. But that's what it is. If you feel lost, you gotta watch day 6, the testimony, and I've literally time-stamped it for you as fireplace presentation. So go and see that, and then you'll be all caught up.
3:57 a.m.
No observable light source at this time.
4:03 a.m.
4:03, we're seeing another light source emanating from the garage window.
4:09 a.m.
No observable light source at this time.
4:25 a.m.
Again, we're seeing another light source emanating from the garage window.
4:30 a.m.
No observable light source.
4:31 a.m.
At this time, we're seeing another low-level light source coming from the garage window. We also have, it's not circled in this image, but we have a light source now slightly to what would be south of that window coming from the driveway area of the residence.
And then 4:31 and 24 seconds a.m.
At this time, we're observing automobile leaving the residence. You have both in the upper right-hand corner of the image, video still from the 111 Oak Springs Circle residence video surveillance system that shows that vehicle leaving, which was the light source that we initially saw in the previous image.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
So before cross-examination, why that's important as well is because it tells us that Chandler Halderson was up all night after murdering his parents, because I think that was going to be his main plan. He thought he could incinerate his parents' remains in the fireplace and, you know, dust off his hands and be done with it. But that's definitely not what happened. He completely underestimated the task that he had just put in front of himself, which is just horrible. And so seeing this light source going on and off and to the garage, to the kitchen, and then, the fireplace going all throughout the night, that's very scary to think of. He also, after murdering his parents on July 1st of 2021, he first shot his dad, and then he asked his mom, he texted his mom from his dad's phone saying that his phone died and that she should text Chandler. But actually, his dad died because he shot him, right? And then he asked his mother for a soda, and she said she can get that for him on her way home. And when she got home at around 5:20 p.m. on July 1st of 2021, he killed her, right? So then he dismembered them. And that's why we see this fireplace going. Now, that night, he already went to go and buy 2 bags of ice. That same day, July 1st, 2021, when he murdered his parents, he went to go buy 2 bags of ice. So that would be to store or to help store the dismembered remains. So that's scary, because how much research did he even do to come up with that little plan? He didn't have to do too much. I'm just saying. I think he probably did, Anyway, then the next morning, early in the morning, he had gone to Fleet Farm to go and buy a tarp. And so the timeline goes on. But just hearing about this light source going all night, yeah, he was up all night. No wonder he was telling Kat that he was just so tired. And she was like, damn, he looks so tired. This guy's looking lethargic. Yeah, now we know why.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you have seen, is it Detective or Deputy Kuntz's light analysis from the night of July 1st, correct?
I'm having a slightly difficult time hearing you. If you could
Sure.
maybe use the microphone, that'd be great.
On.
Yeah, the fan
Yeah.
right above my head here. Thank you.
You've seen, I don't know if it's Detective or Deputy Kuntz, you've seen his light source analysis from the July 1st Bridgman Road footage, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, is it fair to say that the light you saw in the video from July 6th was not of the intensity of...
Naughty. I was naughty. I should have listened much better, okay? So everything I told you is the timeline. But this video, as Nana Junkin pointed out, wait, where is it? You said this video is dated July 6th. So he was still busy going back and forth to the kitchen, to the garage, doing all sorts of things. He reported his parents missing on July 7th. So he had already left his father's torso on Cress's property on July 5th. And he had already gone to that area, his favorite swimming area, on July 3rd. So I don't know what all he was still doing on July 6th besides obviously cleaning up a lot. Cleaning up. Yeah, because, he had a toe hole that made all that mess. Right.
the theorized fireplace light, correct?
Correct. There were varying levels of intensity from the night of July 2nd, as well as the night of July 6th. There were, or I would guess it would be the early morning hours of July 6th. There was also a slight varying level intensity, however, not quite as intense in times as the night of, or the early morning hours of July 2nd.
And for the July 6th video, Deputy Kuntz didn't do that level of light analysis, correct?
Can you rephrase your question?
Yes, from the July 6th video that these slides are the subject of, Deputy Kuntz did not do the same type of in-depth analysis that he did for the July 1st video.
The video, in essence, would be the same video. It's the same view. It's the same perspective. Nothing necessarily changes in regards to what lights come from what windows that were identified during that light analysis.
Well, maybe I'll rephrase the question a little. The slides that we see here that you've presented today
Yes.
are the only time you saw lights coming from those windows on that Bridgman Road video on July 6th.
On July 6th, correct. Those are the lights that I documented during that viewing of the video.
So if they're not documented in these slides, you didn't see lights, correct?
Whatever was documented in my report would be associated with what was previewed here in court today.
So are you saying there's things in your report that document lights that aren't reflected in this video presentation or this slide presentation?
No, I'm saying this, what was demonstrated or shown here today mirrors what was documented in my report.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any redirect?
No.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Do you still have the exhibit, sir?
I do not.
Okay, all right, very good. We'll go ahead and file that with the clerk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am informed that this would be a good point to break, given the length of the next witness, so we will take our morning break. Go right ahead.
Did you guys enjoy your morning break? Put that coffee down. No, you can have coffee anytime, coffee or tea or whatever, but we just defluff all those breaks, okay? So here we go.
Good morning. Please state and spell your name for us.
Cristina, Cristina. Figueroa, Figueroa. Soto, Soto.
And what do you do for a living, doctor?
I work for the Dane County Medical Examiner as their forensic anthropologist and chief of investigations.
I'm showing what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 371. Can you briefly identify what that is?
This is my curriculum vitae.
All right. I'll move 371 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received, and I'll ask the witness to slide the microphone a lot closer because the blowers have turned on and they create a good deal of noise in the
Is this
courtroom.
better? Okay.
Doctor, do you hold any postgraduate degrees?
I do.
Could you please talk about those?
Sure. So I have a master's in forensic anthropology at Texas State University. At that university, they do have one of the largest decomposition research facilities in the country, or what we usually call a body farm. I also hold a PhD, again, in forensic anthropology from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville.
Just know the quality gets better of the court feed that I have defluffed for us, okay? Right now it's a little fuzzy, but it gets better.
This is a university where you could consider the pioneer of forensic anthropology, again, with another body farm in place.
Sure. As part of your work and your postgraduate degrees, I imagine there's a good deal of academic study in the classroom, but also a good deal of practical study in the field?
It is correct, yes.
And you use the phrase body farms. Could you tell us, essentially in your profession as an anthropologist, how does one learn to do the work practically that they have to do in their career?
Sure. So pretty much we focus on three things. One is the search and recovery of human remains. So that's where the body farm comes into place, right? So that you can learn how to search for, recover the remains, and then once the remains are located, pretty much that's where the second thing comes in, which is the analysis, right? So one of the main things that we are focused on doing is trying to identify human remains, right, whenever they're unidentified. So at the facility, once the individuals are pretty much done with decomposition, the skeleton itself is a valuable part of the research, right, in order for us to create new methods for identification, right? So whenever we have unknown human remains, we can actually estimate the age of the individual, the stature, the biological sex of the individual, as well as the ancestral background, or what we usually call race. Usually, once we get that profile or that information from the bones, we can usually give that to law enforcement or the medical examiner in order to narrow it down and help with identification. The third thing that we do is focusing on trauma analysis, right? Once we search, once we recover, once we identified, then we look for trauma. Our main goal is to A, identify the type of trauma that it is. Second, to locate. Where is the trauma located in the body? And third, mostly trying to figure it out how that trauma had something to do with the cause and the manner of death. So those are kind of a summary of the three things that we do and how the facility actually helps us getting that training.
Sure. And when we talk about human remains and the practical part of your education and getting your master's and your PhD, are these actual human remains that you're studying?
Yes. So both skeletal collections and both research facilities, they're donated remains. So individuals, once they're alive, they decided to donate their bodies to science, or usually the next of kin can actually donate their bodies to science as well.
After receiving your PhD in biological anthropology, could you just talk through what your career progression has been, where you've worked and what you've done?
Sure. So once I was almost done with my PhD, I actually started a position at the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office. I was in a dual position as their forensic anthropologist as well as their deputy medical examiner. So there I spent about a little bit over 5 years. And then after that, I was hired here at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office as their chief of investigations and also forensic anthropologist as well.
Aside from this case, what types of deaths or crime scenes are you often called upon to work on?
So, especially in Waukesha and also here, I had experience with motor vehicle accidents that engulf in flames, all the way to gunshot wounds to the head, gunshot wounds to the torso, pretty much search and recovery of remains as well. And that can be categorized into a very secluded area, right, where the remains are undisturbed, all the way to areas where the remains have been disturbed. That could be from animal activity all the way to, obviously, human activity, right? In those regards, it's usually maybe because of a motor vehicle accident or because of fire trauma. So pretty much, I would say from all the spectrum to search and recovery to multiple cases of trauma as well.
Sure. You're not a medical doctor, correct?
I am not.
We've heard from multiple medical examiners, Dr. Rogalska and Dr. Breslauer in this case. Could you explain how your job as a forensic anthropologist is different from their job as a forensic pathologist, essentially?
Sure. So I always look at it as I work with the hard tissue, and the pathologist focuses on the soft tissue, right? So I focus on the bone itself, right? But the soft tissue is very important to me, right? So that's why I have to work along with the pathologist, right? Because just to give you an example, if I see a bone still during autopsy and I see a potential fracture, I always like to look at the tissue because there might be hemorrhage there, right? So we kind of need to work together. I do not establish cause and manner of death. I actually provide information so that the pathologist can actually put it together and from my information get an estimated, guess about the cause and manner of death. So my focus is on the bone itself, right? And we go back again to the identification process and the trauma analysis, how that information is actually going to help the pathologist determine who this person is, and then from there also determine and help with the cause and the manner of death.
Since graduating and beginning your career as an anthropologist, are you ever called upon to teach or instruct law enforcement and other professionals, both at a state and national level, about what you do and the concept of forensic anthropology in general?
Yes. So I actually started that during my graduate career. So part of my graduate career involves teaching. So, and especially at Texas State and also the University of Knoxville, the Tennessee in Knoxville, because those facilities are actually used for training. So since my master program, I had to teach from search and recovery all the way to identification and trauma analysis to local law enforcement and to the FBI. The same with Tennessee. We have a program there where law enforcement from all over the country usually comes here for training. The same with the FBI as well. And also here in Wisconsin, I've been able to teach and train some of the local law enforcement in regards to search and recovery, as well as the identification process when we have unknown human remains.
Doctor, were you asked to become involved into the investigation of the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson, and as well as obviously some remains or bone fragments found at the home on Oak Springs in the town of Windsor?
I was.
And you performed quite a bit of work in this case, did you not?
I did.
You have written 4 separate reports.
I did.
One involving Bart Halderson.
That's correct.
One involving Krista.
That's correct.
One involving the remains found near Krista that hadn't been DNA determined to be Krista, correct?
That's correct.
And then lastly, one regarding items found at the home on Oak Springs.
That is correct.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 569. Is this a printout of the presentation that we've developed to try to present some of your testimony here today?
That is correct.
And 379 is just a USB containing that presentation?
That is correct.
All right. I'll move 569 and 379 and move to display 379.
No objection.
They are received.
Every case presents different questions for people at the medical examiner's office, and specifically for you. Every case presents different questions you're trying to answer. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
And even today, as we go through the different sets of remains, at different times you're trying to answer different questions.
Yes.
All right. We're going to start with Bart Halderson. For the record, I'm showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 375. Is that your report related to Mr. Halderson?
That is correct.
Okay. I'll move 375 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
When it comes to Bart Halderson, you weren't necessarily trying to identify who he was. That was established already, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
What questions were you trying to answer when it comes to Bart Halderson?
So in this case, the main question was because there was trauma. There was sharp force trauma to the bone. So in the setting of a potential dismemberment, the goal of this examination was to trying to determine or trying to provide information about the class characteristics of the tools that were potentially used for the dismemberment.
Sure. So if we go to the first slide, it talks about the beginning of your involvement. Just tell me how you became involved in the study of Mr. Bart Halderson's dismemberment.
Sure. So pretty much once the autopsy was completed and the individual was positively identified, again, due to the presence of sharp force trauma, I was in the setting of a potential dismemberment. I was called in order to examine the human remains, again, because of the trauma analysis and the potential goal for getting an anthropological toolmark analysis that can provide information about the classifications or the properties of the tools that were potentially used in this setting.
When you use the phrase anthropological toolmark analysis, what do you mean by that? What are you trying to determine?
Sure. So an anthropological toolmark analysis focuses on the characteristics, right? So I'm looking at the characteristics that were left on the bone and how those characteristics actually are similar or dissimilar to any other tool or potential characteristics of other tools that were found near the decedent or anything that is of potential evidence.
Sure. Could you tell me a little bit about the general condition of the remains when you had access to them?
Sure. Specifically for the decedent, there was a lot of changes, especially on the torso. There was marbling, there was skin slippage, there was maggot activity. So pretty much once the autopsy was completed, Dr. Corey Breslauer was the one who actually dissected the elements that were needed for analysis. Once the elements were dissected, the elements were macerated in water, which is just pretty much cleaning in water. And then after that, they were dried for about 2 weeks. The elements that were removed from the body that had dismemberment trauma were pretty much both arms and both femur or the legs.
Sure. When the last bullet point there, you say each element was macerated in water and air dried. Throughout this presentation, the jury's looked at a lot of photographs in this case. We're not going to look at any photographs of the body being decomposed or anything of that sort, correct? We're going to look at bones.
That is correct, yes.
There are photographs of bones, and these are, in fact, the bones of Bart Halderson we're going to look at.
That is correct.
Okay. After you were able to take a look at those bones, you performed something called a skeletal inventory.
That is correct.
What is a skeletal inventory?
So pretty much for me, I just need to know what I have, right? So in order for me to start my examination, I want to look for features, and I want to make sure that I have one single individual, and B, that all the elements that I'm looking for, that I need for the analysis, are present.
Sure. So we'll start here. And just to clarify, those are in fact Mr. Halderson's bones we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And we have an example, obviously, a skeleton on the right showing us the location, but tell the jury what we're looking at here.
Sure. So right now we're looking at the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th cervical vertebrae. So cervical vertebrae is pretty much what makes your neck, right? So that is the reason why I put that in there, so that you guys can get an idea of what section we're looking at. Like I said, it's for all the way from the 4th all the way to the 7th. Below the 7th, that's when your thoracic vertebrae starts. So it's pretty much almost at the bottom of the neck.
In counting the vertebrae, we start at the top with 1, and then we go down, correct? So the 4th there is the highest one?
Yeah, so pretty much we have the skull, and then from the skull we have 1, 2, and 3, and then from 3 all the way to 7, that's what makes up your neck.
And are these the only are these the top vertebrae that you were able to obtain from the torso?
Yes, those are the only cervical vertebrae that were available.
So just know that we are going to be seeing pictures of skeletal remains. It's nothing too graphic. You know, normally I wouldn't show, obviously if it's like the torso, I block that out, things like that. But this would be, it's less graphic, of course, than something like that. Okay? So just so that you know what's coming up, they're going to go through all of the findings of this forensic anthropologist.
What are we looking at here?
So that's pretty much your arm. So it's the humerus. So we have the left humerus. And what I did is I show you different views, right? The front, the back, the side, the inside. And then we also have the right humerus. And again, I provided you with multiple views of it. The humerus is just pretty much your arm bone. So it's pretty much from the top of your shoulder all the way, almost maybe kind of halfway.
Sure. And on the left there is the left arm, and on the right is the right arm?
Yes.
Okay. And those are Mr. Halderson's bones?
That is correct.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
So now we're looking at the femur, or pretty much kind of the top part of the leg. Again, we have the left femur, and what I included is different views that you guys can see the front, the back, and the sides. And then we have the right femur. And again, I show you multiple views so that you guys can have a general overview of the element itself.
Sure. And you were able to make some observations fairly quickly about what was going on, or at least of some suspicions you had of how those limbs were severed?
Yes. So the first thing that I noticed is that there is dismemberment trauma on the skeleton, and it is consistent with transection via sawing. Pretty much when I'm doing an anthropological toolmark analysis, I'm trying to focus on several things. One of them is false starts, also the distance between the teeth of whatever tool we're using, and then also the direction of blade, a direction of progress of the blade, and also of the cutting stroke.
Sure. And for Mr. Halderson, we're going to go through these in some more detail just to teach everyone about what we're talking about, right? But we're not,
Sure.
We're not going to do that for everybody.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what is a false start.
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
So a false start is just a cut that did not go through, right? That it did not separate the bone completely. One of the reasons why I'm very interested in false starts is because it gives me a lot of information. The deeper the false start, the more information I'm going to get about the tool. One of them is the minimum curve, right? So the curve is just a fancy word for the walls, right? The walls of that false start. So the width, the minimum width of that false start is actually going to give me information about the width of the set of the blade, right? If you think about it, the knife goes through the bone. So whatever false start I have and whatever width I have is directly correlated with the width of that blade. So that's why it's so important. Again, the deeper it is, the more information I can get.
Sure. And an example I think maybe you and I talked about meeting in December was I talked about cutting down my Christmas tree, and where I pushed the saw through and it got stuck and I pulled it out. That's a false start.
Yes, that is a good example of a false start.
Okay. What do we mean when we talk about teeth per inch, and why is that important?
Sure. So in regards to teeth per inch, right, if we're thinking about tools and the type of tools that we're utilizing for whatever type of job you have, right, you're always, depending on the tool and the job, you always want to look for teeth per inch. So teeth per inch, the smaller the teeth per inch, the rougher the cut is going to be, right? If you're thinking about wood, if you have a higher teeth per inch, that is usually something that is going to give you a smoother cut. So that's just thinking in terms of, right, if you go to the hardware store and you're looking for, some type of job. In this case, teeth per inch is actually very informative for us as well, because it's a very unique characteristic of the tool itself. And that actually reflects on the bone itself. So as you're cutting through, depending on how many teeth per inch you have, it's going to create some grooves and some dips in the bone itself. So those dips and those grooves, we can actually measure them, and we can that distance is actually correlated again back to the teeth per inch. The measurement of the actual tool itself is very simple. You take the tool, you obviously put a scale, and then you count how many teeth you have within an inch, right? So the same is with the bone. I measure, and then from there, I actually calculate how many teeth per inch I have on that bone.
Okay. So we talked about the false starts. So we have a cut that didn't go all the way through. So from that cut, you know the width of the blade.
Yes.
And if you look inside the cut, you're saying you can see grooves that help you determine approximately teeth per inch.
That is correct.
Okay. We're going to talk a little bit today about breakaway notches and directions of blade progress. What do we mean by this, and what is this slide telling us?
Sure. So whenever you're cutting, right, we have the false start. whenever we go all the way down, right? So we successfully cut whatever we need in 2 halves. Sometimes we're going to get a breakaway notch or a spur. So a breakaway notch is just simply pretty much a projection of the bone in this case, right? So that projection is actually very important for me because it gives me some information. First, it gives me information about the energy or how much force was used, right? So we usually try to say the smaller the breakaway notch or the smaller the breakaway spurs, the less energy. And that's usually related to potentially a handsaw, right? If we are using something with more energy, right? If we're using a power-driven saw, that is going to give me a bigger breakaway notch, right? So it gives me a little bit of information about the type of energy. From the breakaway notch or the spur, we can also determine the direction. There's 2 types of directions here, right? And they're both very important. One is the blade progress. That is just simply telling me, was the bone cut from front to back, from back to front? It's just pretty much the direction of the cut, right? The second thing is actually telling me the cutting stroke. So that's telling me, is the knife entering through the side, right, from the side, and then ending all the way into the inside of it? So you would think, why is that important? Well, if the knife is entering through the side, that means the handle was on the side, right? So that gives me a little bit of information about position, right? How was that bone cut? So it is very important for me to determine the blade progress and also the cutting stroke because it gives me information about, again, the mechanisms. How did this happen?
Okay, so we have the false starts, the width of the blade, the teeth per inch that you can see inside that false start, and now we're talking about something else, which is when it goes all the way through, what's that spur look like at the end? And you're saying you can gather something from that about the type of force used, essentially, in cutting through that bone.
That is correct.
All right, and then the last thing we're going to talk about is the classification of blades, the difference between a rip saw and a crosscut saw. Could you talk about that?
Sure. So these are kind of the most common ones, right, when we're talking about saws. So these are the classifications of the blade. This is also, again, very important because it's very unique to the bone, and it gives a very unique feature that we can look at and say, hey, this is mostly classified with a rip saw or mostly classified with a crosscut. And because these are so common, it is very informative when we're trying to classify and we're trying to find information about the potential tool that was used. For rip saws, they're very unique. Pretty much each tooth kind of chisels a bite out of whatever you're trying to cut, right? So in this case, it leaves a very unique mark. It leaves a very flat bottom and is almost squared, right? So I'm looking for that on the bone, especially on that breakaway notch, right? So as you're done cutting, that breakaway notch is going to give me that information. So we can look at the bottom and see if the bottom is flat and looks squared, that is indicative of a rip saw. The opposite will be for a crosscut, right? So we're looking again at that breakaway notch, we're looking at the end of it, and if I see that it looks almost like a W, that is usually indicative of a crosscut. The reason for that is because the crosscut actually pretty much cuts with the grain, right? So it leaves that mark, a very unique W mark.
So let's start talking about Mr. Halderson, using all of those tools in our tool belt in terms of what we're looking at. Let's talk about the top cervical vertebrae where Mr. Halderson appears to have been beheaded at some point. Could you talk about what you were able to observe on that 4th cervical vertebrae?
Sure. So I only included the 4th cervical vertebrae because that was the only one that actually had dismemberment trauma, right? The 4th cervical vertebrae, I don't know if you notice on the other photos, it seems like this one is a little bit different. The reason for that is because we're missing the top, right? So if you can see, most of the inside of the bone looks very brittle, almost like a sponge. So that is actually the inside of the bone. Inside of that bone, you need almost like a top, like a cap. That cap is missing, right? So that tells me that at some point there was some transection or some pretty much dissection or dismemberment of that area. False starts, none were identified. One of the reasons for that is because of the type of bone that we have, right? You're seeing that it almost looks like a sponge. Those don't record the characteristics of the tool very well, right? So usually on more long bones, we will record a better characteristics, but usually on these, what we call irregular bones, the false starts are not as common. The direction of blade, again, and the direction of cutting stroke I was not able to identify it, again, because of the type of bone that we're using here. However, we were able to identify teeth per inch. So if you're looking at the bone all the way to the end, where you see that little bump, there's actually a groove there, and there were several bumps that I was able to measure. And those actually gave me a measurement of 4.5 teeth per inch.
Okay. And so everyone's clear, at the end of going through all of the different limbs that were severed, we're going to talk holistically with a table, talk about what these measurements look like together.
Yeah, we will put them together so that everybody can understand.
All right, and we'll move on to the dismemberment of the right humerus.
Yep, so we're looking again at the right arm. So we have a full view, which is the front, and then I'm also showing you kind of the inside. So medial is just pretty much kind of towards the center of the body. So first of all, I'm looking for false starts. And the right proximal had 4 cut marks that are consistent with false starts.
Okay. Were you able to determine blade progress in the cutting stroke?
Yes. So the blade progress in this case was from back to front. And also the cutting stroke pretty much started on the medial, right? So it was from the inside cutting all the way to the outside, right? So from back to front and from inside to outside. Another thing that I noticed is that now I'm looking at pretty much the whole area that was cut. In that whole area, I noticed that there was non-uniform striations. So pretty much they were all over the place. And indicating that there was a reciprocating action, right? So if you're cutting back and forth, and it's also with a straight blade. The reason why it's a straight blade is because those striations were straight, right? They were not circular.
Sure. And perhaps here we're getting a pretty good look at what you meant by the spur at the bottom.
Yes, so you can actually kind of see a little bit of the difference in the color. That is the breakaway notch. That breakaway notch is not very big. And we will go over and you will see some of the characteristics that I was talking about, some of the features that we were talking about.
Sure. Sticking with the same bone, were you able to determine teeth per inch that was used in whatever instrument was used to dismember this body part?
Yes. So I was able, again, to look at the area that was cut. And there were several areas where you can see bumps and kind of grooves. So those bumps were measured. Here I'm showing you just one so that you guys can get an idea of how it is. And overall, the teeth per inch were 20 to 14.3 teeth per inch in this particular bone.
Again, sticking with the right arm, were you able to determine the saw set width?
Yes. So again, going back to that breakaway spur, in this breakaway spur, you can see on that little red square that end is flat bottom and is squared, right? So that's when the blade goes all the way down, it hits that point, right? So that's where it breaks, right? So that area over there is flat bottom and is square, which is indicative of a rib saw.
Sure. Let's talk about the left arm or the left humerus. Talk to me about the false starts that you were able to identify.
Sure. So on this one, we do have a little bit more false starts. So we have about 11 cut marks that are consistent with a false start.
Were you able to determine blade progress in the cutting strokes direction?
Sure. So on this one, pretty much the cut was made from back to front. And the cutting stroke was pretty much from the lateral, so from the outside, all the way to the inside. So the cutting motion was from side to inside.
And were you able to determine teeth per inch?
Yes. So this is an image. So some of the measurements, most of the measurements are taken under a microscope, right? Because you do want to look at those, small areas that you cannot potentially see with the naked eye. So this is an image from a stereo microscope, and we're looking again at that bone. The area that is in the square, in that red square, is pretty much for you guys to see divots and the dips, right? So we actually measured the distances between those, and those actually gave us about 20 to 16.7 teeth per inch. Again, you're looking at non-uniform striations, right? So those striations are non-uniform. They're pretty much kind of all over, which is indicative that is a very inconsistent, right? That is a reciprocating motion with a straight blade, because those are actually straight, right?
Let's start talking about the legs. Let's start with the right leg, the right femur.
So in the right femur, I actually saw 2 cut marks, which are consistent with false starts.
Sure. And just to point out, the jury is able to actually see them. Those are those red lines on that left picture, correct?
Yeah, so if you follow the arrows, you will see just below the arrows, you will see the first one, and then just below that one, you will see the second one.
And so those represent times that the saw hit the bone, cut, but didn't go all the way through, and then it was attempted again.
That is correct.
Again, same questions. Let's talk about when we deal with the right leg, the direction of blade progress and the cutting stroke.
Sure. So here, first of all, I try to identify the breakaway. So is it a notch or is it a spur? So in this case, we have a notch. If you can see it on that red square that I have in the presentation. And that is, again, what is going to help me determine, okay, was the blade progress from front to back in this case. And then the direction of cutting stroke was a little bit more different here. The cut was a little bit more clean. So I was not able to really determine where, how the cutting stroke was. In order for me to determine that, I usually look at kind of some chips of bone on the side, some different features. And in this case, I did not see any of those features in the bone.
Okay. Were you able to determine teeth per inch?
I was. Again, we have an image from the microscope and then pretty much an image from a photo of the actual bone so that you guys can see where I'm coming from with this microscopic image. And you can see on the arrows that those are all the grooves and dips that were used to determine teeth per inch. As you can see on this one, we have a lot, right? So we have about 25 to 14 teeth per inch that were calculated from all of those. And then you can also see on this one the striations, right? So the striations kind of go all over the place, right? Most of them are straight, and then they exhibit, again, that reciprocating motion with a series of striations in different anatomical planes. That is important for me because it's telling me that it's an inconsistent cut, right? That is pretty much cutting in multiple anatomical planes, right? I'm cutting from the front and then I go back, I go sideways. So it is an inconsistent cut.
And of course, you looked into how wide the saw set was here.
Yes. So again, we look at the breakaway spur and the notch. And in this case, again, I'm looking at the shape. And in this case, we do have a curved floor, and you can see over there on the L, the red one, that is flat bottom, that is squared, which is consistent with a rip saw. And also, we were able to measure, which is 0.07, which is indicating an approximation of the blade, of the width of the blade.
Got it. Okay, let's talk about the left leg. I think that's the final one for Mr. Halderson. The left femur here. Were you able to observe any false starts?
I was. In this case, we were able to see one cut mark, which is consistent with a false start. And again, is if you can see at the arrows, it's just pretty much below that arrow.
And here is a microscopic view of that false start.
Yes. This false start was actually very informative. Remember when I mentioned the deeper the false start, the better? So this one was quite deep. So I was able to measure, and then it gave me a lot of information. It gave me information about pretty much the width of the blade, which was 0.04, and also told me that there was a little bit of information about there was a wavy set blade. That is usually related to fine-tooth hacksaw blades. A wavy set is just pretty much when the blade goes from one side, the tooth go from one side, it go to the other side, and then there's kind of in between, right? So there's a little bit of irregularities there, and that is going to be seen on the actual false start itself. Yep.
Okay. Blade progress and cutting stroke here?
Here, again, we have a little bit of an entrance shaving. So it's giving me the blade progress. So this bone was actually cut from back to front. And the cutting stroke is telling me that the blade entered through the back of the bone and it went through the front. So it started on the back and then it goes all the way to the front.
So anatomically, if a person's standing up, literally from their back forward.
Yes, pretty much.
Okay. Let's talk about teeth per inch and the inconsistent cut that you observed.
So again, I wanted to show you pretty much where those teeth per inch were measured from. So you can see again those little dips and grooves. Here we have 16.7 to 12.5 teeth per inch. And then I'm giving you a microscopic view of the bone itself. And on this one, you can really see the inconsistency, right? Those striations are straight, right? So it's telling me that it's a straight blade. However, the striations go in multiple anatomical planes. So it's telling me the inconsistency of the cut, right? So we go down, then we go up, then we go to the medial aspect. And the same pattern is seen across the entire wall.
Sure. And perhaps this slide's a good time to ask this question, but why are the teeth per inch expressed in a range?
So this is an estimation, right? So every time we do an anthropological analysis, I always tell this is not a determination. This is an estimate, right? So I'm looking at depending on how many areas I can measure, right? So you want to give a range. Also, you want to take into account, there's a lot of outliers, right? So you'd have to take into account the type of tool that was used. Was the tool new? Was the tool had a wear and tear? There's a lot of variables and a lot of features that I cannot account for, right? Also the individual itself, the position of the body in terms to the individual. So those are the reasons why we always give an estimate. And within that estimate, we give a range.
When it comes to Mr. Halderson, and we're going to go to some more summary slides in a second, but when it comes to the dismemberment of his head, his arms, and his legs, were any of those dismemberments in your view performed with power saws?
No, I would say at this point, the examination and the analysis really goes towards a handsaw. Again, we're looking at very inconsistent cuts. We're also looking at the striations, right? Those striations are telling me that there is pretty much a straight blade, right? It's not a circular blade. In addition to that, you want to look at the breakaway spur, right? That breakaway spur is very important. And they're not very big, which is indicative that there was not a lot of energy, right? So that's one of the reasons why, you want to use a power-driven saw, right? Because you want to have a clean cut that is consistent and there's a lot of energy there, right? When you're using your hands, there's not going to be a lot of energy there. So therefore, the breakaway spur is going to be small and the cut is going to be inconsistent, right? Because especially in this case, when you're thinking about the femur is one of the thickest bones in your body. So it takes a lot of energy and a lot of force to cut through that bone. And you can kind of see it here on that microscopic view. It is quite thick.
Sure. When it comes to Mr. Halderson, were you aware he was found at a rural farm in the woods?
Yes.
And were you on that location? Were you there?
I was not.
Were you made aware at some point that there were some tools or saws found near the remains that were suspected to have been used in the dismemberment?
I was made aware.
And you were provided information regarding those tools?
Yes, they were providing me with some photos.
Okay.
Oh, damn. Look at these tools. We've seen them before as well. Sometimes when it's testimony like this, then people say, why isn't G saying anything? I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. Just think of the time and effort, that Chandler Halderson had spent doing this. I mean, it's not like power saws. It's nothing quick, even as horrific as that would be. It's like meticulously working with his mother and father's bodies and dismembering them. And then burning their heads in the fireplace like, hello, this is too much. I'm just like, if my jaw could be on the floor, it would be, okay? It wouldn't be a good look, but it would be like, damn, the whole time. Just I can't believe what he did and how much time he must have taken to do this. And then how he just scattered their remains all over the place and the way he did it. Especially, we know quite a bit about, where he put his father's torso. And then afterwards with Chris and Dulce being like, what is he doing? And then the way he got in the pool and he was like washing himself off. No. It's too much. It's too much. Like, what is this? What kind of guy is this? Sure.
And what were you able to determine? You had what you needed from these photographs, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And tell us why that was important. You looked at it and what information you were able to glean from just looking at the tools.
Sure. So again, we go back to teeth per inch. That is a measurement that I can take just with a simple photograph and scales. So in this case, I wanted to pretty much gather the information and all the characteristics to see if those actually match what I was able to see on the bone. So the first thing that I look at was the Alway Super Saw, which I try to figure it out and is considered to be a keyhole saw or similar to a carpenter saw. So first of all, I was able to measure, and it has around 16 teeth per inch. Then there is a distance between the teeth of 0.06 inches, and then it has a flat chiseling tooth, which is consistent with a rib saw. There was a second item, which was a broken hacksaw. So I was able to measure, and that one had about 4 teeth per inch. And it had a distance between teeth of 0.19 inches to 0.31 inches. And again, this is a flat chiseling tooth consistent with a rib saw, and it also had a saw tooth consistent with a wavy set.
Okay. So now you have the measurements of all of those false starts, which give you the blade width and the teeth per inch and things of that sort. And now you have some suspected saws. You were able to compare all of those things, right?
Yeah, that is the goal of the analysis.
Are you able to definitively say 100% what saw was used?
No.
Are you able to say what saws were consistent with which cuts?
Yes, I can use the class. So I'm using the characteristics, right? The class characteristics of what I found on the bone. And I want to know, are they consistent with the class characteristic of these suspected tools, right? So I'm not going to be able to say, yes, this is the tool that was used, but we can say, don't exclude it or exclude it from your analysis or from the investigation.
And here's perhaps a summary of what we're talking about. Here we have the fourth cervical vertebrae, the right humerus, the left humerus, the right femur, the left femur, and then the 2 saws at the end. And here you're putting everything on a table.
Yes. Okay. So it's pretty much a summary. So, because it's a lot of information. So that way you guys can pretty much do your own comparisons, right? So in this case, what I did is I put all the distance between teeth. And you can kind of see that most of them pretty much fit within that range, right? So I'm trying to see, is there something that fits within the range? The same with teeth per inch, the same with minimum curve, or just pretty much the saw set width. The cutting motion, right? Is it a reciprocating motion? The blade shape, is it straight or is it circular? And then also the saw set, right? Is it a rip saw, a crust cut? So in this case, I can say that the class characteristics that I saw on the elements or on the skeletal elements are consistent with the class characteristic of those 2 tools that were found at the site.
Sure. Are all of them consistent with the same tool, or are one of them consistent more with one tool than others?
Yeah, so actually the fourth cervical vertebrae seems to be a little bit more consistent with the broken hacksaw. And then the other elements, the right humerus, the left humerus, the right femur, and the left femur are more consistent with the keyhole or the Alway Super Saw.
So if we go back a slide, you're saying the vertebrae, or the fourth cervical vertebrae, where the head was removed, consistent with that image on the right of the broken hacksaw blade, and the limbs consistent with the Alway saw on the left.
That is correct.
Okay. We'll conclude with Mr. Halderson, and we'll move on to what's labeled Joe or Doe, or a Jane Doe, ultimately. We heard the medical examiners testify about these different body parts that were found of Krista Halderson, or what they identified as Krista Halderson. You identified part of them as Krista Halderson and part of them as Doe. Can you tell me why?
So obviously at the time, they were found in kind of the same area, but they were found apart, right? So I cannot pretty much say that they're both the same, even though potentially, right, based on the case circumstances, once you're trying to put everything together, I could potentially say that they belong to the same individual. Scientifically, I cannot do that, right? So I pretty much have to rely on DNA or an anthropological analysis in order to say that they both belong to the same individual.
Sure. And so when it comes to, and we'll combine up for the purposes of this question, Jane Doe and Krista Halderson, not only were you trying to answer the same question as you did with Mr. Halderson, which was what tools were used or how did this happen, but you were also trying to figure out, is this the same person?
That is correct.
So 2 questions there. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 376. Is this your report regarding Doe?
That is correct.
Okay. I'll move 376.
No objection.
It is received.
Talk to me a little bit about how you became involved and the summary of the early stages of this investigation.
Sure. So pretty much, again, there were several human remains that were found in the area on July 14. Once those remains were found, it was determined that it was a set of human remains consisting of a left leg and also a potential right leg as well. On July 16, there was an autopsy conducted. And once the autopsy was conducted, we pretty much did the same. We actually removed all the elements, dissected and then macerated the elements in water and let them air dry. In this case, we had a little bit more of information and more skeletal remains. So we had, like I said, the left leg, the feet, as well as a potential right leg.
So same process here, you macerated in water to remove the skeletal remains, essentially the bones from the legs.
Yeah, that is correct.
Can I ask you, were you on scene in this occasion?
I was not.
Okay. Are you aware of what the scene conditions were in terms of how the remains were found, in terms of any insect activity or maggot activity?
Yeah, I was able to look at some of the photographs.
Is it your opinion that any of those things affected your ability to obtain any results here?
I would say potentially for the identification, yes. The identification on one of them was a little bit more difficult than on the other one. On the other one, DNA was still available. On the other one, the elements and the outdoor elements really took a toll on the human remains. And those, we were not able to get DNA out of them.
Sure. Talk to me about the skeletal inventory of Jane Doe in this case.
So in this case, we have what you can call maybe a full-on right leg, right? So we have the right femur, we have the tibia and fibula, which composes of kind of your lower leg, and then we have the left foot and the right foot. And then if you can see just at the top of that left foot, there's 2 little pieces of bone. So those are the ends of the fibula and the tibia, right? So if you see to your right, that is the full-on bone, and then to your left, that's just a little bit of piece, a little bit of what is supposed to be a full-on tibia and fibula.
So the same with Mr. Halderson, same with Doe, you're going to have some trauma to look at here and try to examine?
Yes, especially to that right femur, because we're missing the head. And then obviously we're missing a really big part of the tibia and the fibula.
All right, let's talk about that. Let's start with the right femur. Did you observe any?
And everything else. Where's Krista's torso? Where's her arms? I think there was some bones found in the ash trap, which could mean that her head was burnt in the fireplace. Like Bart's, what? But like, where's the rest of Krista? This is insane. He may have put the rest of her remains in the river. They said there was a very strong current. Maybe in the landfill. They showed how very difficult that was to search as well. So I don't know, but it's just like unthinkable what he reduced his parents to, and especially his mother. She gave birth to him. Like, what the hell? Oh my word. It's so much. If this, by the way, if this is like too much for you, if you feel like at any point, you know what? No, this is too much. Remember to look after your mental health. We'll always save a seat for you, okay? We'll keep it warm as well. So you can come back anytime if you need to step away.
False starts?
I did not.
Okay. Tell me about blade progress or cutting stroke or what you were able to observe.
So in terms of the blade progress, I was able to determine that this was cut from back to front. And then the cutting stroke actually started from the medial side, from the inside, all the way to the outside, right? So it was cut from back to front, and then the cut actually started from the inside all the way to the outside.
Talk to me about, were you able to observe on that bone teeth per inch and the blade set width?
Yes. So in this case, we were able to determine that it was about 20 to 12.5 teeth per inch. Again, it was an inconsistent cut. we're looking at very inconsistent striations, right? They're straight, which is suggestive of a straight blade, and again, is in very different anatomical planes. The reason why I included a photograph of, again, the microscopic view is so that you guys can see really those striations and how different they are, right? So the more inconsistent it is, the more inconsistent the striations, the more inconsistent the cut. In terms of blade set, I was able to determine that it was about 0.05 inches of a width. Actually, on this one, I was able to determine as well that the kerf floor is flat bottom and is square, again, indicative of a rib saw.
Talk about the left tibia, if you could.
Yeah, so this is the end of the tibia. This is what makes your ankle. So here you can see that there is at least 5 cut marks, which are consistent with false starts. And this one is a little bit difficult to see it because the bone kind of turns. So the cuts are actually going all the way from the front of that image all the way to the side.
Okay. Were you able to make, with the tibia that makes up the ankle, were you able to make any conclusions as to the blade progress or the cutting stroke?
Yes. So in this case, we were able to look at the blade progress. The blade progress, again, was cut from front to back. And then the cutting stroke, how that knife entered through, was actually entering through the lateral. So pretty much the outside, and it goes all the way to the inside. So the cutting motion was from the outside to the inside. Again, non-uniform striations all over, which are indicative of reciprocating motion, and again, an inconsistent cut.
Sure. Speaking with, again, same bone, we're talking about the ankle. Were you able to determine teeth per inch and the blade set width?
Yes, so you can see pretty much on these red squares, again, those dips and those grooves, we were able to determine about 25 teeth per inch. And then the blade set, again, we were able to give an estimate about the width and say that is a rib saw based on the kerf floor, again, which was flat and squared.
Let's talk about the left fibula.
The left fibula, again, so the left fibula goes next to that other bone that you just saw. So that, again, makes up for your ankle. So we have about a blade, we have a false start. This false start was actually quite deep. So again, it gives me a lot of information about the blade set. So I was able to measure and it gave me 0.04 inches for a blade set. Again, it's suggestive of a raker set, which is, again, fine tooth. Consistently usually with bow saws or pruning saws.
In staying with the left fibula, blade progress, cutting stroke?
So in this case, this bone was actually cut from front to back. And then the cutting motion was very similar to the tibia, because you have to think about it, they're both right next to each other. So it was pretty much cut from the medial, through the medial and then going all the way to the outside, right? So it's very consistent with the tibia that we just saw. Again, non-uniform striations, which are indicative of reciprocating motion and is also a straight blade. In this case, we're looking at teeth per inch, and it's about 20 teeth per inch. And the blade set, again, was consistent with a rib saw. I added a photo of the microscopic image so that you guys can see where those dips and those grooves were so that we can measure those and get those teeth per inch.
As to Jane Doe, you reached some conclusions.
I did. Pretty much in this case, according to the blade set, we can categorize these characteristics into a hacksaw, a potential rip saw, or also a keyhole saw. There was a kerf width a little bit higher, which was about 0.07 to 0.08, which is indicative of a crosscut or a carpenter saw. Pretty much all skeletal elements show me that there was a flat bottom, right, at that breakaway spur, and that it was squared, which is indicative of a rip saw tooth. And finally, pretty much in terms of teeth per inch, all of them were between 25 all the way to 12. The striations were all straight, which indicative of a straight blade. They were non-uniform and in different anatomical planes. Again, this is consistent with a handsaw, right, versus that power-driven saw.
Regarding all the cuts that you saw, the dismemberment cuts with Jane Doe, are they consistent with the blades that we've previously looked at least in characteristics, the keyhole saw and the broken hacksaw blade?
Yeah, so all of the characteristics of this particular individual were consistent, again, with the characteristics of those two tools that were found at the scene.
Understood. Now, you indicated that there were some human remains found nearby that were by DNA positively identified to Cristina Halderson. You had to write a separate report for that set of remains, correct?
That is correct.
All right, I'm showing you it's been marked as exhibit number 377. Is that, in fact, that report?
That is correct.
I'll move that 377 report into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And again, same questions. Here, we're going to talk about, is Cristina Halderson also Jane Doe, but also the same thing of how were these cuts made, right?
That's correct.
Good. All right. Talk to me, same general observations about how you became involved in this investigation with Cristina?
Yeah, so pretty much on July 14, again, there was 2 sets of human remains that were found. And then in this case, pretty much the reason why we had to assign 2 different case numbers, right? Scientifically, I cannot say that they're both the same. So based on not just DNA, but also the anthropological analysis, we try to narrow it down to see if, in fact, these remains do belong to Cristina.
Same process of essentially before, but you attended, or there was an autopsy performed, and then the remains were transferred to you for your work at some point.
Sorry to interrupt here. I don't know where it would be a good breaking point, but Julie said, and then he laid, thank you for censoring that, he laid with his girlfriend in the same room that he burnt his parents up after doing this to them. Evil. I mean, all of that, the whole facade, he kept it going. You know, his girlfriend came over, they had apparently made dinner, and he went to watch the fireworks with her. He went to the 4th of July, lunch at Cress's property. He was telling people, even the former friend who's going to testify later today, that his parents are missing, that he thinks they went up to that cabin up north. What? I mean, this guy is really, you wouldn't say if you just first look at him. Now in hindsight, I think we all look at him obviously very differently, but damn, all of this that he did in plain sight, it's just so shocking.
That's correct. In this case, in addition to the sharp first trauma, right, and the type of analysis that we're trying to do, we're also trying to identify the individual and try to see if by what I do is a morphological analysis. So I look at the shape and I look at the size and I also look at the measurement. So I measure the bone and I try to pretty much analyze and see if they actually are similar to each other.
Same process, macerated in water, the skeletal remains were air dried, and then you performed some analysis.
That is correct.
All right, let's talk about the skeletal inventory of Cristina Halderson.
So in this case, the skeletal inventory consisted of just the shaft of the femur, right? So if you have your leg, I'm missing pretty much the top part of it. The distal end, which is the part that makes up your knee, was still there, but it was actually separated. We have a patella, which is your kneecap, and that one belongs to the left side. We also have a left fibula and a left proximal shaft of the tibia. Again, that's your lower leg, but we're missing those 2 ends of it.
All right, so let's perform the same work as we have. Let's start with the left femur. Were you able to observe false starts there?
We did. So we're looking at the top part of the femur, right? So we had pretty much the shaft. So this is just the top. And we're looking at one superficial start, false start.
Okay. Able to determine blade progress and cutting stroke?
Yes. In this case, we can say that the bone was cut from front to back and that the cutting stroke was actually from the front all the way to the back. So pretty much the blade was entering through the front and cutting all the way to the back.
Were you able to determine teeth per inch?
Yes. So in this case, we were able to determine about 9.1 teeth per inch and 6.7 to 5.9 teeth per inch. Again, the striations on the breakaway spur actually gave me indications that this was a reciprocating motion. And then the floor itself gave me information about the width of the blade.
And there, are we looking at a close-up of the microscopic view of that?
Yeah, so that's pretty much how I was able to calculate the teeth per inch. So I'm looking again at the top part of that bone, and I'm looking, that is a breakaway spur, and I'm actually looking under the microscope at that breakaway spur. And then,
sorry.
No, you're fine. And then the second one is the actual floor, right? So remember that once it cuts, that floor in between that breakaway spur or notch and the actual cut, that area in between is very important. That's what we call the floor. And on that one, I was able to determine that it was, again, flat bottom and it was squared, which is suggestive of a rip saw. And then we were able to measure it in order to get a little bit of information about the blade set.
To think that he also did this to his mother is so shocking, because I think she was collateral damage. I think he shot his dad because his dad had found out that he'd been lying about everything and was about to drag him to that college to have a meeting with Omar Job, the only person who really worked there. All the other email addresses Chandler had made up, and he was having all these emails between himself, really. But there was an email that included an Omar Job, and so we'll see him testify. I think that's tomorrow as well, so that'll be quite interesting. The poor guy, my word, he's probably like, what? And that would be one of the last phone calls that Bart Halderson had, inquiring about what is going on. Like, where are Chandler's certificates? What is happening with it, with his results? And that Omar Job had told him, well, he flunked out, he's not here. And so he said, okay, that'll be it then. That's Bart Halderson's last recorded words. But then when he asked his mom for a soda after killing his dad, and his mom says, okay, I can get that for you. And then she comes home and he kills her too and dismembers her like this. I mean, what? It's really crazy. I just want to answer this one verbally as well, because Leanne asked, could you please tell me which day it was that he said those disgusting words, that he didn't feel bad for what he did? So if anyone missed that, I spoke about that at the end of day 6 and also read that part of the probable cause affidavit to you, where Chandler Halderson told the police after he had asked for a lawyer that no, he wants to go back into that room and tell them everything. And they said, no, you've lawyered up now. We're not going to speak about this anymore. And he said, okay, but can we please just go? He wants to just, I guess, tell them everything, which who knows what kind of lies that would be. What would that be? I wish we could know. What would he have said? I think he would have thrown a couple of people under the bus, don't you think? I don't think he's the type to own up to anything. Otherwise, he would have told the police where to find the rest of his mother's remains. But yes, after the police asked him if he's feeling like he's having dark thoughts, like he wants to maybe end his own life, his answer was, I don't feel bad for what I did. So if you want to read that document, you can go to Patreon. It's patreon.com/Grizzly True Crime. It's free. That post is public. The document you can get right now if you want to, and you can read through that. It's a 21-page document, and you can just search, use the search bar when you read the document to find that he doesn't feel bad, or it's probably on page 15 or so, somewhere there. Yeah, so he literally said he does not feel bad for what he did. I mean, double homicide. You kill your parents and dismember them. You don't feel bad at all. Yeah, I know. So, yeah, luckily he won't ever be up for parole. Okay.
Let's talk about Krista Halderson's left femur.
Yeah, so in this case, if you remember, these were two separated items on the skeletal inventory. So what I did is I put them back together. And you can kind of see on those arrows, all of those are false starts. We had a total of 10 false starts, and some of them were quite deep.
Sure. This is more false starts than we've seen in some of the previous images of Bart and Jane Doe, correct?
That is correct.
False starts are attempts. So one explanation, it could be someone is getting fatigued. That's possible?
Yeah, it could be an explanation.
Sure. Or they're just having trouble.
Yeah, it could be another.
Okay. Talk to me about those false starts and what we're looking at there.
So what I did is I actually looked at under a microscope because I saw they were quite deep. So again, it gives me a lot of information. So in this case, I was able to get a little bit of information about the blade, the width of the blade. And I was also able to determine that it was a curve set blade. Again, that's because of the shape of the actual false start alone. Raker sets are usually considered to be just fine tooth bow saws or pruning saws or sometimes keyhole saws, depending on the brand.
Talk to me about blade progress and the cutting stroke.
So in this case, you're looking at kind of the medial view of that bone. So remember, I put it back together and we're looking kind of the inside, almost by your knee. And you can see the red arrow is the one that gives you the blade progress. So the bone was actually cut from the inside all the way to the outside. So that's how the cut actually was made. the cutting stroke or the blade actually was cutting through the front. So that cutting motion was from front to back.
All right, we able to determine teeth per inch for this cut?
So again, we look under the microscope and we had about 12 teeth per inch on average on the striations in those dips and grooves. Again, the striations were indicative of a reciprocating motion in different anatomical planes. Again, we're looking for that, we're seeing that inconsistent cut throughout.
And the blade set width?
Yeah, in this
Zimmy says, these are not the real bones, right? They are. They are. Yes, they are.
case, we had a really defined floor. In this case, it was very flat bottom. It was squared. You can see it over there on the L, which is indicative, again, of that rip saw. And then it was also able to give me information about the blade set.
All right. So we talked about those two questions, which is Doe and Krista the same person? And then we're going to talk about the tools. But starting with Doe and Krista, what are we looking at there?
So we're comparing, so what I try to do is to compare each element, right? So I know I have two femora, right? So in this case, what I did is I put them together just to pretty much try to understand the shape and the size, right? Aside from that, I try to take measurements. In this case, I was a little bit, I was not able to take a lot of measurements because I'm missing the top part. And most of the measurements that we do take involve that top part. So I was able to measure the bottoms, right? So pretty much the distance from that area, that kind of wider area that you have, that's where your knee kind of forms. So I was able to measure that, and that the right one gave me about 74 millimeters, and the left one gave me 73 millimeters.
Tell us about this slide.
So we're looking here at the left tibia. So pretty much your lower leg. So we're looking at that lower end of the tibia that is very close to forming your ankle. And here you can see multiple false starts. The left tibia exhibits at least 6 cut marks that are consistent with false starts.
Sure. And this is a more close-up view of that?
Yes. Again, these were quite deep, so it gives me a lot of information. So we wanted to look at them under the microscope. And under the microscope, we were able to see, again, a blaze set width of about 0.01. And again, those were flat bottom and they were squared. The walls were squared, so that is indicative of a rip saw.
Okay. And here you had to determine blade progress and cutting stroke, of course.
Yeah, so again, we're looking at the whole bone, the whole lower left leg. The red arrow, which is indicative of the blade progress. So it seems like this bone was cut from front to back. And then the cutting stroke of how that knife went through, how that saw went through, it went through the anterior, so the front of it, and it kind of went down to medial. So it went from front to side a little bit. So it was almost in an angle.
Okay. And lastly, when it comes to at least the measurements, you had to determine teeth per inch. And here we have maybe an overall view and then a microscopic view?
That is correct. So here we're looking again at those grooves and those dips, and we have about 5.6 to 4.8 teeth per inch.
Okay. So now we're just going to compare essentially the Krista to Doe in almost like a puzzle-like fashion. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me what you're doing there.
So I'm pretty much trying to compare, and again, in this case, I'm not just looking at the shape and the size and the measurements, but I'm also trying to see if it actually fits together, right? So if they can join. So in this case, we have the distal end, right, that ankle part of Doe, and then we have what we already know and was positively identified as Krista. And as you can see on the photos, it actually conjoins fairly well. So obviously, we were able to also take some measurements and look at the morphological, overview, the size and the shape, and it was a close match.
Okay. And here's perhaps a table comparing them.
Yes, so these are all the measurements that I was able to take. These are standard measurements that we use whenever we are trying to identify someone. And these are specified for the tibia and the fibula. And as you can see, most of the measurements are quite similar, right? In addition to that, you want to look at the overall shape and size of the bone, right? So that's why we want to put it all together in one image so that you guys can see, next to a scale, how similar they are.
Sure. And so next we have a slide about the left fibula.
Yes. So here, the left fibula, again, we do have one false start located just below the initial corner of the curve.
Right. And here we have blade progress and cutting stroke again. Just briefly describe that.
Yeah, pretty much very similar to the tibia, right? It's next to the tibia. So it was cut from front to back, and the cutting stroke was pretty much entering through the inside and exiting through the outside.
Okay. And then the teeth per inch.
The teeth per inch in this case was about 11.1 teeth per inch. And again, we go back to its non-uniform straight striations is a reciprocating action with a straight blade.
Okay. And then before we get to the summary, here just is a comparison at a different end or a different view, correct?
Yes, so we just wanted to compare, right, that doe, that little piece of bone that we found that makes your ankle, and we wanted to compare it and see, and then you can see here, it actually matches fairly well.
Sure. I think I asked this before with Mr. Halderson, but as to Doe and Krista, before we get to the summary, is all of these cuts, from your estimation, were made with hand saws, not power saws, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. There were two saws in here found near Bart Halderson, not Krista Halderson, but you use those at least in considering making a table regarding which saws were possibly used to cut Krista Halderson's legs.
That is correct.
All right. And we're looking at the table there?
Yes.
All right.
This is a very similar table to the other one.
Sure. Is it your opinion that those two saws on this slide, the all-way saw and the broken hacksaw, should they be ruled out as possibly the saws that were used to dismember Krista's legs?
They should not be ruled out.
Tell us about this slide.
So pretty much in terms of trying to identify the other set of remains that we had as doe. So in this case, as I mentioned, they were able to identify one set of human remains as Krista Halderson via DNA. The other set of remains, the tissue was quite mummified, so we were not able to really obtain DNA out of that second set of remains. However, we were able to do an anthropological analysis. So we were able to measure, we were able to compare the size and the shape. And given all of that information, this association can really provide a means to identify that second set of human remains as Krista.
Sure. So if we started at the beginning with those questions as to Bart, were those saws consistent with his dismemberment? Your answer was yes?
Yes.
Those two saws? And as to Krista and what you identified as doe as being Krista, those saws are consistent?
Yeah, all the class characteristics are consistent.
And then you were able to, the third question, you were able to positively identify doe essentially as being Krista.
Yeah, it's pretty much giving you the information to say that, yes, the second set of remains is consistent with Krista.
Sure. The next part of your work here, and the last part.
Would you like any water?
I'm good.
Okay.
You were asked at times to actually go over to the Halderson home on Oak Springs in Windsor to assist them in some remains they were finding at the home, correct?
That is correct.
What is your role when you're called to a crime scene like that?
In this particular case, they were calling our office in order to determine if the remains, if what they have at the house was actually human remains or not.
Sure. And did you actually go over to the house?
I did.
Okay. I'm showing it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 378. Is this your report related to your visits to the Halderson home?
That is correct.
Were you there on a couple different occasions?
I was.
Okay. When you were at the Halderson home doing this work, were you by yourself or were you assisted by other people, both in law enforcement, to assist you in some of your work?
Yeah, so the first time that I was called, pretty much there were several investigators there, and I was able to do kind of a quick analysis. They were pretty much trying to determine, right, do we have human remains here or not? Because if so, then obviously there's a different type of approach that we need to take when we're trying to search and recover those remains. So on the first time that I went there, I actually was shown to the house and then shown to what they thought were human remains. And then once we determined that there were in fact human remains, we did a second visit. And on that second visit, it was a little bit more labor intensive in order to try to pinpoint and find all the human remains.
And before we start, we're going to hear about a couple different areas or things you searched in the home. But your analysis was the fireplace itself, the fireplace grate, the ash pit below the fireplace, a vacuum, and then a fire pit in the backyard.
That is correct.
And just to start off, there was nothing in that fire pit in the backyard, was there?
No, there was none.
All right, and let's start with the vacuum cleaner. You at some point examined a vacuum cleaner that was found in the Halderson home?
That is correct.
Okay, and is that in fact the vacuum cleaner?
That is the vacuum cleaner.
What happened? How did you examine it, and tell us what we're looking at here?
So we pretty much dissected the vacuum. So we almost did an autopsy on the vacuum. So we remove everything from it so that we can get to the inside. So we documented every single step of the way. And what you're looking at is pretty much what we were able to recover from the inside of the vacuum, right? So there's a lot of dust. However, there were other elements there that we were able to recover.
Sure. And I'm going to ask you about a couple of those. Let's just start maybe on the far right side of that tray. There's some paper-looking material. What is that?
You mean the white paper that is shredded?
Yeah, let's start there.
Yeah.
Were you able to identify that as anything other than just paper?
It was just shredded paper, yeah.
Okay. Above that, there's a small pile of looks to be debris. Were you able to identify that at all?
Seems we were not really able to ID. It seems like it was more like seeds and kind of random things that you find outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if we keep moving counterclockwise, I suppose, around, there's a pile of clear material there. Almost looks like rock salt. What is that?
That was actually glass.
And during this case, while you were in the Halderson home, did you have an opportunity to actually look through the fireplace yourself?
I did.
And is that glass consistent with glass you found in the fireplace?
There was broken glass in the fireplace.
Okay. Slightly to the left of that, continuing going counterclockwise, there appears to be a pile of debris. What is that?
We were not 100% sure. Seems like it was almost like burn, something kind of woodish. We were not really able to identify that very well.
Sure.
But it was quite dark.
And we'll save the bottom left corner for a second, but in the very center appears to be a pile of dirt. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it was just dirt from normal vacuum.
And in the bottom, there's some dog hair, pretty much.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. There's some white rocks, and so the judge is clear on the record. I'm pointing to the bottom left corner of this tray. What are those?
That is bone.
How are you able to tell it's bone?
Again, by the size and the shape and the morphology, right? So bone is very unique. So when you're looking at bone, you're looking at two types of bone. One, remember that spongy look-like bone that we had in the cervical vertebrae? So that's one type of bone, and that's usually on the inside, right? You want to think about it as a sponge that has little holes, and those little holes are the ones that kind of give you the nutrients, right? That's where the blood vessels, that's kind of the reasoning for that. The outside of the bone is called compact bone. I always think about it as concrete. It looks like cement, right? So it's usually the outside of it. The reason why it's like that is because it gives you the shape, right? So the inside is very hollow so that you can get the nutrients, and the outside is the one that gives you the shape. So you do want that to be really strong and really hard. So whenever you have bone pieces, I'm always looking for that. I'm looking for that spongy bone and that really concrete or compact bone. And there were several features on those little fragments that can tell me that that was bone.
In relatively to other fragments you may have found in this investigation in the Halderson home, were those somewhat small?
They are very small and very fragile.
So we talked about it being bone, and just so no one's confused, you cannot positively say that's human bone, correct?
No, I can't.
What's the difference between what you're able to identify as bone and what you can positively identify as human bone? What are you looking for?
So I'm looking for, again, features, right? So the morphological features, the size and the shape. Aside from that, I'm also looking, so bone is the one that is responsible, so the bone actually attaches to the muscle, right? So those areas actually have some bumps and grooves that are very unique to the bone, right? So as an anthropologist and as an osteologist, right, somebody that knows the bones really well, I know where all those features are, right? So I know where each muscle attaches. I know the features of each bone as well, right? So facets, like those flat areas where it attaches to another bone. So me knowing the features and the characteristics of each human bone, I can actually look at another fragment and say, yes, this is human, this is not human, right? We do get training on non-human remains, right? So deer, dogs, anything else that we know potentially could be of an analysis in the future.
Sure. Are you able to say whether or not, or what type of bone that is? Whether it's an animal bone or whether it is a human bone?
No, I can't.
All you can say it's bone.
I can say that it's bone. I cannot say that it's human.
Okay. Let's talk about the fireplace itself. Now, this is the physical fireplace. You observed this, correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. Showing what's already been admitted is 239. Is that the fireplace, in fact, that you observed?
Yes.
Showing further what's been identified and admitted evidence is 324. There's a spot on the top of the fireplace, kind of there in the center, that was of interest to people.
Yes, that is the reason why I was called in the first place.
And just to go back, we're talking about the spot on the very center of that photograph?
Yeah, that white spot, yes.
Okay. Were you able to take that little piece off at some point?
So when I arrived to the residence, that piece was actually already removed by one of the investigators.
And did you take a look at it?
I did.
Okay. Are we looking at it there?
Yeah, it's just a nicer picture of it.
And here it's labeled skeletal inventory, but could you tell us what we're looking at there in some of these nicer photos that are maybe a bit better lit than the photos on scene?
Sure. So this is actually that little piece of bone that you guys saw in that other picture. So when I was asked to look at the photo and look at the remains, the main question was, is this bone? And if so, is this human? So the first thing that I can tell you is that it is bone, right? Remember that categorization of spongy bone and compact bone? So you can actually see it in this image. You can kind of see that sponge in between, and you can kind of see that compact bone in the top also and on the back. The second thing that I can tell you is that this is potentially consistent with cranial bone or bone from the skull. The reason for that is because, so the skull is very unique, and the skull is composed of 3 layers of bone. So we have that compact bone, that cement looking like bone. Then we have spongy bone in the middle, and then we have another layer, which is compact bone. So it's almost like a sandwich, right? So as bone, especially in this case, potentially underwent fire damage or thermal damage, that first layer of bone is gonna be destroyed and is gonna expose that second layer. So that's what it's telling me that is potentially associated with the skull or the head. And then in this case, I know you guys can't see it very well, but there's actually a cranial suture. So as you grow, you right now have close to 206 bones. But when you were little, you probably had more. And the reason for that is because all of those bones are going to fuse, right? So the same happens with the skull. Those bones are going to fuse. And those lines of fusion are what we call sutures or cranial sutures. So those lines of fusion are very informative for us. It can give us information about age, sometimes can give us other information related to ancestral background. So in this case, I can see on one of the edges that it is a suspected cranial suture.
You were able to find other bones in this skeletal inventory of the fireplace?
Yes. So we were able to search throughout, and we found other pieces of bone scattered around.
Do you know anything, or can you tell us anything about these pieces?
So to your left, right? Yeah. So you have pretty much kind of a group of pieces of bone. These are too small for me to identify, but again, we can go back and say that they're bone, right? Because we have that spongy material, and we also have that flat material that is consistent with compact bone. On the other side, that is actually the root of a tooth. is pretty much the shape consistent with a root.
As well as the fire itself and the built fire, you looked at the fireplace grate.
I did.
Showing the jury what's been marked as 323, just an overview of the grates, and 331, perhaps zoomed in a bit closer. Was there anything that started to cause you pause or suspicion?
I forgot about this. This is the first time we are watching the trial together as a community, but there's some of us that have seen the trial before, right? When it happened in January 2022. I forgot about this. Look at this. Look at this evidence here. Okay, let's hear it.
As you looked at some of these photos or on scene?
Yes, so I was able to look at the grate pretty much in situ, right? So they removed the grate from the initial, from the original location, and I was able to look at it, and I noticed that there was a human crown or a dental crown stuck to the grate.
And are we looking at that right now?
Yes.
And if you can crank your head a little bit with the screen, am I pointing to it with the laser right now?
Yeah, that's the one.
Slightly top right of center.
Yes.
For the court record. You pulled that off at some point?
We did. We
Tell us
removed
what we're
it.
looking at. Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry.
And that's exactly what you're kind of looking. So you're looking again to that piece of bone that was consistent to be human, that is consistent with the cranial bone, and then the other one is the dental crown. That is potentially a molar right on the back, so there's a lot of surface area there, but you can see the grooves, right, that are very, very unique, and those are very unique to humans.
And so these were the two areas of what you believe to be unique to humans stuck to the grate.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the ash trap a little bit. There was a lot of work performed with the ash trap.
Yes, there was a lot of work done.
Okay. Showing the jury what's been marked as exhibit number 334. They've seen this before, and they've heard from Mr. Boswell testified, who I'm sure you know. This was in the basement of the Halderson home?
That is correct.
Okay. And Mr. Boswell testified that he was unable to kind of fit himself in there, but were you able to kind of fit yourself in there and take a look at the ash trap for yourself?
Yes, I was able to get in there.
Okay. What is it? Can you describe the general condition of it?
So, so just so you guys can get a little bit of an idea. So we have those three different squares. So I was able to kind of fit in through that first one and then also the last one. The reason for that is because I really wanted to see if there was bone in there, right? So that's pretty much the pit. So whatever was on the top can potentially be on the bottom as well. So, and I really want to see it without being undisturbed. So I tried to snuck in and try to fit in there, and you can see it's almost like a little mountain, and then at the top of it, you can kind of see again that brittle bone-like material that had different colors, right? That white kind of residue, that black residue. So it was quite unique.
And so I'm showing now 337. Is that the inside?
Yeah, that is the inside. So you can kind of see the little mountain.
And is that on the right side of that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. You're an anthropologist by trade. Is ash or an ash trap kind of an ideal environment to perform an archaeological dig for bone or for fossils or for something of that sort?
It's not. It's very difficult. If you want to think about it in terms of just a regular archaeological dig, you're always digging in dirt. So it's the consistency is there, so you can actually move the dirt and you can kind of go by layers. It's difficult, but it's definitely possible. Here, it was a little bit more tricky because A, of the confined environment, and second, the material itself, right? This is very loose, so we have to be very careful when we were pretty much removing everything.
Do you believe it's possible that some material had sunk through as you were removing some of the ash material?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. In general, we'll talk about what your findings were in a second, but you found a number of items that you believe to be bone in this ash trap, correct?
Yes.
Many, many items.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. Were the majority on top, or were they in the middle or in the bottom or something else? How would you describe where kind of in this pile you were able to remove those items from?
So the majority of the elements were actually in the top. So what we did is we actually separated and we try to keep it very consistent here. So we only had one person digging in this area, so we can keep it, again, consistent. And then we try to do it by layers, pretty much like an archaeological dig, right? So you go layer by layer, because I really wanted to get a sense of how much was at the top, right? And then do we have anything at the bottom as well? So we separated it by pretty much once everything was out, we sifted everything that was taken, and then once it was sifted, it was put in a box, and that box was given a number, right? 1 being at the top, and I think it was 12 or 13 being at the bottom, right? You have to remember this is super loose soil, so yes, at some point, I do believe that maybe some of those elements trickle down to another layer, but I think we were quite successful at getting as much material as possible without really disturbing the evidence.
And so as the material was removed, it was sifted,
Yes.
and then the remains were put into Tupperware containers, essentially?
Yep, pretty much.
All right. And you listed, in fact, in your report, as you went through it, there were 12 Tupperware containers of material, of actual, fragments taken out, and you listed per container how much or which elements you found in which Tupperware container, correct?
Yes, I wanted to keep it consistent, and especially with this being such a difficult environment, I wanted to make sure that everything was labeled by container, and then also make sure that those containers were associated with the level as best as we could.
And we don't have to go through every single one. We're going to look at a lot of them. However, in your report, it's fair to say that box 1, for instance, the top, your list took up the better part of 3 pages of identified material.
Yeah, there was a lot of material in that first box.
Box 2, a couple pages itself.
Yes.
And then as we get to the end, there were numerous in Tupperware's 11 and 12 that had nothing in them.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Let's talk about the process. You have a little bit written here, but tell us about this slide and maybe what we're looking at with those Tupperwares.
So pretty much, again, we go back. So we try to do, this is, if you want to categorize as an archaeological dig, it was pretty much exactly what it was, right? So we go out, we try to dig through it. Again, we decided to just keep one person in that area so that it is consistent. Plus, it was too small for 2 people to be in there. And then from there, it goes into a table. So we had several tables laid out outside. And we had multiple law enforcement agents sifting throughout. Some of them had a lot of experience doing this before. So I was kind of jumping back and forth from table to table, right? And also kind of checking what group or what was extracted from the original location and where it was taken. And then from there, it was sifted. Everything that was found that was suspected to be human was put in these containers. And as you can see, it kind of looks a little bit rough, right? Because some of them do know what bone is, and some of them, didn't think, well, I'm not 100% sure if this is bone, so I'm putting it in. So they put everything in there, right? We did not toss anything. And then from there, we actually had 12 boxes with significant material.
And you took that back to the medical examiner's office?
I did.
And there are more ideal conditions there for you to actually examine the bone?
Yes. So what I do is I kind of do a second sifting. And this one, I actually do it by hand. Pretty much I sit in front of that box and I go element by element and I try to clean them a little bit with just like a toothbrush. And I try to determine if this is in fact bone or not.
Sure. And we're just going to look at a couple different photographs. Here are varying Tupperware. Some of them have little to no items in there. Some of them have a lot.
That is correct.
And we'll just keep looking at them. Again, just different ones that were removed that day. And here we're getting maybe to the end where there's very little.
Yeah, so that's the end. And we also research the fireplace, and we research the fireplace grate just to make sure that we didn't miss anything.
Okay. You go back to the medical examiner's office. Tell us what you do. We have some example photos here just to allow you to maybe describe what your process is.
Sure. So what you're looking at is box 1. So what I try to do is I sit down in front of my box and I go element by element. I have a toothbrush. I try to have some tools with me because, again, these are very fragile elements. So you do want to make sure that they don't crumble in your hand and that you can get as much information as possible. And then what I try to do is I laid out paper like you can see there and I label it box 1 of 12. And then I start categorizing them. So in this case, you can see almost at the bottom, you have cranial fragments, right? So I try to pretty much establish, okay, this is my first cranial fragment that I found in this box. So I usually label it as A. So that way, if I have to go back, I kind of remember pretty much what the inventory was. So I go by cranial fragments, dentals or dentition, right? Any teeth, vertebrae. We found a potential long bone. I found some hands, and then also some small fragments that I cannot identify. So everything that you see that says small fragments, that's something that I know it's bone, but it's too small for me to say something about it.
By their location, these bone fragments that were found in the ash trap, you strongly suspected, I believe, that they've been burned.
Yes.
Talk a bit about, if you could, the burning of bone and what that does to your analysis. And I think we have an example here that's not a bone involved in this case, but just an example. Talk to me about this.
So when bone is burning, so you have to kind of go back a little bit to biology. So bone, again, has two major components. We have the organic material, which is, the blood, I think about it almost like the good stuff, right? The DNA, everything that is inside that bone. And then I have the inorganic material. Inorganic material is salts, it's minerals. Those are the ones that go in the outside of the bone. Those are the ones that give the shape of the bone, right? So when it undergoes fire, the first thing that is going to burn is the organic material, right? So that is why it is so difficult to get DNA out of burnt bone, right? Because that inside, that organic material, that good stuff, actually burns quite quickly. So then the reason why you get still the shape of the bone is because you have that minerals. The minerals won't burn. So that is the reason why you still have that shape of that bone, even though it undergoes fire, right? So the color of the bone is extremely important to me because it tells me the time, the duration, right? So if you remember the other images of the other bones, were kind of a yellowish, kind of brownish color. So that is unaltered bone, right? So that is bone that has not been through any type of damage. So then as the bone is exposed to the fire, you're going to see that it's starting to get black, right? So obviously the organic material is starting to burn, but that inorganic material is still quite good. And as you can see, it's moving from brown, which we call charred bone, all the way to calcined bone. Calcined bone is white, so that white kind of grayish color. So that tells me A, that all the organic material is gone, and B is telling me that the bone is quite fragmented. However, it has been in the fire for a very long time, right? So the color is giving me a lot of information about the duration of the fire.
Talk to me about the color of the bones you were able to find at the Halderson home.
So here we have mostly white bone. The dentals is a little bit of a black color, but the reason for that is because the dentals were actually embedded at some point, they were embedded in the mandible, right? So usually the mandible is the first one that burns, right? So as that burns, the teeth are protected. And then once they're exposed, they're usually exposed to the fire, and you usually get that kind of black to grayish color, right? So I'm expecting that on the teeth. However, on the bone, you can kind of see that is all white, right? So we have the cranial fragments at the bottom, and those are quite white. And then you have the vertebrae, which is just on top of the dentition, and those were they're also quite white. And you can kind of see, we do see that proximal distal end of a long bone that is kind of transitioning, right? You see that it's a little bit black and it kind of transitions into a white bone. So that also tells me that it was exposed to the fire for a long time.
We're going to look at the inventory, skeletal inventory, much like we did with Bart and Krista, their remains. We're not going to look at every photograph, correct?
Yeah, there are too many.
But we have some examples here, and let's just go left to right. So let's start with the left, which is the assortment of many, and then we'll just go left to right. What is that left image?
So these are pretty much just cranial bones. They were too small for me to kind of pinpoint, okay, where they're located. Is it the front, the back? But I can tell you that some of them, most of them were human, and they were cranial bones, but they were too small for me to try to pinpoint exactly where they're located.
But that center image?
So that center image is actually, it was a very informative fragment. do you remember those sutures, right, where the bones kind of meet? So if you kind of take a peek at the top, you can kind of see that little mark. That is actually a cranial suture and is a well-defined cranial suture. And this bone, if you flip it, you can kind of see again that layer, right? Remember that sandwich-like where you have that compact bone and then you have that spongy bone in the middle and then so you can actually see the layers of that bone.
Are those cranial sutures informative in any way as an anthropologist as to who this person was in terms of their gender or age or anything like that?
Yeah, so again, looking at age, the cranial sutures are actually very informative to tell age, right? Because if you think about it, as your bones are pretty much growing and fusing, there is a documented information and documented data about how the sutures should look like when you are a kid, a young adult, and then an adult. In this case, they're completely sutured, so that tells me that this was an adult.
Okay. And what about the image on the right?
So again, this is cranial bone. The good thing about this one is that I was able to pinpoint that is in this area over here. So kind of by your ear. So that area over there is very unique because there's a lot of sutures, right? There's a lot of bones that kind of meet in this area. And that tells me that it was pretty much, I can't tell you if it's left or right, but I can definitely tell you that it was in this area.
Okay. Move to the next slide. You found a number of teeth in that ash trap, correct?
I did.
All right, so we're gonna look at some photographs. Just what are we looking at there?
So pretty much you're looking at, so all the ones in the blue background, they are considered to be canines or central incisors or lateral incisors. Some of them might be premolars, kind of after your canines, but you can see well-defined roots in here. And then on the black one, you can actually see is a little bit bigger, right? A little bit wider, which could potentially indicate that is a molar, right? So the ones in the back.
Now, sometimes when we hear on the news that someone like you is involved in a case, we'll hear that they're looking at dental records to identify human remains. What do people mean by that when they say they're looking at dental records? And what role does dental records have in identifying teeth in human remains?
Yeah, so in this case, when we're trying to identify someone with dentals, what we do is we go back to their medical records, right? So their dental records, and we get x-rays, we get pretty much their dental chart. When you go to the dentist and you get an x-ray, all of your teeth are in what we call in situ. So they are still embedded in your jaw, right? That is one of the unique features that the odontologist and myself use for identification, right? Because the shape of that root is actually linked or associated with the mandible, right? So the mandible is the kind of the one that works with the tooth to create that shape, right? So that's what we tend to use. One of the many characteristics that we use. When you have teeth that are just loose, that you don't have a mandible, it gets very tough. It gets very difficult to identify them because, first of all, you need to figure it out what tooth this is, right? So in this case, I'm missing a lot of the crowns. So I'm having a hard time saying, well, it looks like a central incisor, but it also looks like a lateral incisor. So that's where the challenges of identification come, right? Because we're missing the crown and we're also missing the mandible where those go.
So the phrase identify someone by dental records means the position of their teeth, not so much the actual teeth.
Yeah, that's one of the characteristics that we use.
Got it. Next slide, we have some additional teeth.
Yeah, so as you can see, these have a little bit of a different color. So that's why I put a black background so that you guys can see it a little bit better. You can see we have all the way to your left and all the way to your right. Those are potentially canines or premolars, but then the ones in the center are a little bit bigger, right? So those are the ones that go all the way in the back, the molars, right? When you're chewing, most of the food goes to the back, and those are the ones that are responsible for that. So we were able to find an array of different types of teeth.
And just because this is the last slide dealing with teeth, I'll ask the overall question. You were not able to identify whose teeth these were because of the condition they were in and how they were removed, essentially.
That is correct.
Okay. And did you consult with other experts in the field?
We did.
Okay. What are we looking at there?
So this is a vertebrae. Specifically, it is So the one on your left, that is the cervical vertebrae. I don't know if you remember those images at the beginning, right? So we have those little pieces of bone that kind of come out, and then you have that center bone. So we're actually looking at one half of it. So you can see kind of the center bone in the middle, and then that little piece of bone, that flat piece of bone, that is supposed to attach to another vertebrae, right? And that is the cervical vertebrae. The reason for that is I'm looking for several features. Again, the cervical vertebrae are very small, and they have several features that are telling me that this is cervical. None other vertebrae has those features. And this one has the features of a cervical vertebrae. The same with the other image. Again, you can see this is probably a first or a second. The reason for that is because of the curvature of that little piece of bone. Usually the ones at the top that hold your skull are very curved because they want to hold that weight. So that feature was very informative.
And because it's a first or a second, you don't have either Bart or Krista's first or second vertebrae in any of the remains you examined, correct?
That's correct.
With Bart, you only had the fourth and below, and with Krista, you had none.
That's correct.
Okay. And what are we looking at here in the ash trap images?
So this is just a summary of what I found for what I can categorize as hands. So that little, to your left, that long piece of bone, that is actually part of your hand here. So it's one of these. The reason why I know it's a hand and not a foot is because it's very round, right? So the ones in your hand, those little pieces of bone, they're very round. The ones in your feet are actually quite wide. Again, you want to think about holding all that weight, right? So that one over there is just here, one of these. And then the two other ones are from your fingers. So actually, those are what we call distal phalanges. So these are the ones over here pretty much at the top.
Those are your fingertips?
Yes.
What is this image?
So this is what I classified as long bones, because I was not 100% sure if it was left or right. So to your left, if you look at it kind of from an angle, that is actually the knee. So I don't know if you remember the femur, right, in those little kind of grooves where the knee goes. So this is actually one of the grooves of a femur. And then on the other side, that is actually from a tibia. So the tibia, I don't know if you remember from those images, is actually very sharp. It has a very sharp edge, and that is very unique of the tibia. There's no other bone that has that type of sharpness. So we can definitely say that that is a tibia. I just can't tell you if it's a left or a right.
Sure. That concludes, and we have more slides, obviously, but that's the sample images you included. But just an overall question of the many bone fragments you found. Is it challenging, or are there additional complexities to determining what type of trauma that bone went through than if you just, for instance, with Krista, found remains outside, laying outside in a state park? What's more complex about bones that have been burned?
Yeah, so you want to think about, right, what we talked about, the organic and the inorganic, right? So organic material is completely gone. So these are extremely fragile just because I have that inorganic material there, right? So those are the ones that give it a shape, but as soon as you hold those, sometimes they can crumble. So that's why we needed to be very careful. Obviously, the fire is masking some of those potential traumatic elements that I cannot see.
Okay. And so let's talk about some of the trauma maybe that you tried to observe or did observe. Let's talk about this vertebrae, for instance.
Yeah, so I know it might be a little bit difficult for you guys to see that as a vertebrae, but that is actually from the vertebrae itself, is those little pieces of bone that come out, right? So this is one of them. And then with my experience, right, and the way I know how that is supposed to look, that is, as you can see, there was a transecting horizontally cut, right? Because that is supposed to be pretty much round, right? So those are the two transverse processes that are going on the side of the vertebrae, right? So we have the vertebrae in the middle and those two on the side. So it seems like one of them was actually cut transversely.
Sure. Other than that, are there any conclusions you can draw from that?
No, there was too much damage. I can tell you that there is a cut there. I cannot tell you anything else because of the thermal damage. I use the arrows for you guys to kind of see what I'm talking about in terms of that straight cut.
Sure. Let's talk about this vertebrae on the next slide.
So again, this is a fragmented transverse process. So again, we're looking at the sides of the vertebrae itself. And I know what it's supposed to look like, right? So it's kind of round and has very round edges. And on this one, you can kind of see, so those two images are from different planes so that you can actually appreciate the cut itself, right? So those arrows that you can see are indicating the cut. And then on the other image, you can kind of see the border of it that is almost, it is indicative of a cut mark.
Let's talk about the hands. Talk to me about this slide.
So this one was a very unique fragment of the lunate. So in your wrist, you have multiple bones here that consist of your wrist. One of them is called lunate because it resembles the moon. So I kind of put it up in that corner over there for you guys to kind of understand how it's supposed to look like. So in this case, lunate is supposed to be round, right? It's supposed to have all of these shapes, and you can kind of see that there is a cut on it, right? That is not supposed to look like that, right? So it is, and it's very clean, right? Even though undergoing thermal damage, you can still see it. So yeah, you can see kind of the arrows over there where you can kind of see where that cut was made.
Sure. But there were hand bones you were able to identify maybe more about the cut, right? In terms of the next image.
Oh, yes.
Talk to me about this one.
So this is actually a fragmented distal end of the radius. So you have your hand, right? You have these, you have your wrist where you have several, little pieces of bone, and then you have your radius and you have your ulna. So we're looking at almost like this little bump over here, right? So that's what consists made of your radius and your ulna. So what we're looking at is a little piece of bone that is supposed to be connecting with your wrist, right? And in this case, you can actually see, because this is a bigger bone, obviously it preserved a little bit better. And you can kind of see the cuts. Again, it's supposed to be a long bone. It's supposed to have a lot of shape. It is not supposed to be flat. And you can kind of see on those arrows over there where that actual cut was made.
And you say it's consistent of a chop mark.
Yes. So in this case, the bone was big enough for me to put it under the microscope. And you can kind of see it actually without the microscope. So in this one, it was very unique because it had unpatterned striations. So if you go back to Krista and Bart, right, we saw a lot of striations that were uneven, right? They were all over the place. And at times, it seems like it was very inconsistent. Those characteristics are consistent with a saw, right? But when we're looking at another type of tool, potentially a knife or something that it has a blade, we are looking for unpatterned striations. So we're thinking about the topography of the tool itself, right? So in this case, it was pretty much clean to the point that it actually created striations, but there's no pattern to the striations, right? They're all the same, right? So so in our field, that is consistent to be with a chop mark.
And if I go to the next slide, what are we looking at there?
Yeah, so here you can kind of see it a little bit better. So to your left, that is just an image, a photograph from, taken with our camera. And you can kind of see on those arrows where those striations are. And if you can see, it's very different from the other ones that I show you. This one, we don't have a pattern. They're all pretty much the same, right? So that is usually related or correlated with like a blade. And in this case, you can kind of see it also at the top as well. And then the image to your right, that is actually a microscopic image. And you can kind of see a little bit more of the unpatterned striations throughout the entire bone.
And we're talking about the wrist, correct?
Yeah, pretty much at this area over here.
And when you say chop marks, could that be consistent with a machete?
It could.
And could it be consistent with an axe?
Yes.
Okay. You reached some conclusions here.
I did.
Talk to me about those.
So pretty much as we all know by now, there was extreme fragmentation. And this is due to the fire, right? The thermal injuries. And they're mostly represented by that calcine bone, that white bone that I show you guys. And then we also have that charred black bone. There is compelling evidence of dismemberment here, even though we were not able to really pinpoint, again, like we did for Bart and Krista, how, what type of characteristics we can see because there was so much damage. We can definitely say with the suspected distal end of the radius that there was unpatterned striations, right, consistent with chop marks. 3 other fragments exhibited, that transecting, cut marks, but because of the damage, I was not able to really give you more information about it.
And I know you've been talking for a while, but this is my, last slide we're going to go through. You put some of your conclusions about what you found in this slide. Tell me about this and those numbers that you came to include on the slide.
Sure. So I just wanted to kind of give you an overall sense of what we found, right? So we found a total of 106 fragments of bone that were able to be identified. From those 106, 53 of them were considered to be on the cranium. When I'm saying cranium, I'm talking about skull and also mandible. And then we were able to identify 18 of them as hands, part of the hands, 24 of them as dental fragments, and 8 of them as vertebrae, and 3 of them as long bones. In addition to that, I had 124 fragments that I know they're bone, but I was unable to identify them. So we had a grand total of 230 bones, fragmented bones that were found, again, inside the fireplace, on the grate, and also on the ash disposal area.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon now, I think. Starting sort of where we left off with those bone fragments found at the home, I think I heard you say that you could identify whether they were human or not. Let's start there.
That is correct.
So some of the things you found, for whatever reason, you could not identify as human. Some you could identify as human.
That is correct.
Now, some of them you also were able to determine came from an adult human. Is that right?
Some of the fragments did have features of an adult.
Now, none of the fragments that you found could tell you whether it was a male or a female adult human, correct?
That is correct.
And despite the number of bone fragments you found, you weren't able to determine if they came from one human or 6 different humans, correct?
That is correct.
Now, turning back to your analysis from the beginning of your testimony, you were given a couple of tools to compare with the evidence that you found. Is that right?
That is correct.
So the total number of tools you were given was 2. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to say that what you found was consistent with those tools, but you couldn't say that those tools were the actual tools that caused those marks, correct?
That is correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect? No. And may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't think there are any exhibits where you are.
No.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the lunch break at this time.
No, we won't. No, we won't. We're going to teleport right through that. Okay, so now we're going to have Andrew Smith on the stand. He's a snarky one. So he was in the army. He was stationed in Germany. And he was interacting with Chandler online. They played first-person shooter games, right? So I wanted to just quickly tell you a few things that he had said in other interviews. He said that he's not going to say now. Let me just pause him on a better face. Hold on. Okay. Chandler apparently told him that Krista was the one who always withheld his paychecks. That Krista, his own mother, stole money from him. That's what Chandler told this guy, according to him, right? Andrew, this guy, offered to get Chandler a job that would pay $18 per hour. And Chandler said, no thanks. No thank you. So instead of getting a job, even maybe people would say, but maybe he struggled to find a job. Maybe he had these lies going on because he couldn't get a job. No, he was literally offered a job that would pay $18 an hour, which I gather is a lot. And Chandler said, no thanks. Okay, he's going to be working at SpaceX. He told this guy all about SpaceX too. He lied to him for 3 years of interactions, the guy realized afterwards. But what's interesting is that Chandler is such a good liar. That's one thing he's good at, unfortunately. That this former friend, Andrew, when he saw the news, because Chandler said his parents are missing, he told him his parents are missing. And then he said, you must call law enforcement. And then Chandler said, oh, I'm just going to wait a little bit longer. That's also weird, right? But when he had not heard from Chandler, because they played video games together, and he was like, where the hell is he? He checked the news, and he saw that Chandler had been arrested. He literally picked up the phone and called law enforcement to tell them, you've got the wrong guy. Like, what are you doing? Why did you arrest this guy? You would never do that. And even after his arrest, for about a week or so, he spoke to Chandler in jail, fully believing when Chandler said, I didn't do this. They're making it sound so bad in the media, like there's just no way and all of that. So can you imagine? No wonder his former or ex-girlfriend believed him, because this guy, an army dude, also believed him, you know? Like, so many people on his side until they realize, holy crap. Okay, so mods, are you buckled up? Because I think there's going to be a lot of divided opinions about this witness, but let's try our very best, please, to keep it grizzly, which means let's keep it professional, okay? What goes for one witness goes for the other. All right, let's just listen to the testimony with the filter R. Remember, we're talking about what Chandler did. Okay, so here we go.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and then spell it out so everyone who's taking notes just knows how it's spelled?
Andrew Smith.
And how do you spell it?
Alpha, November, Delta, Romeo, Echo, Whiskey.
Okay, and your last name, Smith, common spelling?
Sierra, Mike, India, Tango, Hotel.
And how old are you, sir?
22, sir.
And what area of the country do you live in?
Kansas, sir.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Chandler Halderson?
Yes, sir.
How did you meet Chandler Halderson?
Playing video games while I was stationed in Germany, sir.
Okay.
I also wanted to say something and now I forgot. I paused it and I'm like, what is it? Oh, he did say that he feels absolutely terrible. Like he feels like it's his fault, even though it isn't his fault, because he gave Chandler the gun that Chandler then used to kill his parents. That was not at all what he thought that he would do with it. Okay, so.
And do you see Mr. Halderson in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
All right. What's going to happen here is the judge is going to give some instructions, and then I'm going to ask you where he is. So wait 1 second.
I would ask everyone who's not in the jury box to lower their masks for just a short moment so that all faces are observed by the witness. You can replace your masks. Thank you.
Did you see Mr. Halderson here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me where he's sitting and kind of what he's wearing?
Over on the right, sir, in a suit, sir.
I'd ask the...
Is he at a table?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
I'll ask the record reflect identification.
It will reflect identification.
Sure. Let's talk a little bit about, I guess, that time period in which you met Mr. Halderson. You said you were stationed over in Germany.
Yes, sir.
Were you in the military?
Yes, sir.
What branch?
Army, sir.
And where in Germany were you stationed?
Ansbach, sir.
And whereabout is that?
Middle of BFE, sir.
Okay. And how did you meet someone who lived here in Wisconsin while you were in Germany?
Playing video games on Arma 3 server, sir.
Okay. And what type of video games were you playing?
Mostly FPS, sir.
Okay. What type of game is that?
So, a go around, complete objectives, and capture certain scenarios, sir.
Okay. Is it a shooting game?
Yes, sir.
And some people on the jury maybe play video games, other people don't. If you had to explain to someone how you end up meeting someone playing a video game, could you describe how that happens?
So you'll connect to a server, and then you can type in voice channels or type in voice channels. You can type in text channels, meet people. You can die by other players and interact through them like that by just typing them, or if you guys get in a voice altercation at safe zones where some players can't necessarily hurt each other.
Okay. And so how about did you end up meeting Chandler? Was he just in one of these games and you talked to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to him a lot?
Yes, sir.
did you develop a friendship?
Yes, sir.
About what time was this? What year was this?
I want to say it was 2019 or 2018. It was shortly after my son was born, sir.
Okay. And how often, if you just had to give us a general overview, how often would you play video games with Chandler online?
Almost every day, sir.
Okay. And would you be talking and communicating during that time period?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point, you start to learn a lot about Chandler, I would imagine?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any idea of, at the time, kind of what he was doing in life, school, work, anything like that?
As far as I knew, he was going to college in one of the towns somewhere in Wisconsin and doing all that.
Okay. At some point, you end up coming back to the United States.
Yes, sir.
Military service was over?
Something like that, sir.
Okay. At any point while you were in the military toward the end of your service, did you suffer an injury yourself?
Yes, sir. I was in Germany, and I was coming off the 50 cal range in a German totaled our Humvee, and I got in a Humvee wreck. So I slammed my forehead on a hard side wall of the vehicle, unfortunately. So
You had a head injury?
essentially, sir.
Okay. Were you talking to Mr. Halderson around this time, in between that head injury and when you came back to the United
Yes, sir.
States? Okay. When you came back to the United States, what state did you move to or live in?
Kansas, sir.
Is that your home?
For now.
Okay. Had you ever spent much time in Wisconsin before?
No, sir.
Okay. After you moved back to Wisconsin or to the United States, did your frequency of playing video games with Mr. Halderson, did it increase, decrease, stay the same?
Increase, sir. I was in the same time zone.
Okay. And would you continue to play the same types of games?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there
So, while Chandler was pretending to work at American Insurance, putting in those 40 hours a week from home, he was probably playing video games the whole time. That's probably what he was doing all the time.
any specific weapons that Mr. Halderson liked when he was playing these games?
It really depended on what we were playing. On Tarkov, or Escape from Tarkov is what the game was called. It would range for realistically to whatever we could find inside the video game, because not everything was necessarily easily to collect, but the SKS was certainly a weapon that was fun to use in Tarkov and was something that I had grown interest in as well.
Okay. And around this time, after you came back to the United States, did you learn anything more about where Mr. Halderson was in life? Had jobs changed, school changed, or was things the same for him?
Essentially, what I understood was he was still going to college, and he at some point had gone back to Windsor, or I think it's called Windsor, and had started working for some company installing solar panels or working on contracts for solar panels.
Okay. At any point in your discussions with Mr. Halderson, did he get another job, or was that the last job you knew him having?
As far as I know, that was it, sir.
Okay. At some point, you decided to come visit Chandler.
Yes, sir.
Whenabouts was that?
Sometime during, I think it was June, sir.
Of this past year?
Yes.
Okay. In generally, just how did that come about? Did he ask you to come up? Did you decide to come up?
So it was one of those last-minute decisions I was able to make, sir. So my wife had ended up going to visit family in Ohio, and she was going to be gone for 2 weeks. So I went and looked at how many points I had. I was able to take off work, and I went and called off work that day so I could come up and have a weekend with driving up there and then spending 2 days with him, sir.
Okay. Had you ever been to Wisconsin before?
No, sir.
Okay. It's a long.
I'm just going to pause, okay? So thank you all for trying your very best to keep it Grizzly over here. If you so happen to see some of his post-trial interviews, I think that's why some people, like Lady in Grey saying, what's with the hate for this witness? I don't think there's hate, but some people will have some snark because he said some very disrespectful things about the victims, okay? So I think that's why I'm saying there'll be divided opinions depending on how much you know, what you've seen, but we're not going to focus on that now. We're here focusing on the testimony as if it's January 2022. We're watching this now, okay? And what I'm filtering for, even though I've heard it before, is what he says about Chandler. What was Chandler doing, you know? And what was the timeline like? I think that's very interesting as well. And how much he lied, even to this friend that he was interacting with online mostly. I mean, he took his lies even online, talking about working for SpaceX and all sorts of things. Like, what?
Long drive up here?
No shit. Yes, sir.
It's okay. Everyone slips up. I'm showing you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 392. Is that you and Chandler up here?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'll just move 392 into evidence. I'll just show it to the jury if that's okay, Judge.
Any objection?
No
to it?
objection.
It's received. You may publish.
Where'd you stay when you were up here with Mr. Halderson?
In their family home in the basement, sir.
Did you meet his parents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were up here, what kind of things did you do for fun? Where'd you go?
So we went swimming at some river at some point, and then we went and drove around to the different department stores, and we're looking at weapons and all that. So we went to Cabela's. We went to, I want to say it was Bass Pro, but that doesn't sound right. I know we went to Gander Mountain, and then we went to like one or two other places, but I can't remember what they were.
Okay. Showing you a photograph labeled exhibit number 563.
Jesus.
Did you take that picture?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
The river, sir.
That you went swimming?
Yes, sir.
And who took you there?
Chandler and his girlfriend at the time.
All right. I'll move 563 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And I asked to publish it on the Elmo. Actually, it's not set up right now. I'm just going to show everybody.
Oh, that's fine.
Was that a river or a lake you were swimming at?
River, sir.
And was there a city across the street or across the river from there?
Yes, sir, and there was a bridge on the right.
Having never been to Wisconsin before, you don't know exactly what river that was or where you were?
I'm just here, sir.
Okay. How long did you stay up here with Chandler and the family when you came to visit?
So I got up there on Saturday morning, right around 5 a.m., I think, and then I stayed there until Sunday evening around 1700, and then went and departed and was able to arrive back home on Monday around 2 or 4 in the morning, somewhere between, sir.
Okay. When you visited Wisconsin to see Chandler, you brought him a gift.
Yes, sir.
What did you bring him?
I brought him a 20-inch barrel SKS.
How did you acquire this gun?
So I had purchased it on a gun broker, and I went and had it sent to my FL, and then I went and sat in the FL until I went and did the FL transfer. So I purchased it initially because I really thought, like, oh, well, I like it in the video game. I might like it in real life. And then I fired it. It sat in my safe, and then I never touched it again. And then it just dawned on me, like, well, I'm going to give it to someone who might actually appreciate this weapon and take care of it and all that. So I ended up giving it to Chandler as a gift.
Okay. So while you like guns, you didn't particularly love this gun?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 391. You know what that document is?
Yes, sir. It's a FL transfer paperwork, sir.
And you've been saying the phrase FFL, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That's a federal firearms license holder.
Meaning someone who's licensed to sell firearms and fills out paperwork.
And does the correct background checks and such.
Got it. I'll move 391 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
This document has your signature on it and the person who sold it, their signature, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it has the serial number of the weapon that you purchased.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Now, when you gave the gun to Chandler, did he pay you for it?
No, sir.
It was a gift.
Yes, sir.
Did you document in any way transferring that gun to him?
Yes, sir.
How did you choose? Did you fill out paperwork like this?
I took his photo ID that the state issued him, and I took it right next to the serial number, annotating that this was me giving this weapon to this individual, so that way, if anything like this would occur, that it wouldn't necessarily come back to me.
Okay. It was important to you to document that?
Most times it is, yes.
Okay. So I'm showing you what's been marked as
I'll take myself off camera for a moment here so you can see him because he's sitting behind me here, okay? While I move myself over. So remember to focus on the testimony. And remember, it's Friday. If you're watching live here with us, don't get all worked up. Don't get angry now. Chill out, chill out. It's Friday. Thank you for being here with us to watch this trial together. By the way, we almost had 3 hours in our trial footage, and we've got 4 hours and 46 minutes.
exhibit number 393, 394, and then maybe a more zoomed in version, which is 564. Do those all appear to be just general versions of what you did there?
Yes, sir.
And so these are Chandler's driver's license and the serial number of that weapon?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll move 393, 394, and 564 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
All right. And I'll publish them to the jury just by showing it, if that's fine with everyone. Okay.
Okay, so you guys are asking like Elsa party. So can anyone please clarify the month and year that Andrew gave this gun to Chandler Halderson? 2 weeks before the murder happened. So it was in June of 2021, and Chandler murdered his parents on July 1st of 2021. Just so that you know, okay?
So I'm showing first this one. This is Chandler's ID, and then you put it up next to that serial number.
Yes, sir.
Another version, zoomed in, same thing.
Yes, sir.
And then the actual serial number zoomed in a little bit closer.
Yes, sir.
Can you read the serial number for us of this gun from the zoomed in picture?
Yes, sir. Slowly. 1017948 Papa.
Okay. So 1017948
P.
Pete, Paul. Okay. Had Chandler asked you for this gun, or was this just your idea?
I think he had at one point asked for it as a joke, but mostly it was my idea, sir.
Okay. You brought him other things that go with the gun?
Yes, sir.
What type of things?
So I had brought him a steel canister that had contained roughly 480 rounds of 7.62 by 39 steel case tool ammo.
And is that the ammunition that goes with that weapon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And showing you what's been marked, Exhibit 395, 396, 397.
You know what's a scary thought for, people that think, oh, look, this guy gave him a gun, and then look what happened. Well, imagine what would have happened if Chandler didn't have that gun. I hate to even think further than that, because he got caught out by his father with all those lies. He was about to be confronted with them. So I don't know what would have happened, but I don't think it would have ended very differently. I think Chandler is exactly who he is that we can see here, right?
Do those appear to be that canister of ammunition?
Yes, sir.
And are you fairly confident that's the one you brought?
Well, I mean, I'm the only weirdo that stencils his ammo can, so yes.
You put those stencils on there?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'd move 397, 395, and 396 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
And I'll move to publish to 396.
Yes, of course.
And so, showing the jury this picture, when you say you stenciled this ammo can, what do you mean by that?
So I've got plenty of different kinds of rounds in my home, so I'll go and have different cans for them, and I take a spray can, I'll buy the stencil so I can make sure I know what I'm grabbing if I need something before I go to the range, so I'm not running around like a chicken with my head cut off trying to figure out what can goes to what.
So this yellow paint that says 7.62 by 39, that's you that stenciled that on there?
Yes, sir.
And briefly, just showing you exhibit number 398, 399, 400, 401. Do all of those appear to be the ammunition that was inside of that can?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll move 398 through 401.
No objection.
They are received.
And I'd move to publish. I'll publish just for purposes of just showing the jury something, 398 and 400.
Very good.
And these are just those ammunition.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was a lot of ammunition.
A bit.
How did Chandler react when you gave him the gun?
Oh, he was happy.
What do you mean? But how do you know he was happy, or how do you know that?
Because he had a big smile on his face when I had given it to him as a gift.
Okay. Were you aware whether his parents that he was living with were gun people or wanted guns in their home?
As far as I knew that, or what I was explained by Chandler, was that his parents understood the reason why firearms exist in this world. And not that they necessarily support having them, but they're helpful in situations.
Sure. To your knowledge, did Chandler have any guns?
As far as I knew, he told me that he had owned a AR-15 with a barrel extension that had to be welded on or something like that. It was kind of looked like an M16 almost.
Did you ever see that gun?
He had shown me a picture of it on on the app called Discord, but I don't have any documentation of that.
When you were here in Wisconsin, did you ever see any guns in the Halderson house?
I think I asked about it, but I think he said that they had it at the wherever their cabin was.
What did Chandler do with the gun? Were you able to figure out where he put it in the house?
Yeah, he had initially, so if you would walk down the flight of stairs in the basement, you would look left, there was like a little wood pile, and he had stuck it in the middle section there because I understood that they might not be happy about having this firearm. So, but he had told me he was going to be moving soon to do a career in SpaceX in Florida, so he was just going to take it with him and move out there with it.
Okay. Were there any magazines that came with the gun?
Yes, sir. 3.
How many?
3.
And those all went with that gun?
Yes, sir.
Were they loaded when you gave them to him?
Not initially, sir.
How did they become loaded?
I think we were bullshitting with the magazine, sir, and both of us, and he was asking me how to load it, so I was like, oh, and I was showing him how to pack the magazine.
Sure. Aside from, and I think we've got it, but aside from the gun, the 3 magazines, the ammo can, and then the 400 some rounds of ammunition, was there anything else related to the gun that you gave to Chandler?
The optic that came on the weapon.
The sight, if for most people. If people aren't gun people, what's an optic?
It's the same thing, essentially.
If I showed you that gun, would you recognize?
Just a pause. I mean, that's a good point. Julie says he's not the one who committed the crime. However, I don't believe it's a good idea to gift a gun to a person you only know from an online friendship. Yeah, that's some wisdom there. That's some good advice. Exactly.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're not going to touch it. The detectives, in fact, are going to touch it, but it's already been received into evidence.
Roger.
In this case. So this is Detective Schunk, who I think you've met in this case. Does that appear to be the weapon that you gave to Chandler?
Can you flip it over? Yes, sir.
And looking at this zoomed in picture of the serial number from the driver's license photo, you can stand up if you need to. Would you confirm to me if that's the serial number, in fact, on that weapon?
Yes, sir.
And I think just because you weren't speaking into the microphone, because I asked you to stand up, that last response was yes, that is the serial number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The magazines themselves, would you recognize those if you saw them?
Yes, sir.
How so?
Well, I don't remember. My brain doesn't always work correctly sometimes, but I can remember most things for firearms. So I know 2 of them should be made by ProMag, and then one has a metal bottom with some black screwed up something on it.
When you gave Chandler the 3 magazines, and obviously there's 1 gun, but there's 3 magazines, there's a good deal of ammunition, several hundred rounds.
480.
480. Were you giving him everything you had related to that gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any reason to keep any of the other things?
No, sir.
Okay. Just 1 second. We're going to show you some other stuff.
Gotcha.
And again, you'll notice the detective's wearing gloves, so he'll show you anything, and he'll turn things around if you ask him, but we'll have to ask you not to touch anything.
Roger.
Just so the jury knows, because of the break that we had in suspending the trial, I asked the detectives to reseal all of the evidence boxes since we weren't going to be able to access them for a number of days, and that's the process that's happening at this time.
And so, can you flip that box over for me? Showing you what's been marked as 288. Does that appear to be a magazine consistent with what you gave Mr. Halderson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what defining characteristics are on that magazine that lead you to believe that is in fact one you gave him?
The big ugly splotch on the bottom of the magazine, sir.
All right. And I'll have the detective display that to the jury. All right. And so we're going to do the same process with the next 2. The next exhibit we're going to deal with is 289. Again, same process. We're showing you 289.
You could see a lot of defluffing went on here. Lots of breaks, when they open all the boxes and all of that. Mukesh, thank you for your sticker. We've spoken about that quite a lot. So I'm going to move on to this testimony. We'll continue with the testimony.
You can ask that be moved any way you'd like. Does that appear to be consistent with the magazine that you gave Chandler Halderson?
Yes, sir.
And would that fit into the SKS rifle that you just looked at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll go to the next one. And while the detective's pulling out the next one, the last one, which I can touch the outside, is Exhibit 288. You yourself have fired this gun in the past?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware exactly how much ammunition you gave to Chandler?
Yes, sir.
How much?
The box of ammo that I had purchased had 500 rounds in it, sir. I've shot roughly 20, didn't enjoy the firearm, and gave him 480 rounds.
Okay. And when you say 480, is that an estimate, or do you know that to be exact?
That should be precise.
While you were here in Wisconsin with Chandler, did you all fire the weapon?
No, sir.
Showing you that exhibit. You can ask for it to be moved any way you'd like.
Yes, sir.
Is that consistent with the magazine you gave Chandler?
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss with Chandler when you gave him the weapon in June of this past year anything more about what he was going to do with it, other than I think you said he was going to move to Florida with his new job? Anything else? Did you discuss? Was he going to go hunting? Anything like that?
I don't believe so, sir.
You said you visited him over the course of a couple days. Did you give it to him right away or later on in the weekend?
I think it was either Sunday that I gave it to him, or it was some day on Saturday that I gave it to him.
After you gave it to him and he placed it, I think you said was it under boards?
It was, so it was almost like a bench like this, but there's a hollow center that had stuff stacked inside of it, and he just kind of shoved it in there since there was stuff blocking the front path of it from view.
Do you know where, did the gun ever come out after he put it in there? Did you ever see it again?
We could have, sir. I think we could have played around with it, just showing how it works. And like, keep in mind, I had this weapon for a couple months, just had it sit in my safe, so I've had plenty of time to figure out a little bit of the ins and outs of it. So.
Okay. Do you know where Chandler placed the magazines or the ammo box?
I don't recall, sir.
Did Chandler tell you anything more about his job at SpaceX?
Not really, sir. Just that he had an opportunity that he was looking forward to.
You left at some points and you continued talking to Chandler, playing video games after you went back home?
Yes, sir.
Like, Chandler had no reason to carry that lie with this guy. There's no reason to tell him that. He just told everyone that. I'm going to work at SpaceX. Like, I wonder if Chandler believed it. He believed his own lies, hey? The real Tanya, thank you so much. It's like, for 3 years, he lied to this guy. And he was an online friend. And then eventually in June of 2021, they met in person. Sure. But why?
At some point, did Chandler suffer some sort of injury?
Yes, sir.
What do
As
you know
far
about
as
that?
I know, he went down the stairs and had fell somehow and screwed up his head or his neck.
Okay. And did that injury, according to Chandler, did that end up impacting his job or anything like that?
As far as I knew, so it seemed that because of the injury, he wasn't going to be able to take a flight out to Florida to do this SpaceX thing. But other than that, he didn't really explain what was wrong, just that he wasn't going to be able to fly out there and he wasn't able to look at computer screens or anything like that with so much blur on the screen or motion blur.
Did you find out at some point that Chandler's parents were missing?
Yes, sir.
How did you find out?
It was shortly after the 4th of July when I had came back from Texas from visiting my other buddy. He had gave me a sort of, not hysterical per se, but a pretty upsetting call that his parents hadn't got back to him or he hadn't seen them.
Sure. And then the cadence of things, was this was after the head injury?
Yes, sir.
Did Chandler tell you anything about the head injury in terms of specifics about what was going to happen or how
He
severe
told
it
me
was?
that he would have to wear a neck brace and that they were supposed to drill a hole in his head or something like that to alleviate some sort of pressure.
I mean, why? That's what I'm so saying. Why does Chandler have to lie like that to this guy? Is he like testing out all these lies on everyone to see if they'd believe him? Or what? It's so unnecessary.
Did you talk to Chandler about his parents being missing?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about those conversations.
Well, day one when he told us, because he had told me and my friend that he's friends with that I visited when I was down in Texas, he told us that they had been missing. So we both suggested to him that, hey, if this is really a big concern for you, you might want to contact law enforcement immediately.
Okay. What did Chandler say to that?
He said, well, they might turn up, so I'll just wait a few days, and so it goes.
After that conversation, do you recall?
Okay, how not to handle when your parents are missing? Well, just wait a few days, whatever. Obviously, we know what he is really doing, but that's a red flag. Just like, oh, well, we'll just see if they show up. When everything was already out of the ordinary. It's like saying they got picked up by some random friends in some car, I don't know, and they left. I don't even know why. Yeah. Well, he made up different stories for that too, that they were going to do repairs, plumbing repairs at the cabin. Or when gambling, took their silver bars and their wads of cash and liquor and off they went. That doesn't sound like them at all. So telling all these people, yeah, they're missing. And then the advice being, well, then call the police. Is like, nah, I'm just going to wait a few more days.
Having any other conversations with Chandler about his parents being missing?
Just talking about how or where they could have end up at or what was going on with the situation.
Was Chandler expressing worry to you or that he was concerned?
He seemed concerned, yes.
At some point, sure, and obviously now you're aware that Chandler was arrested for what happened.
Yes, sir.
You began having to have some conversations with law enforcement because a gun that was found very close to Bart Halderson, Chandler's father, was that gun that we just showed you. And so law enforcement started talking to you, right?
Yes, sir. Well, I had reached out to them immediately upon figuring out that he had been arrested.
You've been cooperative with law enforcement the whole time, haven't you?
I'm not going to be a broken piece of glass, sir.
I kind of like when he gets snarky like that. Some people are like, he's got so much attitude, he's arrogant. I like that he's like, He says it as it is. He calls a spade, okay? But he called law enforcement because he thought, what? You've got the wrong guy. At that point, he called law enforcement. This is based on interviews that he did post-trial, right? He said that he saw the news that Chandler was arrested. He thought, no way, man. Let me phone and just tell them they've got the wrong guy. And then he found out later, oh, crap. Yeah, they've got the right guy.
Meaning you'll help if you need to.
Yes.
Okay. The police, in fact, visited you down in where you live at some point.
Yes, sir.
You, when asked, had given them access to things like bank records or your phone and things of that sort?
Yes, sir.
And you've provided photographs whenever you could?
Yes, sir.
Why was that important to you to assist?
Well, to put it bluntly, sir, I served in the Army, and I'm not going to get fucked for something that I didn't do.
Where were you?
He says it just like that. I know it's the courtroom, okay? But he says it just like that. Yeah, he's not going to get effed for something that he did not do. Which I'm sure, obviously, they were looking into him at first. Like, you gave this guy the murder weapon? Like, what is going on here? But he was cleared. He was cleared.
July 1st, July 2nd, 2021.
Crystal Beach, Texas, sir.
In fact, what is Exhibit 566?
Looks like my bank statement, sir.
And where's that bank statement show that you are?
So if you follow this down, so you can see that I went and did some sort of purchase at a gas station at Texas at 7:02. Then follow this down, 7:02 Lufkin, Texas. And then keep following it down. You can see 7:02 Crystal Beach, Texas. Keep following it down. You can see Lufkin again, sir. And then Crystal Beach, sir. And then more purchases at Crystal Beach, Texas, sir. And then a few interspersed things that my wife had been purchasing at Dollar Tree, apparently.
And where was she at?
She was in Manhattan still, sir, or Junction City, sir.
Junction City. And in all of these purchases, and this is a bank statement from the 1st, looks like through the 10th, there's not a single one from Wisconsin, correct?
No, sir.
Nothing from Illinois? No?
No, sir.
Iowa?
No, sir.
Minnesota?
Unless I have the power of God to teleport, sir, I don't think that's going to occur.
Understood. I'll move 566 into evidence.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
It's received.
I don't think it needs to be published. I think your bank statements can just be right there.
Has information been redacted on?
They have been redacted if ultimately
All you
anyone.
can see is how broke I am.
That's fine. And in fact, at times, you're aware that the police verified your location in other ways, phone records and things of that sort.
I'm sure they did, sir.
Yeah. You were never in Wisconsin in July of 2021.
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Oh boy, cross-examination. Are they buckled up? Jade, thanks so much for the sticker. And Pernille says, court reporter and judge. What did he say? Yeah, I had to type that out. Oh, here we go. Cross-examination.
I'd like to first ask you a few questions about that SKS that you purchased. Is it correct that you purchased that initially for yourself?
Yes, sir. Or ma'am, sorry.
Is it fair to say you're interested in guns?
In firearms, yes, ma'am.
You said you went and fired that SKS maybe 20 times?
I had shot it once and put 20 rounds to the rifle itself through my hands, ma'am.
After that, you decided it wasn't that appealing to you?
No, ma'am. Just too much of kick, too much of anything that didn't make me happy about the weapon.
What do you mean by too much kick?
So each caliber of weapon or bullet will fire X amount of powder through it. So, for example, the SKS, which shoots 7.62 by 39 or whatever it is in Russia, it shoots a bigger payload of powder versus 5.56/223, which shoots up to 27 grains of powder. So it's not as much kick, but you can still put enough firepower down range.
Why does the kick make it unappealing to you?
Because if I had to defend my family from a home intruder, I think 5.56 is going to be a lot easier and a lot faster for me to react with than a 7.62 by 39 round.
Compared to other guns or firearms that you've used, the SKS is somewhat louder than similar type firearms, correct?
Not necessarily. It depends. It really depends on a lot of things, on where the location is. If you're in let's say you're shooting it in here, it's going to be loud as hell because there's all the encasing around you. If you're outside, it's going to be not as loud, but it's still going to be pretty loud.
Louder than a handgun?
Not necessarily.
Under similar circumstances, louder than a handgun?
Possibly, yes.
Now, you're familiar with your familiarity with firearms. You're familiar with the terms of flash suppressor or flash hider?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those?
So a flash hider, depending on what you have, it can make either the ball of flame that comes out of it a lot bigger. It can make it so when you're shooting or at a prone position, when you're firing, the weapon gets pulled forward versus sending the recoil back, so it's not as much. And it really depends on what you're talking about specifically. You can't just throw a flash hider in with one of the other things because they all do different things.
Potentially, they could also reduce the sound.
Not necessarily unless you have a suppressor.
So a flash suppressor can reduce the sound.
A flash suppressor, if you can go out and buy a suppressor with a tack stamp, yes.
So could any kind of silencer.
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't provide any of those with this SKS when you
No, ma'am,
gifted it
but
to
with
Mr. Halderson?
the SKS's barrel at the end of it, regardless, it's kind of an act of God almost to put a suppressor on. So there's barrel threading, which was not on this SKS at the end of it. There might be a special attachment you can get and purchase and put onto this firearm, but unless you have certain special attachments, it might not necessarily fit in correctly or seat correctly, which can cause problems itself and cause an obstruction.
Bottom line, though, this SKS that you gifted Mr. Halderson didn't have any of that.
No, ma'am. It's the standard end of an AK-74, essentially.
Now, when you gifted this SKS to Mr. Halderson, you talked about this procedure you use with taking a photo of someone's driver's license with the serial number from the firearm. Do you
Yes,
remember
ma'am.
that? That's not something you only have done with Mr. Halderson. It's something you've done anytime you've sold, transferred, or gifted firearms, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've done that several times?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
Depends on a lot of things. If I have, so I can have an AR-15 that I'll buy and I'll build it and then it'll sit in my safe for whatever reason for a long time and then I can go like, oh, okay, well, go and sell it. But as for how many I've sold, that's none of your business, frankly.
Okay. That's really all I have. Thank you.
Oh man, I forgot about that. As for how many I've sold, that's none of your business, frankly. The defense is like, okay, that is all I have. Wow.
Any redirect?
No.
May this witness be excused and released.
He is both, yes.
Thank you, sir. Have a good
Yes.
rest of your day.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Greetings. My name is Clint, C-L-I-N-T. My last name is Seltzner, S-E-L-T-Z-N-E-R.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a detective for the Dane County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been a detective?
since August of 2015.
Were you yourself involved in the investigation into the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson, specifically into the search of their home on Oak Springs?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity were you involved in that search?
I was just one of the detectives assigned to help search.
Now, he has a nice voice. When you guys talk audiobooks, yeah, I vote for this guy and the judge. Yes, both of them, okay?
And particularly, did you end up searching Chandler Halderson's bedroom?
Yes, I did.
What gave you the impression that that was Chandler's bedroom?
The pictures on the wall, the size of the clothes, documents, things like that.
Sure. When you searched the bedroom, were you searching for any items in particular, or were you just looking through and seeing what you could find?
I think at that point we were just looking for anything we thought that could be related to the case.
And were cell phones an important item for you to look for at that time?
Yes, they were.
That was included in the search warrant of things that you could take from the Halderson home?
Yes, I was.
I'll show you a couple photographs. Showing what's been marked as Exhibit 469. What is that a photograph of?
I see Apple iPhones, an iPod, I believe, and then there's also a black and silver Apple iPhone.
Okay. And I'm showing you 470 with has some of those items pulled out, correct?
Yes.
There were numerous phones in Chandler Halderson's bedroom that were seized as evidence.
Yes, there were.
Were these photographs of those phones in those general areas?
Yes, they were. This is an Alcatel flip phone.
Sure. So at least were these all found in the same general vicinity?
Yeah, these phones were found, the Apple iPhone was found in a desk drawer, and where you would put your legs underneath the workspace, there's that fold-out drawer where typically pens and things like that are found. That's where that was. The Alcatel phone was found in the bottom drawer.
Okay. Same desk?
Same desk.
Okay. So a couple different phones, and then just some general USBs, normal office stuff in there, correct?
That's right.
All right. I'll move 469 and 470 to evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
And then before I publish, did you find any ammunition or ammunition cans in the bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Whereabouts was an ammunition can found?
The ammunition can was found in the closet on the right-hand side on the floor.
Showing it's been marked as exhibit number 471. Is that the ammunition can?
Yes, it is.
And is that kind of where it was found?
It was in the closet. I can't really see you from the context.
Things are moved around here. Take a photograph at the top.
Yeah, that's the ammo can.
All right. So 471.
Like, this guy has such a nice voice that he makes that little microphone in the courtroom sound like a professional microphone. Can you imagine him with a professional microphone? Oh my word. Okay, now that my microphone envy has been dealt with, now I can concentrate on what he's got to say.
Any objection to the receipt of 471?
No objection.
It is received.
All right. I'll move to publish. And we're just going to show them here because there's not many, and the detail perhaps isn't as important as some, but is that the ammunition can there in the center of 471?
Yes, sir.
And you said that was in Mr. Halderson's closet?
Yes, it was.
469, is that a photograph of the top drawer of that desk?
It looks like it, yes.
And we have some phones that became relevant that you ended up seizing?
Yes.
And other just general debris. And then if we look at 470, is that laid out all the phones that were collected from that desk?
Yes.
And then obviously there's just appears to be some normal office things, but we have a flip phone kind of in the center right, and then appears to be two iPhones.
I believe one was an iPod.
iPod and an iPhone.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And all those items were seized?
Yes.
Okay. Were any gloves found in Mr. Halderson's bedroom?
Detective Liz Allen located a glove in the drawer of his nightstand. That was a black glove. And then I found a box of Walgreens exam-style gloves in a container or box underneath the bed.
Sure.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you please clarify? Walgreens or Walmart? We need to know. Inquiring minds need to know. Okay, he said Walgreens. All right, all right.
Exam-style gloves, the gloves that we've maybe been wearing in court, the plastic gloves, the latex gloves?
Right.
Okay. And did you seize that box of gloves?
Yes, we did.
I'm showing it's been marked as we don't have to open it. 474, is that in fact the box of gloves that you seized that day?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I'll move 474 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
That box of gloves, had it been opened and had some taken out, or do you recall?
I can't remember for certain.
Sure. And those phones that we previously talked about, one flip phone and one iPhone found in the drawer, were those seized by yourself, or others involved in the search of his bedroom?
We were seized, yeah, but they were seized by detectives, yes.
Sure. Showing exhibit number 567, does that appear to be the Apple iPhone?
Yes, it does.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 473. This is just labeled as what?
Labeled as cell phone.
Okay. And in fact, we're going to open these. So we'll have one of the detectives bring up, don't think there's any scissors up here, so we'll have them bring something up to open those. What do we got there?
This is an Alcatel flip phone.
Okay. And you're not here to tell us what's on the phone, but it's a flip phone.
Yes.
And consistent with what you seized in Mr. Halderson's room in his desk drawer.
Yes, it is.
All right. I'll move 473 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
All right, same thing. We'll look at this one, labeled in this case 567. If you could open that up. What do we got there?
This is a black and silver Apple iPhone.
And was that the phone found in the top desk drawer in Chandler Halderson's bedroom?
Yes, it was.
All right. Take that back, and I will move 5, 6, 7 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And don't go too quick or too far here. While we're here, these are the gloves I think we already talked about. It's 474 moved into evidence. If you could just open those up so everyone can take a look. And is that box of gloves open?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's it labeled?
Nitrile exam gloves
Okay. From Walgreens?
from Walgreens.
All right, we can place it back in the bag. We have one more to look at. Was that ammunition can and all the ammunition collected?
Yes, it was.
That box, I'll sit.
You know what I forgot is that we're also going to hear from an ex-girlfriend today. Yes, that's still coming up today too. We've got about an hour and a half left of trial footage for today. And there's, after this witness, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more witnesses.
Exhibit number 475 down. Does that appear to be the ammunition that was collected from Mr. Halderson's bedroom?
Yes, it does. Yes, it is.
And is it appropriately marked with an exhibit sticker as well as a Dane County Sheriff's evidence sticker?
I recognize that evidence ID number and the sticker.
All right, I'd move 475.
No objection.
It is received.
And if you could just open it up so we can take a look at it. All right, and what I'm going to have you do is just pull that out, if you could, and hold up so the jury can see the stenciled side of that. It says 762 by 39. Is that full of ammunition right now?
Yes, it is.
It's very heavy, isn't it?
Feels like it.
Okay, we'll put it back. Regarding those phones that we talked about that were seized, you're not the person who does the analysis of those phones, right?
No, I'm not.
You took them, they got put in a bag, they put in evidence, and that's what you're testifying to?
Yes.
All right, no further questions.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
He may be excused, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good remainder
Thank
of your
you.
day.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, we were wondering, you said, wow, you were right about a full day. We were also wondering, would there be cross-examination? No, not of that kind, no. That's it.
Could you please state your first and last name and spell
Ooh, a childhood friend.
both for the record?
I am Alex Gravatt, Alex Gravatt.
Mr. Gravatt, do you know somebody by the name of Chandler Halderson?
I do know Chandler Halderson.
And how do you know Mr. Halderson?
We were childhood friends and roommates.
Okay. I'd ask that you look around the courtroom. The judge will give instructions in just a second, and tell me whether or not you see Mr. Halderson.
And before the witness does so, would everybody not in the jury box lower their mask for a moment so that he can see everyone's faces? Thank you. You can replace your mask. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I see Chandler Halderson.
Could you please identify him by perhaps where he's located and perhaps the color of his shirt?
He is wearing a black suit with a white shirt next to somebody wearing green.
All right. And ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Halderson.
It shall.
Mr. Gravatt, did you ever go swimming in the Wisconsin River with Mr. Halderson?
Yes, a handful of times.
Okay. And where did you guys go? Could you describe the location?
We had 2 spots, one next to a local park in Saukville, and then one kind of down the road across a bridge, and we had to go into a cul-de-sac and then down a winding path through a little prairie to a beach.
And that second location you described, how many times do you think you went there with Mr. Halderson?
Me personally, 2 or 3. I know that they went, he and a few of my other friends went more times without me.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Halderson knew how to scuba dive?
Yes.
What did you know about his scuba diving?
Well, I knew in high school he was a diver, but then he loved to swim, and from my understanding, he joined the Madison police diving team for search and rescue missions. I know he'd gone a few times with them, to my knowledge, but I never went with him or dropped him off or saw anything too much.
Did he ever?
He literally didn't. This guy lied to everyone. Even his childhood friend and roommate, he's like, yeah, working with the police. I'm a professional diver now. Like, no, you're not. For everyone to even process everything that Chandler ever told them and try to sift through, was that now a lie or not? I mean, majority of it was a lie. I wonder if there was anything real there. Welcome, just a little gruntled.
tell you about any of his search and rescue missions?
Yes, he told me a couple of times about getting caught in riptides, and one time he said that he saw a body while doing it, while scuba diving, and that he was a little weirded out by that.
What? And then he probably put his mother in that same river. You know what I mean? Like, why these stories? I know I just keep saying why. If you're getting annoyed, I'm sure we're all saying why. I'm just saying what we're all thinking, okay? Why? So you're telling this friend, you're making up that you're this police diver, okay? And then you also get caught in a current. And one time you even see a body in there. Yeah, freaked him out. I mean, there is really no need for that story, okay? He was speculatively a pathological liar.
Did he ever bring home any mementos or anything he found while scuba diving?
Yes, I know there was one time he brought home a large pink sex toy that he found, and then there was one time I believe he brought home like an old rusty looking knife.
And were these from his scuba diving missions with the Madison Police Department? Was that your understanding?
I believe so.
No further.
You're gonna go that far? Chandler's like, look at this pink sex toy I found. Yeah, this rusty old knife. All those police diving missions, you know? I mean, he is so weird. That is an understatement. But Chandler is so weird.
Questions?
Any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a
Thank
good
you.
remainder of your day. Thank you.
Dakotah Brown, Dakotah
Ex-girlfriend.
Brown.
And do you know someone by the name of Chandler Halderson?
Yes,
How do you know Mr. Halderson?
I was in a relationship with him for 1 year.
Okay. And I'd ask that, the judge will give instructions in a minute, but I'd ask that you look around the courtroom, see if you see Mr. Halderson, and then identify him by where he's seated and perhaps the color of his shirt.
I'll ask everyone not in the jury box to lower their mask for a brief moment. Thank you. You could return your masks. Were you able to see Mr. Halderson?
Yes, white shirt, black tie, blue mask.
And is he seated at a table?
Yes,
I'd ask the record to reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, Ms. Brown, did you ever go swimming with Mr. Halderson in the Wisconsin River?
yes.
Where did you guys go?
We went to Sauk City, to a beach area on the river, right on the riverbank.
Okay. And was that a place that, to your understanding, Chandler swam a lot?
No, we found it one day as a group, us and our friends, and we all went together for the first time.
Okay. And what year was that? Do you remember?
2020.
I'm going to show you what has been marked and received as exhibits 123 and 124. Do you recognize either or both of those photos?
Yes, both.
How do you recognize them?
Chandler sent them to me.
And do you know anything about where these were taken or any of the circumstances surrounding?
He just said a beach day in Sauk City with the boys.
Okay. Ms. Brown, what, if anything, do you know about Chandler's scuba diving career?
I don't know anything other than he told me that he has gone diving, that he was certified, and that he had a job diving.
And did he say what department he dived with?
For the Madison Police Department.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Have a good remainder of your day. Right.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name?
Paige Valenta, Paige, Valenta, Valenta.
And how are you employed?
With the City of Madison Police Department.
In what role?
I'm the Assistant Chief of Operations.
In the realm of ranks of police officers, you're at near the very top.
I report directly to the chief.
Okay. I asked you a couple of questions in this case, which is why you're testifying, but does the Madison Police have a scuba diving rescue team?
No.
Has someone named Chandler Halderson ever been employed by the Madison Police to your knowledge?
No.
No further questions.
Does the Madison Police Department even have a scuba diving team? No, they don't have that. Oh, wow. That's really what a cool witness. Just let's debunk that completely. Not even like it exists and maybe he volunteered, but he didn't at all. It doesn't even exist. My goodness.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Have a good remainder of your day.
Detective, we've heard from you a couple of times. Due to some things you've done in this investigation, be fair to say that there was a large team of people responsible for determining what actions were taken, what steps to take next in the investigation, or was it just you or just Sabrina Sims?
No, Detective Sims and I were the lead detectives, but we had a lot of help.
Sure. We have seen a lot of evidence in this case, both at all the crime scenes. Was it important to you to see if any of those items were connected to other crime scenes in this case?
Yes, definitely.
Why was that important?
It was important. We found tools out at the farm, obviously. We knew that there were items in the Halderson household that had been located. Trying to figure out how they were placed in the different locations, I guess. So the tools out at the farm, if there was anything that we could do to determine whether they had a tie directly to the Halderson family or the Halderson household was important.
And we're
Sorry to pause there. Gloria Clockenbrink says, I don't understand what these young women saw in this dweeb. I mean, what do you mean? He was intelligent. He was gonna work at SpaceX, huh? Star swimmer, diver, even for the Madison County Police Department, okay? Madison City Police Department. Yeah, no, he was a catch. But actually, no. In reality, not at all. Sure. He carried those lies everywhere with him. I wonder if he lied like that his entire life. Like, where did it start?
There were some steps taken in this investigation to try to make those determinations.
Definitely.
Some of them involved just seeing things and some involved expert witnesses.
Correct.
All right. Let's start with one item. We've talked about a lot. It's marked. I'll show you the fence real quick. It's the target bag. It's marked as Exhibit 561 in this case. What is Exhibit number 561?
That's going to be the target bag filled with rags and cleaning supplies that Detective Feeney found on Irwin Road.
And these were the rags with the red stain on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they were securely placed in evidence, and this has been sitting in the Dane County Sheriff's Office evidence for since they were collected and up until court?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move 561 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Those items, or at least that bag, had a sticker on it with a name, right?
Yes.
And what name was that?
It was C. Melander.
Okay. And in the course of the investigation, did you have an idea of where that bag was last known to be?
Yes, we had found several bags similar with the same barcode with the same name on it at the Halderson residence.
Okay. So that's an example of one item found at the Irwin Road property connecting to the Halderson residence.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the gun. There was a gun found at the Irwin Road barn.
Correct.
And that was in October?
I believe it was October, yes.
Were there any items in the home that drew your suspicion or that you wanted to examine whether those items were in some way connected to that gun?
Yes, during the search of the Halderson home, 3 magazines were located that were consistent with rifle or magazines that would fit into the SKS rifle found on Irwin Road. We had also located a spent shell casing or a fired shell casing, another way of saying it, in the home.
Okay. Was anything else located in the home that led you to believe that that gun was fired there?
There was metal fragments located on the north side of the basement.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the, start with the shell casing itself, or the spent casing. Is that brass hollow bullet that everyone's seen?
Yes.
Why is that important to the investigation, or what drew your investigatory interest into that object?
Not normal to have a spent shell casing in a basement, especially within the proximity to the bullet fragments that were located nearby. At that point, we had already known that Bart Halderson had died of bullet wounds to the back. So obviously, tying all that together, made it more interesting.
Did the team engage an expert to try to analyze whether that gun fired the spent shell casing, fired that bullet?
Yes, and we'll hear from that expert
Today, in fact, right?
today, in fact, yes.
The gun, you mentioned that the magazines found in the wall, you believe matched the SKS rifle found at the barn.
They do.
And are you familiar with this gun?
I am.
How familiar are you with this gun?
I would say very. I'm a firearms instructor and have quite a bit of experience with the SKS.
Okay. And was there any other gun found at the Halderson house that would have fit those magazines?
No,
In fact, were there any other firearms recovered at the Halderson house? Actual firearms?
not a real firearm.
Okay. There were some airsoft guns or things like that?
Correct, under Chandler's bed.
Okay. You used the phrase metal fragments, and I think you maybe used it a different way. Did you have a suspicion of what those metal fragments were?
Yes, they appear to be bullet fragments.
What leads you to believe that?
The consistency, like I said, being a firearms instructor, I've seen plenty of bullet fragments laying around on the range. I've been involved with numerous death investigations, which included firearm trauma. Finding these similar bullet fragments around. We also had pictures, photographs from the medical examiner's office that had these similar metal fragments, bullet fragments inside Mr. Halderson's torso.
Relative to the size of what the actual bullet is in this gun that you say you're familiar with, how were these fragments big, small, a large portion of the bullet, a small portion of the bullet? What would you say?
I would say small. The bullet's fragmented pretty widely.
Okay. And fragmented just means shattered?
Broke into several pieces.
Okay. This bullet fragment was photographed, correct?
Correct.
And I think we've seen some of the photographs. We have another one I've marked 557, just because we're going to talk about it. What's 557?
557 is the bullet fragment that was located on the north side of the basement in the Halderson home.
And the jury's seen this picture, but this is zoomed in, is it?
This is zoomed in, correct.
Okay. And who performed that work?
Deputy Scott Kuntz.
Who we heard from for about 4 hours the other day?
Quite a while.
Okay. I'll move 557 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
In the zoomed-in version of 557, was anything drawing your attention when you saw this zoomed in or when you looked at this closely before it was washed by the crime lab?
Yeah, several things drew my attention. First, it appears to be the inner portion of the bullet, the projectile of a round. I didn't see any of the brass or copper casing that would be on the outside of it. I also observed quite a bit of reddish-brown staining. It's not the best in this picture on the Elmo, but it's visibly there.
And when you say the staining, and I'll use my pen, are you talking about this area?
Yes, there's splatters all over.
Okay. And we heard about the DNA analyst who said that this was washed essentially and tested?
Correct.
Okay. You talked a little bit about not seeing any of the brass or the casing. Some people are more familiar with firearms than others. What do you mean by that?
So around the lead portion of a bullet would be some type of a casing, whether it be copper, most common. It just kind of holds the lead intact until it were to hit an object and expand. Typically, the copper will break away from the lead portion. Sometimes you can recover it, sometimes you cannot. This appears just to be the inner portion of that bullet.
Got it. You didn't see any of that casing?
I did not.
Okay. So when we talk about connections between Oak Springs and Irwin Road, you said that you had the spent casing tested for ballistics?
Correct.
Was the ammunition that was found in Mr. Halderson's bedroom, that big box that Mr. Seltzner just held up, was that consistent with ammunition that would be fired out of that gun that was found out at the barn?
Yes, the SKS is a 7.62 by 39 caliber, and that was what the ammunition was that was located.
And obviously, as the case detective in this case, you've looked at the other pieces of ammunition, including that bullet given to Mitchell Halderson that said "get well." Are all of those consistent with ammunition that could be fired out of that SKS rifle found out at the barn?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about other items where we're talking about connections. Was there on Bart Halderson's torso, was there any sort of rope?
Yes, when Bart's torso was located, there was a section of rope that was wrapped around his waist.
Sure. And I think everyone's seen that enough, but it was around the waist of Mr. Halderson?
Correct.
Was it tied into a knot?
If I recall, yes.
Okay. Was a similar style or colored rope found at the Halderson house in the search of the garage?
Yes, it was located in a basket in a garage.
And I think we already saw 210, but is that some black rope there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Was a cutting of the rope found in the garage and then the rope found around Mr. Halderson's torso, was that sent out to the crime lab?
We did send it out for a fracture match.
Sure. Fracture match, meaning can someone actually say it's the exact same?
Whether they were once joined together.
Okay. The rope that was around Mr. Halderson's torso, we haven't seen it in court. Was it collected by the police?
Yes, we did collect it, and we have it in evidence.
Why isn't it here?
The rope is double bagged due to the level of decomposition on the torso. It just wouldn't be appropriate to bring it into a closed setting such as this.
Is it refrigerated?
Yeah, I don't recall.
Okay. Is there a smell to it?
Definitely.
Okay. In talking about other connections maybe present between the farm and the house, let's talk about some of the tools. There was what's been described as a keyhole saw, a hand saw found in an oil tank. I think we've all seen the photographs near Mr. Halderson's body. Was that tool collected?
The always saw was collected. All the tools inside that fuel drum were collected.
And you just said the brand name Alway.
Correct.
Had you ever heard of this brand name before this case?
I had not.
Did it stick out to you for any particular reason?
It appeared to be a very old saw. We actually performed a Google search on it, and it was an antique saw.
Okay. Is it a brand that you normally see yourself?
I have never seen one before.
Showing you what's been received into evidence is exhibit number 221. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where was this photograph taken, and where's it from?
This photograph was one of the lower drawers in the Craftsman toolbox inside the Halderson's garage.
Okay. So showing everyone 221, where my finger is, that silver handle right there, is that a saw?
Yes.
What brand is that?
That's also an always saw. The handle is a little bit different in design than the one we located out at Irwin Road. However, it's still the same name brand.
Okay. The other item that I think the anthropologist talked a lot about today was that broken hacksaw blade. You've seen that in the course of the investigation?
The bow saw blade, yes.
In fact, I think you're the one who held it up for the jury a couple days ago.
Unfortunately.
Might have been a week ago, actually.
Yeah.
Forgot we were gone for a little bit. Was there a frame, a bow saw frame found in the garage of the Halderson house that seemed consistent with you, that a frame that would hold that blade?
Yes, there was, along the west wall behind some boards.
Behind some boards. Showing you 224, these are already received into evidence, and 225, is that frame?
Yes, it is.
I'll show these to the jury, so we're all looking at the same thing. And again, we've seen these all before, but 224, is that bow saw frame behind some boards?
Yes, it is.
And 225, that's maybe the end of the bow saw or where the frame or the blade attaches to the frame?
Correct. It's opposite of the handle side.
It's a little piece right there that's broken. Was that of interest to you?
Yes, it was. Knowing on Irwin Road that we had found the broken bow saw blade, we knew that there had to have been the other end that would attach to the saw somewhere. We also sent that portion along with the broken bow saw blade out for examination.
Okay. And someone to look at, see whether they matched or not?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll hear from that person today?
We will.
Okay. Let's talk about the tarps. A couple tarps found out at the Irwin Road property, one in the barn and one out by the torso, right?
Correct.
And so if we're remembering everything right from last week, Exhibit 174, this is a garbage can with a tarp in it.
Yes.
As it was essentially found with the tarp inside the garbage can.
Correct.
Is this the tarp that has some yellow tape on it?
Yes.
Okay. And then there is this big bag. I think the lab labeled it item S, but this is the barn tarp, right? This is labeled exhibit number 143.
That was the one found in the barn.
Okay. Let's start with the one in the garbage can. Did that tarp appear to be newer to you?
It did.
You've seen in this case the person from Fleet Farm testify about the tarp that Mr. Halderson purchased on July 2nd. You've seen in the crime lab measuring it. You've actually seen the tarp. Is that tarp consistent with the tarp that was purchased at Fleet Farm by Mr. Halderson on July 2nd?
Yes, it is.
In size and color?
Yes, the crime lab reported that the tarp was 6 foot by 8 foot. It's silver and black. I've seen that in pictures. And I know that the the Fleet Farm tarp was definitely of those dimensions and same color.
Was, in the search of the Halderson home, any other tarp collected at the house that would be consistent with that Fleet Farm purchase?
There was
tarp?
not.
Okay. No. This tarp that we're talking about, there was some testing that was done on it, correct?
Yes.
Is there something called footwear testing done?
There was a footwear analysis, and we'll hear about that later also.
In general, what is that analysis?
They're able to determine if there's any footwear impressions on the piece, in this instance, the tarp. And then once they are able to identify whether there's footwear impressions on that tarp, they request, they're able to tell you what type of shoe they believe it is, and then they'll go on from there and can confirm whether or not a certain shoe made that impression. But like I said, we'll hear about that from an expert.
Okay. Same question with the tape. Was testing done on the tape, the yellow tape that was found on that tarp?
Yes.
Was that yellow tape of evidentiary interest to you as a detective in this case?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Several reasons. I know that we had located a roll of yellow duct tape in the south side section of the basement at the Halderson home. Also with tape, I know that fingerprints can be captured on there. From photos, I knew that there had been some red staining on the tape also, so possibly some DNA evidence.
It was an item of interest.
Of course.
Okay. Then briefly we'll talk about the barn tarp. In relationship to the tarp that's in the garden.
Sorry, pause. I didn't know that. Randa from Iowa says those are different stores. Fleet Farm and Fleet. Wow. Those are different stores. I thought he just said it the wrong way around for a second. So Fleet Farm is a type of store. That's one. Chandler went to a Fleet Farm. And then there's also a Farm and Fleet. Okay.
Garbage can. Is the barn tarp older or newer in your just general appearance?
It appeared older.
And in this case, were you able to discover any evidence that that tarp had been used before?
Yes, we have several photographs of Bart Halderson in his garage making a table on that would appear to be that same tarp. It's a much larger tarp.
Okay. Less evidentiary interest because you thought maybe other people had been on this tarp before?
Yes.
Okay. Nonetheless, the testing was done and we looked into it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think we heard from the DNA analyst last week there was blood found on both of those tarps.
There was.
No further questions for now.
Cross-examination at this time.
Nothing.
And they found, oh, sorry, they can say nothing. They found Krista's blood on the tarp that was in the barn where he also hid the murder weapon. And then Bart's on the tarp, obviously outside, on Krista's property.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. You can return to the table. Right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
Jessica Crawford, JESSICACRAWFORD.
How are you employed?
I am a firearms and toolmark examiner with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, Milwaukee Laboratory.
And what do you do as a firearms and toolmark examiner?
We examine firearms and firearm-related evidence to determine if the fired evidence was fired either in the same firearm or a particular firearm.
And how long have you been employed with this crime lab?
As a firearms examiner,
Yes.
approximately 5 years.
And did you hold any positions before you were a firearms examiner?
Yes, I did.
And what were those positions?
I was a forensic program technician.
And, okay. What is your educational background and specialized training that allows you to be a firearms examiner?
I have a bachelor's of science from Fort Hays State University. I have also trained in the Milwaukee Crime Lab Firearms and Toolmark Examiner Training Program. This is a modular apprenticeship training program. This is my statement of qualifications.
And that's what the crime lab uses instead of a curriculum vitae, is that right?
That is correct.
So when you say you're a firearms examiner, what does that mean you actually do?
When we receive firearms or firearm-related evidence into the crime lab, we examine the firearms to ensure their functionality, make sure that they work as they are intended, and test fire those firearms. When we receive fired evidence, which would be things like cartridge cases and bullets, we examine that evidence for characteristics that are both the class characteristics and individual microscopic characteristics that would allow us to determine if they were fired in the same firearm or if they were fired in a particular firearm.
And what are you looking for when you're looking at, for example, a casing that was fired and comparing it to another casing fired from a known weapon? What exactly are you looking for?
So we're looking at the markings that are left on the fired cartridge case from the firearm. We would be looking at impressions or striations that are left by things like the breech face, the firing pin, the ejector, the extractor, the chamber. These are all areas that we would look at in order to determine if they were fired in the same firearm or from a particular firearm.
So does each firearm leave unique characteristics on a casing?
Yes, it does.
So you can match them up in theory. If you have the weapon and you have the casing that was shot from it, you should be able to match them.
Correct, you should be able to.
Okay. Did you examine any evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And specifically, did you examine a firearm in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. As the detective blows up and gets the firearm, I'm first going to show you the box that the firearm was in. This is 291. It's now been put into a secure carton, but if you want to look at that, does this have markings from you or your lab?
So when an item is accepted into the crime lab or submitted to the crime lab, we will give it its own unique crime lab number, and each item will receive its own unique crime lab identifier. So in this instance, there is a barcode label. That barcode label has the unique crime lab case number of M21-1575, and this is item AL.
And I believe the detective has been approached with.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, detective. And in this case, you also given a casing to examine, specifically Exhibit 284, a casing found in the Halderson home in the basement floor.
Yes, I was.
And so when you had the firearm and you were given this casing, what did you do to examine both items?
So in the examination process, once again, I function tested the firearm to make sure that it worked, that there was no damage, and that it could safely function. I functioned these safeties in order to make sure that they function as intended. And then I performed test fires of the firearm. I then took those test-fired cartridge cases and I compared them microscopically on a tool we call the comparison microscope. A comparison microscope is a microscope that is two microscopes connected by one optical bridge. What this allows for me is that I can look at those two objects simultaneously. So that was performed in order to look at those individual markings that were left over from the firearm.
And in this case, did you compare Exhibit 284 to the test rounds that you fired from the weapon? Did you say AL?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your examination?
I was able to determine that this test-fired cartridge, or this cartridge case, was fired in item AL.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
I came to that conclusion based on the different microscopic markings that I was able to identify in the breech face, the firing pin, and the ejector.
And was this case peer-reviewed and verified?
Yes, it was.
And what does that mean for your conclusion to be peer-reviewed and verified?
Peer review is when a second qualified examiner takes the paperwork and reviews it to determine that it is accurate and complete. And a verification is when a second qualified examiner takes the evidence, performs an examination, and confirms that my conclusions and the evidence are matching.
So to put it simply, a second pair of eyes looks at the data and the results and sees if they agree or not.
Yes, and the physical evidence itself.
And are all of your conclusions here today to a reasonable degree of professional certainty as practiced within your field?
Yes.
And is the lab that you work for, the Wisconsin Crime Lab, is it accredited?
Yes, it is an accredited lab.
And what does that mean?
That means that a third party oversees our policies and procedures in order to ensure that we are meeting or exceeding industry standards.
Okay, nothing further.
Cross-examination.
None, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, and released.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much. Welcome. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name?
Laura Matson, Laura-Matson.
And where are you employed?
The Wisconsin Department of Justice Crime Lab in Madison.
And what is your position at the crime lab?
I am an advanced latent print and footwear examiner.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since 2003.
Talk to me about what you do as a latent print examiner.
As a latent prints examiner, I examine items of evidence and process items of evidence for latent prints to determine if there are any suitable prints on an item of evidence. If there are suitable prints on those items, I will then compare them to any known standards. I can also utilize our state and APHIS, state and FBI's automated fingerprint identification systems. I tech review and verify other examiners' work, as well as testify in court when needed. As an advanced analyst, I do more of the review process and writing of policies and procedures, as well as train new employees at the lab.
What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science from the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh in criminal justice, and then I attended the Waukesha County Technical College Police Academy, where I've received my law enforcement certificate.
When it comes to latent prints, what specialized training do you have?
I had very little training as a law enforcement officer in latent prints. Most of the training was on site at the crime lab, which included trainings by both senior and advanced analysts, covering examinations, how to process items, how to do comparisons, and how to come to determinations of my evaluation. It also included learning how to use our databases. And then I have also attended over approximately 300 hours of external training in latent prints.
Are you certified by any organizations?
Yes, I'm certified in latent prints by the International Association for Identification.
What is a latent print?
Sorry, just pausing. He's gonna get so busted with the shoesies that he was wearing. Footprints everywhere, maybe on the tarp, maybe in the house. The fingerprints, maybe also on the tarps, right? Because they were talking about that and the duct tape and all of that. So I think we're going to hear a lot of that now. We have about 45 minutes left of trial footage for today. And we will continue tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow we're doing day 8. So this is day 7. Tomorrow we do day 8. And on Sunday, if you're watching live with me, if you're watching from the future, thank you for watching. On Sunday, we're going to be watching day 9 and 10. Because on day 10, it was the verdict. So we'll watch the sentencing from March of 2022. Okay, so do you have plans for the weekend? Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
A latent print is generally a hidden or unseen print on an item that you would normally have to physically or chemically process in order to see it.
What is a known print?
A known print is an intentional recording of a person's friction-ridged skin. Typically, you would see something like that on a fingerprint or a palm print card, an intentional recording.
We're going to talk about some latent print work, and you did in this case, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, we're going to talk about something, your work as a footwear examiner too, correct?
Correct.
Tell me about your work or what you do as a footwear examiner with the lab as well.
As a footwear examiner, similar to the, latent prints, I, again, will examine and process items of evidence for question impressions. I will analyze images of question impressions to determine if they are suitable for comparison. And if they are suitable for comparison, I can compare them to any submitted known footwear standards. I can also utilize our footwear database and our internal reference collections. And again, I will tech review, verify other examiners' reports, and testify in court.
Similar question to your fingerprints work. What specialized training do you have to do this footwear impression work?
My footwear training involved both internal and external training as well. Internally, again, by senior and advanced analysts, and externally by certified examiners. Again, it covered processing, examinations, comparison, and evaluation decisions. And in footwear, I have approximately 100 hours of external training in footwear examinations.
When it comes to both latent print analysis and footwear analysis, have you testified in court before?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 5 in footwear and about 38 or 39 in latent prints.
I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits. We'll start with exhibit number 426. What are we looking at there?
Exhibit number 426 is my statement of qualifications.
Sure. And this somewhat details what you just talked about in some of your training and experience in this area?
That's correct.
Right. When you do latent print work or when you do footprint work, do you reduce your findings to a report?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, the case of Chandler Halderson or regarding the deceased individuals, Bart and Krista Halderson, you wrote numerous reports in this case.
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked. There's exhibit number 429, 430, 431, 432, 433, and 434. What I'm going to have you do is just page through those. And my question at the end is going to be, are these your reports in this case?
Okay.
And just let us know when you're done.
Yes, these all appear to be my reports.
All right. In addition to your reports, there are a number of photographs taken at the lab, and all of those items have been transmitted to my office and to the parties involved, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'll move exhibits number 429 through 434 into evidence.
And 426?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
426 and 429 through 434 are all received.
All right. And rather than having to read every one of those reports sitting here, we've created a presentation detailing some of those reports, have we not?
Yes, we have.
All right. And as 428 is, in fact, the printout of that presentation.
Yes, it appears to be flipping through. Yes, it does.
And 427 is just labeled as an envelope of the USB drive containing that PowerPoint.
Okay.
So I'll move 427 and 428 in evidence.
No objection.
Those are received as well.
And if we could have the HDMI left put up.
What shows on the large screen should appear on the computer
there it
monitor
is.
for your
Okay.
convenience.
Thank you.
So we'll start with 429, which is a report of August 17th, 2021. You examined some items in this case regarding some footwear analysis, correct?
That is correct.
What were those items?
I examined item C2 and item S, which were both tarps.
Sure. And I think the jury has seen in this giant box in a garbage can, we have item C2, which is a tarp, and item S, which we've been referring to as a barn. The barn tarp is in this giant bag right there. But for instance, if I bring you this item, are you able to take a peek at that item and let me know, for instance, is that item S?
Yes, it does have the crime lab identification of item S on it.
Got it. And that's exhibit 143. The crime lab uses its own identifying stickers on these items?
Correct.
All right. When you looked at these items, what were you looking for when you first saw them?
When I first examined them, I was in the presence of other analysts, and I was looking to see if there was any either footwear impressions or if there was any friction ridge detail, which is the detail that is on the palms of your hands or the bottoms of your feet.
At that time, did you have any shoes to compare it to, or were you just looking for if those prints were there?
I was just looking for impressions.
Sure. And you did some search for the designs of things you were finding?
That's correct.
Tell me about that.
So when there's a footwear impression, we have a database that we can use. It's called Soulmates FPX. Is one of the many databases that we can use. So if we have a question impression, if you think of the bottom of your shoe, we call that the outsole, and there's going to be a pattern on the bottom of that shoe, and that's produced by the manufacturer, and it's going to be shared by multiple shoes. When we see an impression, there are details within that impression. There may be a circle or there may be triangles, and the relationship of where those are in correlation to each other, we can use that information and search our databases to see if we can find a potential shoe that did make that impression.
What type of databases are we talking about?
So Soulmate FPX is a database that is made by Foster and Freeman, and they have worked with many manufacturers and have uploaded the images into this database where we can search them. We also have just reference collections that we've made internally from shoes that we have received either from crime scenes casework or either from building our own from other analysts at the lab.
Sure. Some people bring in old shoes and donate them.
Correct. And we also can reach out to other examiners throughout the states on a forum to see if anybody else has ever seen this shoe at a scene before.
Sure. So examining C2 and S, you saw some designs that you wanted to look into further.
That's correct.
And you've personally seen these tarps in these images, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so just briefly, if we look at C2, we've been talking about it, this large box right here. There was a tarp inside of that garbage can. This is different lighting conditions, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the tarp we're talking about that has some yellow duct tape on it?
Item C2, you did, yes.
Okay. And inside the garbage can, that's what the tarp removed, correct?
That's what it removed, yes.
Okay. Just a different view of that same tarp?
Correct.
Tell me how you find these prints. Do you literally just get on your hands and knees and look? Is there a special tool you use? How does one go about this?
This is a fairly large item, so it was a little more difficult to, get to the center of it. So in this situation, we did open it up, and I was able to. The best way to sometimes see this is actually in darker, like when the room's dark versus when it's very bright. So we did dim the lights in the room, and I used what we have different. We have flashlights that have different wavelengths. So it may be a purple or maybe UV. So I utilized those flashlights to see if there was any footwear that was able to be seen using that different frequency of wavelength.
And you were able to see things?
Yes, I was.
Is this an example of what you saw in C2?
That's an example, yes.
Okay. So once you have, perhaps this, recovered from C2, what you saw, and you then start looking to see if you can find that shoe?
In this situation, I finished my additional processing, and then once these images were taken, I analyzed the images and then used the information from the images to search the databases.
And were you able to find a shoe consistent with this print?
Yes, I was.
And was that at Brooks Launch 5?
That's correct, it was.
Now, these images are just commercially available images, right, of the Brooks shoe?
Yes, they are.
They're not specific to this case?
No.
Okay. Do sometimes you rely on those commercial images in your work?
Mostly we do. In general, when we are able to find a possible outsole that made that impression, we can use just an image search online to try to give the police an investigative lead on what the uppers of the shoe may actually look like.
Okay. And so then we're going to talk about the other item, the barn tarp. Item S, same procedure. You laid it out, looked, different lighting conditions.
That's correct.
Okay. And there you found an impression as well.
That's correct. That's a processed image, yes, or impression.
And there you did did some different work in this case, I would imagine, with this impression. Was it the same database, or were you able to find this image a different way?
We utilized the same databases to find the images. This was, I believe, as a reference from the Soulmate database.
Understood. So at this stage, I imagine the police haven't brought you every shoe they collected in the investigation. They were waiting to see if you found something, and then you asked them, or how does that work?
I had not received any shoes at this time. I issued the reports with these findings of the images that you just saw as an investigative lead, and then from there, shoes were submitted to the lab.
So then we have another report, October 28th, Exhibit 433. There, the police bring you some shoes that they found in the case.
Correct.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked in this case is Exhibit number 359. It's been testified to be a pair of Brooks shoes, size 10.5. And we've heard about some DNA on it. But is that the item you labeled, or your lab's labeled AD, and then 81 and 82 for the two shoes?
Yes, it is.
When I say AD, Adam, David?
Correct.
Okay. So are these photographs of the actual shoes that you were provided from the Halderson house?
Yes, they are. These would be the bottoms of the shoe, the outsole design.
What do you do once you get a pair of shoes like this that appear to be possibly something that was on that tarp and you want to look at it and see if it matches? What's your process?
The first thing we do before I do any type of beyond my examination of just documenting the general condition of it is we always have it photographed so that we can have it photographed in the condition that it was received. Because the next thing that we do to help us in our comparisons is we will actually put a black powder residue, which is similar than what you probably see on crime scene shows where somebody powders for latent prints. We put that on the bottom of the shoe, and we make a clear tape lift from the bottom of the shoe, so then we can actually use that as an overlay to compare it with the question impression. So before we do any of that powder, we make sure that we do have it documented with images first.
Sure. And so here we have what's labeled as a test impression.
Correct. So the image on the right where it says test impression, that would be where I made the powder tape lift. So it was a clear overlay.
And once you have that, you're able to look at some comparisons of the original shoe print you saw on the tarp in C2 and then the shoes that you got that were purportedly from the Halderson house. You're able to compare those images.
Correct. I'll compare the images to both the standard, the physical standard, as well as the images and the overlay, the test impression.
And is that what we're looking at there?
Correct. The image on the left is a close-up picture of the question impression, which CIMP1 is what we designated that impression to be. So C stands for the item, so it was TARP item C, and then IMP is for impression 1. So this was the first impression that I compared on this item. And then the image on the right is the test impression from the known left shoe.
What are you looking for when comparing these? What types of, I imagine you're looking for abnormalities or something that is just different in both images that you could compare?
So we're looking at for both similarities and differences when we're doing the comparison. The first thing that I'm going to compare is when we're looking at this, we're going to look at the outsole design. And that's going to be your general overall pattern that's on the bottom of the shoe. So we'll be looking at, and you can see pretty clearly that the pattern at the bottom of the shoe is similar. If there was they were different, at this point I could say that there is an exclusion. However, in this situation, I would go deeper and continue a back and forth comparison, also looking at the wear. In a previous image, you could see that a new shoe of a Launch 5 has, I can't really point, but you can see where there's those square blocks. And they looked like one solid large block. However, a new shoe, when you get a new Launch 5, they have 3 little dashes, kind of like when you go further down in the impression, there's 3 in a row, and some of them look like M's. So a new shoe would have that throughout the entire pattern. This shows that this area of the impression and in this area of the shoe was actually worn in those areas. So those 3 hashes are kind of gone, and now they're one solid block. So that wear corresponds between CIMP1 and the wear that is shown on the bottom of the known shoe. So we'll start with looking at the wear. Then we'll also look at the design elements to make sure that they are also in the same size, they're in the same location, and they're in the same shape.
And in this case, were they of the same size, shape in general?
Yes.
And this may be an illustration of some of the defects that you were able to observe in both the item C2, the print you took off of it, and then the test impression from the shoes you were provided by the police?
Correct. So in order to make any identifications in a case, we need to have what are called randomly acquired characteristics. We call them RACs. RACs are going to be what randomly happens. It's to the bottom of your shoe or the outsole as a result of a random act. So normally your shoes are going to be nice and clean when you first buy them, but the minute you walk outside, there's a chance that you're going to step on a piece of glass and potentially cut one of these design elements, or you're going to have a stone get stuck or embedded in between the design elements. So we need those types of things in order to make an identification in footwear. And again, just like with the other things, you have to have everything in correspondence, including the size, the shape, and the location of these racks.
Okay. Based on
We have about half an hour left of trial testimony for today. The trial footage in our deflapped version. Isn't this fascinating? I wish we could see a little bit more of Chandler Halderson's face, even though he's got a mask on at the time, of course. You know, just to see how he reacts to all of this, because I don't think he ever expected to be busted this bad, right? Like, they got you everywhere. There's no room for an appeal here. Oh, man.
All these comparisons, you've made a chart, essentially.
That's correct.
What are we looking at there? There's a lot of letters going on. Tell us what we're looking at.
So if you look at the first column on the left, IMP number, I kind of briefly explained before, and it was C2 IMP1. So again, it would be the impression would be C2, and then IMP1 is impression 1 from that item. And then it shows the comparison decisions for either item 81 or for item 82.
And maybe a more visually pleasing way to do this is you had some findings at the end that described what you found.
Correct.
All right. So let's talk about item 81, which again, we're talking about these shoes that were provided to you by the police from the Halderson house. Were you able to determine the left shoe here? How did it relate to the print that you identified on that tarp in the garbage can as C2 impression 1?
So for C2 IMP1, I identified the left shoe to have made that impression.
It did make, you identified it to have made that impression?
Yes.
Okay. What about IMP2?
So for C2 IMP2, I again identified the left shoe to have made that impression.
Okay. What about the third impression, IMP3 on the tarp in the garbage can?
C2 IMP3, I concluded a high degree of association between the shoe, the known shoe, and the question impression.
And the fourth on the tarp inside the garbage can, C2 IMP4, what was your finding regarding that?
In C2 IMP4, I concluded there was an association of class characteristics.
Now, in addition to, we talked a little bit about your qualifications, you did some fingerprint work in this case in addition to that the work with the shoes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you wrote a report labeled, in this case, is exhibit number 430. You examined quite a few items here.
Yes, I did.
Talk to me a little bit about fingerprints. Does every item that's touched by the bare human hand retain fingerprints the same way and the same quality?
No, they do not.
What types of things weigh into whether fingerprints are able to be recovered in a quality fashion from an item or not?
There are a lot of things that can determine whether or not you leave prints behind. It's really a chance. We always consider it as a chance that you're going to leave prints behind. You know you touch an item several times throughout the day, but you probably don't even notice your fingerprints on that item all the time either. It could be the condition of the item. It could be the temperature. It could be how much you're potentially sweating or how dry your hands are at the time that you touch an item.
In general, what types of surfaces retain fingerprints well?
In general, it's easier to leave prints on smoother surfaces. It's more difficult to leave prints on textured surfaces.
So when we look at, for instance, in this report, the vast majority of, in the right column, is no suitable fingerprints found, essentially.
That's correct.
Okay. But there's one that's bolded there, item C2A, which is labeled piece of yellow tape removed from item C2.
Yes.
And that was, in fact, a piece of yellow duct tape removed from that tarp that was in the garbage can?
That's correct.
Okay. You were able to identify a print there?
Yes, I was.
Is that maybe a view of that print?
Yeah.
Busted. Look at that. Look at that print right there. Mm-hmm. Here's Trial TV Live. Hello, you said, made it. I'm cheating on my channel. You're cheating on your own channel to be here. Thank you so much for being here with us, Trial TV Live.
Yes, as an overall view of the print.
Sure. When you got this print, you saw it, were you able to immediately make any identifications, or did you need further fingerprints from the police?
I was not able to make any identifications initially.
So you asked them for essentially better fingerprints, clearly finger-rolled or rolled fingerprints from Mr. Halderson.
That's correct.
Okay. And were you provided those?
Yes, I was.
Right. Then you wrote another report, Exhibit 432. Did they provide you this item, AF?
Yes, they did.
And that's labeled in our case as exhibit number 362. Are those clearly rolled fingerprints?
Yes, there's approximately 9 or 10 pages in there. Yes.
Okay. What is different about these fingerprints than the ones that were initially provided to you?
So the first set of fingerprints that I received were from just a regular 10 print card, which you normally would see somebody had their prints taken on. However, it's more difficult to get all of the areas of your print on one of those small little squares on a fingerprint card. So after my initial comparisons, I requested additional standards so that somebody would be willing or able to take tape lifts or rolled prints that include like the tips and the sides and all areas of the palms, so that I could compare all areas of his fingers and palms to make the comparison.
And at that point, you, at least what you knew, you only had one item you were going to compare it to, which is the only item that you were able to find a recoverable print on, which was the duct tape, the piece of yellow duct tape that was on the tarp in item C2.
That's correct.
Okay. And then when they sent them to you, they also sent you an axe just to see if you'd be able to find fingerprints on it?
Yes.
And you were not?
I was not.
Did you do a comparison between the known impression from Mr. Chandler Halderson and the print that you recovered from the duct tape on the tarp?
Yes, I did.
And what are we looking at there?
So the image on the left is, again, the latent print that was on the duct tape. And the impression number is, again, C2A. That's the item it came from. FRD stands for friction ridge detail, number 1. So this is the first print on item C2A. So that is the impression photographed with the duct tape that was on the duct tape. The image on the right is the overall print from the standard that was submitted on the last, was it item AF?
Yes.
So that was what the print looked like when it came to me. And then the smaller image is the area that I ended up focusing on in order to make an identification.
What are you looking for when you focus on an area like this?
So everybody has friction ridge detail on the palms of your hands and on the bottoms of your feet. You have what's called friction ridge skin. And this friction ridge skin is different than the skin that you're going to find anywhere else on the rest of your body because it has raised ridges on them. And those raised ridges, when you look at them, may look like just fine lines, but under magnification, you'll actually see that these ridges have unique characteristics to them and features called minutia points. And those minutia points are where a ridge may abruptly stop and its ridge ending. It may be where a ridge, one single ridge splits into two, looking like a Y, which we call a bifurcation. So everybody has those types of features within their friction ridge skin, but where they are in relationship to each other is what makes them more different and unique to each individual.
Admit it, you're all looking at your hands now. You're looking at it. Me too. I'm like, ooh, okay. Every time when we have a witness like this, like, oh, really? Okay, cool. Let's have a look, shall we? Anyway, moving on.
Individuals, all of us have unique fingerprints.
Correct. So when I begin looking at these, looking at this, I'll do an analysis of the question impression or the friction ridge detail first. And I'm going to make note of those unique features in the print. And then when I have a known standard that I need to compare it to, I begin by looking, again, going back to those features that I marked, and I find a target group. So I'm going to look for a grouping of maybe 3 to 4 areas of friction, of those unique features, the minutia points. And I'm going to go into the known standards, and I'm going to look to see if I can find a same grouping that corresponds. If there's correspondence, I will continue to go back and forth until there's enough sufficient data to either identify or exclude.
Sure. You're looking for a lot of these different pieces of data as you do this, right?
Correct.
In fact, this is, in this case, some of those comparisons that you did?
Yes, this is.
You know, I think Chandler's probably also looking at his own damn fingerprints there. He's just like, what? That's you. You busted.
This is the information or the data within the print that I use to support the conclusion of an identification.
Sure. And all those little dots, what do those represent?
So those dots are going to be those minutia points that I mentioned before. So the dots, if you can see clearly, may show where a ridge ends or where it may connect with another, so where one ridge becomes two. There might be a couple dots in there as well. The circles in there where you can see with an item where I have marked A or D or F, those are going to be target groups. So when I start my comparison, I'm going to choose one of those and look for that kind of target group, and then I'm going to see if I can find those corresponding target groups in the known standard on the right. And you can see how they correspond between the two.
So were you able to draw a conclusion then from the print that you recovered on the tarp that's in the garbage can, item C2A, and then the piece of duct tape, which is FRD1, to the left ring finger of Mr. Chandler Halderson? Were you able to draw any conclusions?
Yes, I identified the left ring finger of Chandler Halderson to that impression from friction ridge detail.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you.
Ooh, cross-examination. Okay, what are they going to ask? Misty, thank you so much. You said the only place to watch trials is here with Grizzly True Crime and the Grizzlies. I thank our mods for keeping our safe den. Love you guys. Thank you, Misty. That is so sweet. Thank you, everyone, for all the stickers. I don't want to pause every time to verbally thank you, but I always thank you in the chat, or I pop it on the screen and like wave at you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the support. I see that 50% of you are scared that you're going to leave your DNA on the like button and it's going to be forensically tested, but don't worry, it won't. Okay, there's only, as I say, half of the people here have liked. So if you are the half that hasn't yet, you are naughty. Please hit the like button and let's see the last 20 minutes of this this trial footage.
So I want to draw your attention to that first report, and that I believe was just you originally taking the tarps and seeing if you could find any kind of latent prints, correct?
For the latent prints one or the footwear one?
The footwear one.
Okay.
And you did both tarps, correct?
Yes, I did.
And I think we've identified the one in the garbage bag or the garbage bin as the C2 one, and then the other one is the barn tarp is what we've been calling it, yes?
Yes.
So for the tarp, the C2 tarp, that was where you identified those Brooks Launch 5 shoes, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And the other tarp, the barn tarp, there was another pair of shoes that you identified there, correct?
Yes. I wouldn't say identified, found and investigated a lead of a possible type of shoe that made that.
Perfect, thank you. So that's basically saying that the tread mark matches this particular type of shoe.
Or a shoe similar.
Shoe
Yes.
similar to it. And what exactly is that shoe, if you don't mind reminding us what that shoe?
Can I refer to my notes for
Go
it?
for it.
Okay, so the impression on item S, I was able to locate a possible outsole bottom of the shoe that matched from a Polo Ralph Lauren.
And you're not able to identify the shoe size at this point?
No.
So later, when you did that supplemental report with the shoes that were provided to you from law enforcement, I believe you mentioned that those were the only shoes that were provided to you. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, they were.
So you were never provided any type of Ralph Lauren shoes?
No, I was not.
Now, as far as the prints that you found on the duct tape, where on the duct tape were those prints located? On the sticky side or the outside non-sticky side?
On the non-sticky side, on the yellow portion of it.
And were you able to identify any other type of prints, or was that the only print that you were able to look at and say, yes, this is a fingerprint?
That was the only one.
Were there smudges or anything else like that?
None that I noted, no.
Okay. And as far as the fingerprints and the shoe prints go, we don't know how it is that those fingerprints or shoe prints got on these objects other than at some point someone touched them. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, when you were talking about, bringing you back to the footprints real quick, when you were talking about first laying out the tarps and trying to identify if there even were any footprints there, you mentioned something about using different types of light sources to get that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point, did you use luminol to try to get or to try to see footprints?
No, I did not.
So to kind of put my head around it, if you will, if I just step on a surface, regardless of whether there's anything on my shoe, it's possible for me to leave a footprint.
That's correct, yes.
And again, you can't tell when exactly that shoe print was made, other than at some point I stepped there.
That's correct, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Nope.
May this witness be excused and released?
Yes.
I think you have some reports.
I'll grab it.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get those to the clerk. Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you.
good rest of your day.
You too.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you believe you can do so safely and
Ooh, there's one other lady. Okay. Didn't write it down before. So there's one more witness, and we have about 15 minutes left of testimony.
responsibly, testifying without your mask would be our preference, unless you're not comfortable and able to do that.
I would prefer to leave my mask on.
All right, very good. Please proceed.
Could you please state and spell your name for us?
My name is Megan McMahon. My first name is Meghann. My last name is McMahon.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the State Crime Lab in Milwaukee as a trace evidence examiner.
And while I talk, if we could have the screen on, and I'll have you pull that microphone just up as close as you can to you by the base. It slides. What is trace evidence?
Trace evidence is the comparison and identification of fibers, glass, fire debris analysis, and it also includes physical fit analysis.
Tell me.
You could also leave your footprint on the like button, okay, if you want to. Unless you have a toe hold, then just please don't do that, okay? Thank you.
A little bit about your educational background and your qualifications to perform this type of work.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Spanish from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and I have a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from John Jay College of Criminal Justice.
Internally at the crime lab or in your work as a trace evidence technician, what types of trainings did you undergo, or what have you done in order to learn this skill set?
To perform physical fit analysis, I completed a training program at the laboratory that included readings, hands-on exercises, mock casework, and it culminated in a competency exam.
Sure. And how long have you been doing this work?
I have been doing physical fit analysis for approximately 3.5 years.
Okay. I'm going to show you a couple things and see if you can identify them. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 419. What is that?
Exhibit 419 is a copy of my statement of qualifications.
And is that accurately describe your qualifications and educational background?
Yes.
All right. I'll move 419 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Were you involved in the case involving Mr. Chandler Halderson and the deceased individuals, Krista and Bart Halderson?
Yes.
And you wrote numerous reports in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a few documents, and the question at the end will be, are these the reports you wrote in this case? So I'm showing you to marked as exhibit number 422, 423, 424, and 425. Are these the reports you wrote in this case?
Yes. Exhibit 422 is a copy of a report from August 16th, 2021. Exhibit 423 is a copy of a report that I wrote on October 7th, 2021. And Exhibit 424 is a copy of a report that I also wrote on October 7th, 2021.
And what is exhibit number 425?
Exhibit 425 are copies of the photographs that are associated with the analyses that I did with the reports that I authored for this case.
Understood. So I will take these, and Judge, at this time, I will move exhibits 422, 423, 424, 425 in evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
And rather than reading those off, a presentation has been put together in order to display some of your photographs and your reports in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to look at that?
Yes.
And does that exhibit, is that labeled 421? Does that appear to be that presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And so I'll represent to everyone that 420 is the USB drive containing the report, but I'll move 420 and 421 in evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
All right. So we talked about your education qualifications, and we talked about trace evidence testing. You used the term physical fit analysis.
Yes.
Just a little bit, if you could, tell us how you go about performing a physical fit analysis, and if you want to use an example of a stick broken in half, what are you doing? What are you looking at there?
So with physical fit analysis, what I'm doing is I'm examining broken pieces of evidence to determine if the broken ends could fit together, if the pieces of evidence were once joined. In layman's terms, it's sort of like a forensic jigsaw puzzle.
Okay. And you performed that analysis in several items related to this case, in the State versus Chandler Halderson.
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about starting with your August 16, 2021 report. You, in that case, or in this report, you reviewed two separate items. One, a piece of black rope recovered from the Halderson residence, and one piece of rope recovered from the torso of Mr. Halderson.
Correct.
We have some photographs just to demonstrate what you were looking at. This is one of those items. Is this one of those items?
Yes, it is.
And another photograph detailing perhaps the other one?
Correct.
Okay. One side's taped. Can you tell us why?
The side that was taped was marked non-evidence end, and that is just to indicate to me as an analyst that it was cut by the submitting agency.
So rather than bring you the whole rope, they cut off the segment they want you to look at and tape that end?
Yes.
You performed some analysis there. Tell me what your findings were.
So I examined both pieces of rope, and when I'm doing a physical fit analysis, what I'm looking for is enough detail in the broken ends to be able to see if they could fit together. In this case, I was unable to perform a physical fit analysis because there wasn't enough detail in the cut ends to determine if the pieces of rope could have fit together.
Sure. And you took some photographs of that?
The imaging unit took some photographs of it.
And that's a separate unit at the department that you work in?
Correct.
Okay. And is that a photograph of those two ends?
Yes.
Okay. And so while they might visually appear to be the same color and there's a couple different strands there, you're saying in your profession you're not comfortable making any conclusions related to that?
I wasn't able to perform physical fit analysis on these items.
Okay. Now we're going to look at exhibit number 423, a different report, this one of October 7th. You issued a couple reports on October 7th, but this is the first one. You examined some different items here. Here you had some yellow duct tape that was recovered from inside of a garbage bin, I think labeled item C by the lab, and there was item C1 and C2 inside of it. But a garbage can, there was some duct tape stuck inside of it?
Yes.
Okay. And then you had a long piece of yellow duct tape, a medium piece of yellow duct tape, and a short piece of yellow duct tape. Items C2B, and C2C. Where were those items recovered from?
Those items were recovered from item C2, which was a tarp.
Those were the pieces of yellow duct tape on the tarp?
Yes.
Okay. And then you had an item called item H. Item H is labeled as a roll of yellow duct tape. And that was an actual roll of duct tape?
Yes.
Okay. Now, showing you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 283. Is that roll of duct tape that you were able to look at?
Yes.
Okay. And does that have your lab sticker on it?
Yes, and my initials are on the seal.
Understood. Thank you. So when you had all of these pieces of duct tape, what was your thought process, or what were you trying to look for there?
So what I was looking at was general physical characteristics, so the color, the width of the duct tape, and then I was looking at the torn edges of each of the pieces of duct tape, as well as the edge that was attached to the roll, to determine if there were any physical fits between any of the pieces of duct tape or any of the pieces back to the roll.
Okay. And we have some photographs of the items. I think the jury has seen this image, Exhibit 58, which has already been shown to the jury, but that's the tarp inside of the garbage can out on Irwin Road. Is that piece of duct tape that was inside of that garbage bin?
Yes.
And the next image, is that the tarp laid out with the pieces of duct tape visible on it?
Yes.
And next slide, is that a closer up of one of those pieces?
Yes.
Same with the next slide, just another closer up?
Yes.
Okay. You removed those pieces from the tarp? Or someone did?
Somebody at the laboratory did. I did not.
Were they laid out for you for inspection?
They were previously analyzed and sent to me after the previous analyst was done with their analysis.
Things like fingerprints had to be done first?
fingerprints would have to be done before physical fit analysis, yes.
Okay. So let's look at a couple of these pieces. C1A, one of the pieces, that's a photograph taken by the lab.
Yes.
C2A, another photograph of the other piece.
Yes.
C2B, just another piece.
Correct.
C2C, just another piece. Now let's talk about item, I think it was H. It was a roll of duct tape that you were provided?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing the jury what's been marked as exhibit number 259, image of the roll of duct tape at the Halderson home. Go back. The police provided you that, and you took some, or photographs were taken of that by the lab. Here and now it's labeled, of course, item H.
Yes.
Okay. You performed some analysis?
Yes.
Ooh, now they're going to match it, isn't it? They're going to match up that little torn off piece to the roll at home.
Tell me what you did and what you found.
So I looked at the items visually and microscopically. I was able to connect or to determine that physical fits were present between items H, which is the roll of duct tape, item C2A, which is one of the pieces of duct tape that was on the tarp. I was able to determine that item C2A, one of the pieces of the tarp, also fit to item C2C, which was found on the tarp. And then item C2C found on the tarp, the other end physically fit to item C1A, which is the piece of duct tape from the garbage bin.
So while you just said a lot of letters and numbers, what that meant was that the roll of duct tape that we saw pictured in the exhibit found at the Halderson home connected in one continuous line with all the pieces of duct tape that were found either in the garbage can or on the tarp that was found in item C.
The roll of duct tape physically fit back to one of the pieces on the tarp, and yes, that those other pieces also physically fit to each other as well.
And thankfully, the lab took some photographs of this.
Yes.
Okay. So there's the fit between C2A and C2C.
C2A and C2C and C1A.
Okay.
Yes.
Then.
Look at that. This investigation was so incredibly thorough. I think this trial is like the standard of how to be, right? I mean, the Letitia Staff trial was also like that. What a great state, the state's team. Sure. I mean, now you see in the earlier cross-examination, I was wondering if the defense, I guess they were implying, well, Chandler could have touched that roll of duct tape anytime. Well, now, what now? Obviously, he ripped this piece off. Look at that. Wow.
C2A and C2C, that one's connected as well?
Yes.
And you were able to determine that was, in fact, a physical fit?
Yes.
And then C2A and H being the roll of duct tape?
Yes.
And you were able to determine that was a physical fit?
Yes.
When you determine this, are you looking at it just with the naked eye? Are you looking at it any closer? What are you doing?
So my first step in examination is to visually look at it. Again, I'm looking for sort of general class characteristics, so the width of the duct tape, the color of the duct tape. Then I'll use a microscope to examine the evidence in a little more detail, to look closer at the broken edges, to determine, again, if the broken edges could physically fit back together.
And in this case, this is what we talked about, that one continuous piece of tape?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that item H fits into C2A, which fits into item C2C?
Yes.
Okay. We'll talk about another report.
I agree. Do you also? I agree, it does.
Exhibit number 424. Here you examined a couple of different items, one being a broken saw blade and one a bow saw frame.
Yes.
Okay. Show you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 141. Is that the broken saw blade that you examined? I'm going to show you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 226. We don't have to open it, but is this?
Sorry, I think I missed a yes. A very soft yes in that deflap. I think I deflapped the yes. Okay, that's the bow saw, yes?
This, the bow saw frame, labeled item AG that you examined.
Yes.
Okay. And for everyone's benefit, I'm including exhibit number 113, showing the saw blade. It's already been received into evidence. Exhibit 224, showing that bow saw frame found at the Irwin Road property, found at Oak Springs. The lab photographed that broken saw blade.
Yes.
And is this that photo?
Yes.
The blade was broken at one end.
Yes.
And is that a close-up of the broken end?
It is.
Now, the bow saw frame, did it have a piece of metal that appeared to be a broken end of a saw blade?
It did.
And is that what we're looking at in this slide?
Yes.
And is that item perhaps a bit closer up?
Yes.
Okay. So you then, having all of these items, you perform some analysis on the very tip of a blade that was left on that bow saw frame that was at the Halderson house. You looked to see if it matched the saw blade that was found out at the Irwin Road farm. You looked to see if those were a physical fit.
Yes.
Okay. And what was your analysis?
So again, I looked at the items visually. I looked at the broken ends. Then I used a microscope, and I was able to determine that there was a physical fit between the saw blade and the small piece of blade that was removed from the saw frame.
And photographs were taken of this?
Yes.
What are we looking at there?
So that's the small piece on the left-hand side is from the frame, and then the end of the blade, and that's the physical fit that you can that I determined existed between those items.
Is that another closer-up view, but maybe a different angle of that same thing?
Yes.
And what are we seeing there that we maybe couldn't see in the prior photograph?
So with this item, it appeared that when it broke, it bent before it broke. So this is just a sort of like a 3D physical fit.
There, we're looking at just a different angle of the same fit?
Yes.
And there as well?
Yes.
Based on looking at that item, you're comfortable saying, though, that those two items are, in fact, a physical fit?
Yes.
No further questions?
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
No cross-examination there. Put this link in the chat already. Okay, here we go.
If you have any exhibits, go right ahead and have a good rest of your day. For the day, it's been a concentrated day, and the state will continue its presentation tomorrow.
Okay. So that was the end of day 7. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, what are we going to do? Everyone say it with me now. Buckle up and teleport. Shame, poor Bart and Krista. I'm glad they get their justice in this case, huh? I'll just move myself over, do this. Okay, everyone, so what we're going to do is I'm going to play the outro. And then if you wait for the outro to play, which is a whole 1 minute, the screen should go blank. And then after a few seconds, you should be automatically teleported or redirected to day 8. If in the unlikely event that does not happen, then please do click the link that I'm putting in the chat. Okay, I'll put it in multiple times. Click on that and then just go there. Okay, so yeah, that was a very eventful day. I think such great experts, and then hearing from Chandler's former friend and ex-girlfriend. Wow, and I don't mean ex-girlfriend like Kat. I mean a different ex-girlfriend. That was interesting, very interesting. So everyone, thank you, mods. I really appreciate it. I know it's been hours and hours for many days in a row. We're doing this trial with Grizzly stamina. You know, we're doing 10 days in a row. In fact, it will be obviously the whole day tomorrow and the whole day on Sunday. So it's actually 9 days. Okay, 9 days in a row. And after that, we still have some police interrogations and things to look at together. As well as I have requested, I don't know if I'll get it, you know, all his prison phone calls. Not jail, prison, from when after sentencing. I want to know who's been calling him and why. All right, everyone. So I'll see you there day 8. I'm going to race you to the chat. Okay, I'll wait for the outro. Then let's see who's in there on day 8. And then I'll say hi to you over there. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for all the support. Please do like, not because you like the content is terrible. I know these topics are terrible. It doesn't mean you like, you know, what you're hearing. It's because you want other people to perhaps see the way that I cover true crime, or to join our community, or to learn about this case, right? So I will see you on day 8's feed in a moment. Okay, bye everyone.